God. Takes it, speaks to Astralis! Walks to the clock, quick style! Game! Unbelievable scenes in Cluj-Napoca! James to provide the covering fire. Yellow a safe plant. They could do the job, but I think he gets it down, catches it. Falcons got vision.
That one hasn't landed.
That didn't land at all. Oh, this one did. Oh, he's just jumped straight over his head. Exertion with the Goomba stomp. Impact from Exertion. 14 seconds. Now up the ramp with the bomb. Down goes Spinks. Uncomfortable for Torji. Has to go for the plant, but they've got a boost. 5 seconds. Bomb goes down. No, it doesn't. A last second, a Hail Mary and a flying M4. It looked like a lost round until Torji had his way with PARIVISION. Now all up for debate. Just Nota doesn't have the time to be messing around. Got to get Spinks now. Dancing around the side box, running light on ammo.
This one's down to the wire. No, it's
head over towards the A side. It's looking too perfect. Beautiful. Oh, it's stunning from Jimmy. Molotov might flush out Roll, and he's got to reposition quickly. Headshot not found. The Yellow's gone. He's just handed out 2 headshots. Techno, blinded. Oh, they'll recover. Quick spread around. Bomb is planted in the open of this site. You've got 9-10's coverage from the ramp.
It's a must-hit position for 9-10.
If he doesn't hit this, then suddenly maybe Cobra's gonna have to pick up the mantle. But they've already gotten out into the bomb site. He will slice Apex off of the retake, but they are going to cover that bomb with smoke. Over the top of box, he catches another. And he's already opened up the smoke once with that frag. Now he's gonna have to find the spray down. Coverage offered, and he can't make it happen. See if the cap pressure kind of alleviates this, though. Techno starts to cross back over. Yeah, and that's one player down, but it could also serve up as the distraction. If only Blitz had more than 16 health, because even if he catches them off guard, somebody's...
Oh, dude.
Well, that's a big even if.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
He's gonna set them on fire. They still come through with 4 kills, though. It's a Rops triple. 19 frags for Rops on the rotation. Techno dead, the last defaulter, and it is greatness that will stand on the stage in grand finals tomorrow.
Magical moments and history being made. Welcome to the final day of PGL Cluj-Napoca. The crowd is slowly starting to trickle in. You can hear them a little bit in the background. And we are getting ready to raise the curtain on what is going to be an incredible day. I am pretty sure this morning in the hotel room, James and his hand were very busy because he needs to power up if he has a hope in hell of taking down the giants that is Vitality. That grand final, a best of 5, going to be taking place a little later. But first, we have a 3rd place playoff. MOUZ up against MongolZ. And I've got to have 2 gents on the desk to break this down for you. Pimp and Dust are here. What a time we've had this last week. What incredible Counter-Strike we've got to see.
Yeah, it's truly been an amazing tournament, to be completely honest. From the beginning of the group stage, even coming into the tournament, Dust, we knew that the field was stacked. The only team that you kind of miss here is Spirit. Outside of that, you have all the best teams in the world, really making Cluj-Napoca justice. I think the overall level in the group stage was also getting better and better. We saw some teams, fight all the way through. FUT was a great example of a team that unfortunately didn't make the playoff, but really impressed. So I've been enjoying myself the last, 12 days we've been here in Cluj, and I'm sure today is going to be great as well.
Indeed. Cluj, the host of a major back in 2015. After a 10-year drought, we came back last year, had an amazing time, and this year it's only gotten better. As you noted, an incredibly stacked field, beautiful playoffs, a wonderful crowd here in Cluj for Championship Sunday. And while we had Vitality taking care of business, there has been a lot of, twists and turns throughout the rest of the bracket, so it's been quite entertaining to follow.
I think for me, the highlight was finding out yesterday that PGL is going to be coming back here for 3 more years. This crowd deserves to have Counter-Strike here every single year. If you had to choose your highlight though, Dust, I mean, what has it been from the tournament so far?
Ooh, again, I think it's the crazy underdog run of some of these teams. I mean, PARIVISION's probably the most interesting one, right? A team that many thought, that was just a fluke at Blast Bounty, but then they came here, they beat 2 top 5 ranked teams in the world to make yet another grand final, and they've done it in such a crazy way because I've never seen this before, where a team like PARIVISION, they don't have a standout player in this tournament. Usually when you're making the grand finals, at least one of your guys is in the MVP race, or at least he's somewhere in the top 10, but they don't have a single player within the top 20. But it just goes to show how they've been able to work together as a unit, wear teams down, and find a way to win no matter what's against them.
I'm super surprised you didn't say that your highlight was being vindicated in Brokey not playing well after the MOUZ argument that went down, but okay, I'll give you the PARIVISION.
I feel like I beat that dead horse a little bit too long. I think it's fine. Just kind of cast out there. Let the buzzards have it now.
Oh, fair enough. Pimp, how about you? What's your highlight been?
Well, if I can say PARIVISION, I want to revert back to what I said before. I think watching FUT play, watching FUT, really emerge into the scene in this year has been great. I know they didn't make the playoff, and so unfortunately this crowd haven't been able to cheer on Longs and the boys, but the way they were playing throughout the group stage, the way they were pushing FURIA in the game, the way that they almost qualified for the playoff, for such a young squad, average age of 19.2, to already play such beautiful Counter-Strike, I think was super, super impressive. It was margins that made them not go there. As you could see, they lost to PARIVISION, a team that we now find in the grand final. So if you're FUT right now, obviously disappointed not to get to the playoff, but they should be hella proud.
Can we start a petition that all tournaments need to run the Swiss bracket during the group stages?
No, because it's a great, great format, but one of the beautiful things about Counter-Strike is that we have different format for different tournaments. So I love when we get the Swiss format, and I think PGL should continue to do it. And then I want someone else to innovate and come up with something that's equally good or better. But for now, it would be kind of boring, Sam, to be
can I meet you?
Can
you meet me in the middle? Can we just do away with best of ones? I think best of 3s from the get-go means people have to play their best Counter-Strike. Come on, Pimp, give me something.
I can live with that.
Okay, there we go. Petition to get rid of best of ones.
Abso-freaking-lutely get rid of best of ones. What are we even talking about here? Also, let's stop giving teams free rides to playoffs, right? Let's go ahead and make them play in that round of 8 right away and put that damn pressure on from start to finish. So this is the goated format, and we got the goated teams this round too, and we're just showing you how good it can be.
I feel like that's why playoffs have been so close. We've had so many third maps, so many overtimes, because the best of the best rise up and have to face off against each other. And now we get to see 2 teams who maybe not the best of the best, but sitting up there, MOUZ up against MongolZ. On one side, you have a team that no one expected a lot from. They've had this big change, they lost their star player, and yet they still seem to be on the incline. And then on the other side, you have MOUZ, who's kind of plateaued and sat in the same space for so long. We've all been waiting for the upward trajectory, but I'm a little bit worried after what we saw yesterday that it could start going down.
I'm a little bit worried on behalf of MOUZ as well, especially in context of the game that we're about to see, Dust. How do you motivate yourself to do this if you are MOUZ? How do you motivate yourself to come into this game and give it your all in order to make sure that you secure 3rd place, knowing that you were supposed to get into the grand final, knowing that you are the defending champion of this tournament as well? Now, one thing that I will say in order to set up this matchup is that I don't think that's going to be a problem for the MongolZ. The VRS implications of the MongolZ winning this one, you see it on your screen right now. They're back in the top 10. They're potentially even getting into top 8. And for the MongolZ to be in that position, that is beautiful. Because coming into the tournament, we're talking about a team that was, emerging around top 14, top 15. Are they going to qualify for the major? Are they going to go in stage 1, stage 2, etc.? For them to win right here, that would be a massive game changer in terms of prize money, in terms of points, and in terms of establishing themselves as a good team.
Yeah, I mean, again, back in the day, 3rd place deciders were a bunch of malarkey. It was like, who's the valedictorian of summer school, right? You're not going to win the trophy, but maybe you can at least be the best of the worst, I guess you could say. But now you're absolutely right. The VRS implications have turned 3rd place deciders games into very valuable assets. And in a situation like MOUZ Sports, who have now reached their 13th top 4 finish since Cluj last year, no trophies in the account to show for it. Not going to have one here either, but they can at least prove that they're still one of the best in the world. And for MongolZ, as you noted, this is an opportunity to, after having a really rough crack call when they debuted Cobra's era, this is a moment to get back on track. back. Make sure you avoid having to play the early stages of the major. Try to make it where you start in stage 3, and just prove that you're still a team that can contend with the top in the world.
Is it fair to say, after seeing those VRS points and how this will play out, there's a lot more pressure riding on the Mongols? They know if they win, they're going to make that massive jump. For MOUZ, they're still sitting pretty at, I mean, obviously the money is nice, but Mongols definitely a lot more riding on it when they walk onto that stage.
I see why you would say that, and I understand where you're coming from, but my answer would be no. I think they've done the job already. For the Mongols to get this far into the tournament, for them to secure what essentially is, at worst case, a 4th place, that's already job well done. That's already put them in 9th position. As you saw, even if they were to lose, they will be number 9. So I think the Mongols are coming in with a different mindset, more so that this is just an extra opportunity to gain even more points, gain even more prize money, gain even more experience with Cobra Zero, so they can still go in and play with no pressure and no expectations. If anything, it's a freebie and a great chance of showcasing even more.
I'm going to latch on to the last thing that you said, because I think it's actually the most important. That is getting reps for Cobra Zero. He has big shoes to fill. Let's be honest. Sinzu was a top 10 player in the world last year, an amazing aggressive rifler, and the spearhead of a team that played a very rapid and confident style of Counter-Strike, and having someone who was really sharp at the tip of that spear is very important. And with Cobra Zero, Krakow did not go so well. That was a rough debut, worst day out, but now he's getting stage experience against top-level teams, and we have seen him power up at this event in comparison to what we saw at Krakow. You take a look here, just doing really well all across the board. You know, he's taken on added responsibilities on this team. You know, back when he was playing with the Huns, he was actually more of a side anchor. Now they're putting him in more star CT roles. He also is one of the main entry fraggers, and he's done really well so far. So I think this is a nice little boost for him as we kick off the season.
It must be so incredible as a young player to walk out here. I know for him, his first arena, his first stage, one of the things that we don't talk about enough, we talk about the pressure, but I just want to create this scenario in people's heads. I know Yanko's spoken about this before, Pimp. The stage vibrates when the crowd cheers. There's so many different noises you're dealing with, so many outside forces and your own nerves. I'm always surprised when we see young talents get on the stage and then perform better than what we've seen. And Cobra Zero has done that the last 2 days.
Yeah, I think it's something we could be better at casting light on, so to speak, because you're right, the stage vibrates, the sound in here is different, the setup on the scene is different, the walk-ons, etc., etc. It's just an out-of-body environment feeling almost, you know, when you come in as a new player. And as Yanko also likes to say, you know, either you got it or you don't. Sure, you can gain experience over time and you can get more used to it, but I think we always see pretty early on whether or not a player has it or if he's not really cut for it. I played with a lot of great guys throughout my careers, you know. Some of them were online warriors, some of them were great when they were sitting in the basement at home and just nuking it out. Whenever we would get to an event, even if it was just a small event where they had to play with moving and different environments, they just couldn't do it right. And that's also a make it or break it for a guy like Cobra Zero. And let's be completely honest, it's still early days, small sample size, but I think he passed on every single test he's been put to so far.
Yeah, I think the steady progression is what you're looking for, which is really the story of this Mongols team, right? We've seen this squad move from a region with less infrastructure and find a way to make majors, to make major finals, to being a top 5 team in the world. Mara and Blitz understand what it takes to build this team up and be an elite level team on a consistent basis. And yes, they have a limited talent pool that they're able to pull from by being a all Mongolian team. There's only so many different players and they have their own academy system, but those guys aren't ready yet. But they did find Cobra Zero, a guy who did show some promise, and they've been able to put him onto this team and already pretty quickly have some solid results. So I think it's just proving the staying power that the foundation of Mongols has.
Right, now they go up against MOUZ. And there's so many conversations we can have about this team. Pimp and I defended them during the group stages, saying you've got to give them their flowers for constantly making playoffs. But I do think on the other side, Pimp, there is an argument for the fact that this team needs to lift a trophy, and there's no more time left. People are demanding it, and we're demanding it right now.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to demand that when you have a Vitality who's lifting most of the trophies, and when you had a FURIA who, by the way, also played some beautiful Counter-Strike for 3 months to end 2025. So again, this demanding MOUZ to win trophies, I get where people are coming from. I'm not sure I fully buy into it myself, but I will say the semi-final loss yesterday, that's a no-no. Like that cannot happen if you're MOUZ and if you want to get closer to the trophies. And I think that's where people get frustrated. It's you want to see a team that is at the very least giving you a sense that they're moving closer towards the objective of winning the trophy. That could have been being in the grand final today. That could have been, you know, pushing Vitality to 5 maps, and then maybe essentially they would end up losing on something ridiculous, but would at least build a story that they got closer. Maybe next tournament, but losing in the semi-final the way they did, heading into this third place decider, it doesn't matter what happened today for MOUZ. I think people would be disappointed that they're not in the final, and rightfully so. It is a team that is supposed to do slightly better, a team that's supposed to beat a team like PARIVISION, but so far it's just been more of the same for 2026.
Look, it's a matter of perspective. There are plenty of teams out there in the world who would love to have 13 top 4 finishes that this team has been able to put together over the last 400 days. But in those 400 days, this team has gotten 1 trophy. The first event they ever attended with Spinks. A beautiful moment it was. They beat Falcons on the stage 3-1, and this crowd was roaring for them. But now the tides have really turned. And look, I can agree with you when it comes to the whole story about Vitality. Yeah, they played second fiddle to an era-defining team. That's a tough one to do, right? We've seen that happen before. But the issue for me is in the second season, we did see other teams win trophies. G2 won a trophy off of Vitality. As you noted, FURIA came up. They made a huge international roster shuffle. They won 4 titles, including 3 in a row going into the major. And there have been other teams that have found little successes in smaller tournaments as well. But MOUZ have not been able to cash in that regard. And so, again, it's great that they're such a consistent top 5 team in the world. Again, I want to give them their flowers for that for sure. But that trophy cabinet's real lonely right now. There's a lot of dust collecting around that Cluj trophy from last year, and there needs to be a way to fill it for them. And so they still have some work to do.
Trophies or nothing. That's modern day Counter-Strike, didn't you know, Pimp? Okay, let's talk about this particular matchup now. When we look at MongolZ and MOUZ, the way these two teams are playing, what can we expect?
A good game of Counter-Strike. I think we're again going to see more of the same from MongolZ, you know, which is a team that I think throughout the tournament have developed a little bit. Now, domestically speaking, between the two teams, whenever they face each other, as you can see, it hasn't been looking great for the MongolZ for quite some time. They faced in Melbourne, they faced in Dallas. Back then, Sintu was on the lineup, but we're talking a 2-0 for MOUZ, another 2-0, and then 4 maps in a row as well. So the MongolZ, in terms of going up against MOUZ, it's not been a great experience, but I think the MongolZ throughout this tournament, as I said, have played better and better and better. And even the semi-final loss to Vitality yesterday, that Mirage game is what gives me confidence that we're going to have a great game. Very proactive on the CT side, willing to fight, but also willing sometimes to slow down the game a little bit and actually play clutch scenarios, play 2v2s, cause rotations, and adding another layer to the gameplay. MongolZ is not all about aiming, all about duels, which used to be the talking point, used to be the case maybe a year ago. I think they've added another layer, they added another understanding to how they play, which makes them significantly harder to beat.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting, though, that these teams haven't played against each other in 10 months. That's a long time separated from the last times that they went head-to-head. And sure, MOUZ owned them when they had Sinzu, and it's the same exact roster, but they were also fresh off of a Cluj victory at that point in time through those different matchups, and a lot has changed since then. A lot more frustration has built up. A lot more things have maybe not gone their way, and so it's kind of a different, you know, situation, and obviously Cobra's era adds a different variable to it as well. But I think you're right. I think we have a MOUZ team who has a lot of widely distributed talent, a little bit of inconsistency in some of them, but a team that prides itself on a dynamic, aggressive defense and usually can do very well on the CT side to give them a lot of chances to win. The issue is sometimes the T sides come up and they aren't able to cash in on them. Whereas you look at a team like MongolZ, and they just look so good. You know, they found a way to do this controlled, chaotic style T side where they're all together, they're fearless, they're decisive, they react very quickly, and they're all together. You know, they're a unit, and they are going to go in and trade. And I think it's going to be fun to see those flashy defenses and offenses going against each other in this series.
There are some chinks in the MongolZ armor, though, that we've seen, right, Pimp? I mean, it's not all sunshine and roses the way we're speaking.
No, I think the map pool is for once an issue. I think they have a clear and obvious problem with playing Dust 2, which we've seen so far in this tournament. So that's something they can always be punished towards. Now, MOUZ and the map pool that lines up against the MongolZ, we'll speak about that later, but I don't think that's going to be too big an issue for the MongolZ. I will also say that they are a little bit, I wouldn't say inconsistent, right? But they do rely on a lot of those players actually hitting a good day when you play as aggressive as you do. Take Msenio as an example. When you watch his demos, when you watch his point of view, he's always in position where he's fully opening his body in the game, which means that either he's winning the duel or he's dying. It's not about taking a duel, falling back, using a flash, then re-entering the duel. It's always all in or nothing. And I think they have that tendency that when they're hitting their strides and when they're playing well and when they're playing with confidence, which has been the case so far in this tournament, they look good. But when they're not, or when they're facing players who are outdoing them, then sometimes you get the feeling that, okay, where's the win then gonna come from if you're the MongolZ?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really fair point to say. I mean, also it's about, you know, other guys on MongolZ having to step up in the wake of Sinzu leaving. You know, the other guys having to try to put more fragging output. Mzenio, as you can see here, has done a great job kind of playing his extremity positions and his anchor roles to, you know, really lock down his side of the map. But I think the other big thing for me that's really helped out with MongolZ is, one, 9-10 has arrived in a pretty big way with the AWP in the post-Sinzu era of MongolZ. And the other one for me is Blitz. You know, Blitz is one of those guys that we've always prided as being a fragging in-game leader. And usually he was kind of of doing it as like more of an aggressive lurker type role. But with CobraZera coming to the squad, he's kind of pivoted more to something we used to see him do in the past, where he'll entry a lot more now. And in fact, what's been really crazy is watching Brolin and Blitz be the two fragging IGLs in this tournament. Like, Brolin's actually stepped up in some pretty big ways and created some openings for his teams at times that you didn't necessarily see him doing before. So that's one of the cool things about this matchup, is the fact that you have Brolin and Blitz, two guys who are not only leaders, but guys who can create action for their teams and help them win that way too.
We spoke a lot about how MongolZ versus Vitality yesterday was going to be very one-sided. It would appear that both of the analysts think this is going to be a bit more of an equal matchup. Now, it is a sold-out arena for that best-of-5 final, but the true Counter-Strike enjoyers have arrived early. They're here. You're also watching at home. We're about to give you one hell of a show with our curtain raiser. James, I believe you've got something special for us.
Hello, Cluj! Well, I brought a very special guest on stage with me to start things off, to warm you guys up. So before our teams come onto the stage, before we get going, this man here has been delivering entertainment for you from start to finish. So I need everyone to stand up. Everyone, stand up, out your seats, stand up, stand up. And you're gonna follow his lead. So, the drum will go, and then you will clap. Ready? Fantastic. This is the love, this is the energy I want to see all day for all the teams. Romania, this is your time to shine. So, I got one question for you all. Are you ready? I thought that might work. Now, when we look down this line and we see our teams starting to get ready, this is a matchup where it's a third place decider, but for one team, it means just a little bit more. So we need to welcome our teams onto the stage. We need to understand how it is about to go down. They seem to be ready. Let me just wait to see. Mr. Seb in my ear, which one are we going with? They're standing there, they're ready, and let's see if they are ready. They played a third place decider just before, and it didn't go too well for them. But now they need to step up. They need to fight against this crowd. They need to give all their energy. So please, give a round of applause for MOUZ! And on the other side, their opponent. They haven't faced off against each other for over 273 days. And the Mongols have made a lot of changes with their lineups, and people still doubted them. But now they have the Horde behind them. They have support from fans all over the world. So please, put your hands together for the Mongols! teams are in position. You guys can go and take your sits. Yimfat, come to me. Blitz over here as well. There you go, Jimmy. You're getting some love in here. That's a nice turn of events for you. That feels a bit better, right?
It feels.
Now, let me talk about this. You played a third place decider last time around in Krakow. It didn't go so well for you guys. Is it hard to reset and get yourselves in a good position to fight in a game like this?
I mean, yeah, of course it sucks to lose in the semifinal and then next day play right after, basically. But I think right now we are much more prepared than we were in Krakow, so I have a good and exciting feelings, you know?
Nice, okay, that's very positive with this. But looking at facing the Mongols again, they look like they're very hungry right now. They've got an explosive and crazy style, and you haven't faced them for quite some time. Are you prepared for that? Are you ready for that?
I mean, I guess we will see, but I am excited. It's been a long time since we played them.
And just looking at this, for them, this means a lot for the VRS points, getting a win over for you guys on LAN. Are MOUZ as motivated to win?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Blitz, you're getting a lot of love in this arena right now. Cobra is performing very well. For you, as the in-game leader, how do you feel he is doing in the team? How confident are you of the good future for this new young player?
I don't know. Maybe he's don't think too much because he's so comfortable. Sometimes I ask him why. I don't know. I don't know. I just did it. Yeah, that's it.
That's good. That's a nice, positive mindset for the young player. And for you guys, you had some bad events. You had the controller situation. But now it looks like the Mongols are back. Do you feel like you are back?
Yeah, of course, because we practiced 10 days. Yeah, we are good now.
Just 10 days of practice and Mongols are good. I like that. Not too much. With more practice, I'm sure you'll be even better. And is this game more important to Mongols than it is to MOUZ?
Yes, of course, we need to some points. It's so important match for us.
All right, well, good luck. Shake hands, get yourselves into your seats. Let's watch this third place decider go down. Well, we already know where this way is going. All right, Cluj, I don't need to ask you anything with this one. I already understand how it's going. So I need all of you. It's early. It's the first game of the day. I need to feel that energy. I need to hear you roar. So make some noise!
Straight from the mouths of Mongols, we heard it from Zinho yesterday. This matters to them. Those points matter to them. It's not good enough to be in the top 10. They want to move as high up in that ranking as they possibly can, secure their spot for the rest of the season. That's what they need to do on that stage right now. But Pimp, it's like you said, their map pool a little bit shaky up against MOUZ. MOUZ is saying they're coming in super prepared as well. They're going to be trying to abuse the lack of depth, if you like, to that pool.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think it goes without saying that from an objective standpoint, sure, it means slightly more to the Mongols in terms of implication, VIS, etc. But make no mistake, MOUZ is not here just to roll over. MOUZ is not here to play a game of Face It. They also have a bit of a pride in this game. Sure, they're under a lot of critique from the community. They've been having a bit of a rough time inside this arena. So if you're MOUZ, there's plenty of ways to motivate yourself for this one. So I'm sure we're going to get a great game. I'm sure we're going to get two teams that are playing good Counter-Strike. And something tells me, Dust, I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling Mirage is going to be in this map pool.
You know what's going to be interesting about this Veto is that both teams permaban Anubis. So what do? Do you play chicken and hope the other team's going to ban it for you? Do you float it? Do you go ahead and get rid of it? That's going to be a question both the teams have to ask themselves in this rotation. And the other thing you have to ask yourself is both these teams are pretty bad on Dust 2, if we're honest. You know, for MOUZ, they didn't play it for an entire season. They only just picked it back up when Anubis came into the pool this year, and it's not been the best.
Mongols went straight in there and just got rid of that.
So I think if you're MOUZ, they go ahead and ban Ancient. Not surprising, actually. We've seen some good stuff from Mongols on Ancient, and lately, MOUZ have not looked sharp on it.
No, and that's where it gets curious, right? Mirage, we know that. That's always going to be the pick for the Mongols. It's been a staple for them. They play some good Counter-Strike, and we saw that against Vitality yesterday. A game that came so close. Had overtime against Vitality, playing at their absolute best. MOUZ picking Inferno also makes sense. Again, they're probably not comfortable picking Dust 2, because as you said, Dust, they've also been struggling a little bit with it. However, I would have loved to see that if I were MOUZ. You know, treat this as a bit of a testing ground. See how good your Dust 2 actually is in a game where the ramifications are not as severe as some of the bigger tournaments you're playing.
Nice second ban there for Mongols. You don't want to be playing MOUZ on Overpass. That's their second best map after Inferno, or maybe even their best, honestly. So I think that was a sharp move there, as we are going to see Nuke as a decider, which will also be really interesting, considering MOUZ has really struggled on it lately, and you know, it's not been great for Mongols either.
I think Nuke is very interesting. I think there's a great chance that we will need Nuke in order to decide this matchup as well, Sam. And the reason why it's interesting is that I agree with what Dust is saying. MOUZ have been a little bit shaky on the map, but so has the Mongols.
Yep.
We saw in the quarterfinal, we saw against FURIA that, hey, Mongols, you can play Nuke at a very high level, especially when the pressure's on. But I've also seen throughout this tournament and the tournament before this one that on their Nuke, it's very much hit and miss. So I think it's a cool map pool. It's a cool map pool in the sense that each game and each map has a different story in relation to both the teams. But should we get to Nuke, it's a pretty much a wild card for me.
I like that both of these teams are playing to their strengths in this selection. They know what they're good at. That's what they want to showcase. I'm curious, though, if we take a look at MOUZ on Mirage, how do they take down Mongols?
Man, hope that you get as many CT rounds as you can, buddy, because let me tell you what, MOUZ has really struggled on the T side on this map for some time. They entered this tournament with a less than 40% win rate on the T side, even though they played Mirage a lot, so that's really going to be a struggle. Meanwhile, Mongols thrive on the T side. They're so ferocious, they're so fearless, and they move together with purpose. They're so reactionary, and they're always together. They're never giving you freebies, and they're willing to go for bold plays. A pretty well-balanced team, but if we're honest, it's all about the fast-paced play from them. Meanwhile, MOUZ pride themselves on having a dynamic defense that's very disruptive. They're going to fight you in connector. They're going to swing you off Cat with their 2-star CT players, and they're going to move towards these op around across the map and try to keep you guessing what lines he's taking. So it is going to be, I think, a game where you're going to see a lot of early round action due to the aggression that both these teams bring.
I think one of the most underrated facts about Mongols and why they've been so good at Mirage so far is Inferno. The job he's doing both on the T side, but also on the CT side. T side obviously lurking out of Palace, coming up a ramp, really finding a lot of impact. CT side doing the same thing, just on the opposite. He's the Mr. A player, so to speak, for the Mongols. So I'm going to look towards Inferno and see if he can find as much impact as he has throughout the entirety of the tournament. Another way to answer your question as well, Sam, how does MOUZ beat the Mongols? I think pistol rounds, obviously, MR12, we speak about it all the time, it's important. The Mongols' CT side pistol so far in this tournament has been excellent. They won 12 out of 17, which means they often get off to a good start. They often build up the economy on the CT side. So if you're MOUZ and you can win your T side pistols, that's a good win condition. However, on the T side, the opposite side is the story. Only won 6 out of 17. So I really do feel, and I firmly believe that MOUZ being a great pistol team overall, if you can get off to a good start, if you can shut down that Mongols building economy, Mongols building, I guess, a bit of a presence on that CT side, which they've been doing consistently throughout the entirety of the tournament, you are a long way to beat them.
I absolutely agree. I mean, a pistol's obviously very important in the MR12 format to get hot starts, as both these teams can be very momentum-based, if we're 100% honest. Like, once they get rolling and they get that confidence and swagger about them, they can definitely roll out really big leads. Again, though, I think for me, it's going to be what does MOUZ show us on the T side, because I have seen them improve throughout the course of this tournament. We've seen them play Mirage a handful of times. They've even gotten some wins. They've looked a little bit sharper, but can they do it against a Mongols team where this is their home? Mongols is the place that, you know, really have always used Mirage to great effect, and it's going to be a tough one for MOUZ, I think.
It's time to warm up the fans, and it's time to warm up everyone here in the arena with our third place decider, the Mongols up against MOUZ. And of course, we've got two of the best in the business to make sure they bring you all the action.
Thank you, Sam. Always so sweet. And thank you, Cluj, for showing up. We're here to bring you guys the appetizer today.
Yeah.
Mad respect for coming in for the best of 3 before the best of 5.
Absolutely. I mean, brought to you by VRS. These matches do matter. We have Mongols in a position to jump a spot over Na'Vi if they win this game. And so there's a lot on the line for them. And as Pimp brought up on the desk, man, for MOUZ, it's really about pride. I mean, they've shown that they can beat a lot of teams and it's been a while since they last faced off. They haven't really experienced this MongolZ, and specifically this MongolZ Mirage.
Right. I like the tone that's kind of going on in the server right now. We're privy to that info. Guys are just tapping back to each other. Jimmy's talking a little smack. Blitz is making fun of himself. I think like the atmosphere and the mood right now when the game goes live is going to be a bit playful. But as we get closer to that victory, I'm kind of hoping that somebody kind of takes their gloves off, right? Are the MongolZ going to suddenly shy up and get shelled up and kind of lose that identity? Absolutely not. We've got a game that, like Blitz said on stage, is important. VRS implications are important. MOUZ, they just need to be prideful by the end of this game. So let's get it on, Cluj. Third, fourth decider. And we kick it all off on Mirage with the MongolZ on the T side, like Pimp so aptly put it, struggling in these pistol rounds. Stats don't lie in that regard. And so they get jumbled up on the side of the smoke, but it's still Techno in with the double headshot. Very rapid into those kills come through with the MongolZ. And so Jimmy and Spinks are gonna have to handle this 2v4.
I'm not sure if I saw that correctly, but I think Xerxin got caught on the ladder. I feel like we didn't get an icon for it, but I think he almost got a shot while he was on it. So you see with the way they set up on the A side, they were ready for something fast. But MongolZ, even if you're ready for it, they can still win. They know that teams are expecting it. And it's Techno again. He's kind of a secret weapon on Mirage, it feels like, at least so far at this event.
Put up huge numbers versus Vitality last night. Jimmy with a little late departure kill, just securing the murder hole exit, and those two MOUZ players will walk away from this. So this won't be the first time, and probably not the last time, that we see MongolZ hit a bomb site, and just, it's the time to kill at the start of the game for the MongolZ that always feels instant.
Yeah, it's what everyone references when they play against them. You see it, and it's even faster if you experience it. And again, I always recommend going to watch those demos. If you're impressed by a player and how quick these kills come out, you're going to be blown away, maybe a little scared if you watch him in that situation.
So in the end, Xerxin isn't caught on the ladder. He's standing in the corner. Look very, scrambled to get up there, but still finds one with his Berettas. It's just that instant headshot from Techno once he gains vision pushing through the smoke. Look at a force buy for MOUZ round 2, and Torzi's already dead. MP9 from Brolin to try to face the ramp. Not missing the beat though. MongolZ come through, couple of kills made easy, and very swiftly moving through this force buy out of MOUZ.
Yeah, once again, stamina maxing here as they just make sure they play quickly. They'll always have energy for the rounds that get close, the comebacks that could take place. And in this head-to-head right now, it's 7-1 in favor of MOUZ.
Oh yeah.
For what it's worth, I mean, that's iterations of the MongolZ. Yeah, they haven't even played against Cobra's era.
I think it's still pretty applicable though, because like we always talk about with the MongolZ, same system, generally same game style.
He's a position. Yeah. I wonder how it feels though to be Cobra's era and, to think maybe I'm a position too, that there is another guy out there at this point. Is that even unfair to say?
What am I? What you are is an impressive rookie.
Yes.
I was thinking, I didn't want to kind of jump the gun with the game the other night, but when Cobra took to the quarterfinals and had such an impactful 2 maps in that series, I was thinking to myself, obviously, MongolZ got his flowers, Rookie of the Year 2025.
Yeah.
And so every year of Counter-Strike, we're kind of looking for that next rookie. This, to me, if he can kind of dominate this game, let's say he gets another big stage performance with all the essentially almost all the top 10 teams at this event. Are we looking at him as kind of having this kind of early breakaway Rookie of the Year conversation?
Yeah, he's in there, absolutely. I mean, with MongolZ being in the top 10, him being a new star player in the team, him getting all those roles to get the stats, plus delivering on those, and the stage performances, no drop-off between, online and LAN. Like, we looked at Kioske, he's kind of struggling to put it together on stage. That puts Cobra's era ahead, absolutely. It's obviously very early, but these matches, tournaments like this matter. They're huge.
It'll be big for the conversation if he can find a certain regularity to those kinds of performances. MOUZ haven't even seen anybody barring that underpass play, and yet down on 15 health is Jimmy. So 5-7 up close, and more where the first one came from, right? MOUZ just hoping to kind of serve as a landmine in this round.
Oh, it's the right volley.
Yeah, it's kind of flustered by that one. Confirms it with the audio. And so you can just sit here Bomb is back by the T apartments, so there's no rush in this round, and it goes to perfection for the Mongols. 5 players up, 3-0 start, looking like more of that Mirage dominance that we're starting to see them put together time and time again.
There's just never any scar tissue on these guys. You know, I mean, Vitality showed us how you can even, you know, come to the Mongols, fight them on their CT Dust 2, which is so good, but just, you know, beat them in both halves. And it takes a team like Vitality. Again, if Vitality didn't exist, this conversation has happened so many times, but imagine how many tournaments would have been given out to teams like the Mongols, Austin. They could have had a major, could have been MOUZ to win events. There really is no shame in this era of Counter-Strike making it this far.
Torji getting the opening duel towards Catwalk, just lets a 9-10 come sprinting into him. And so first gun round for MOUZ nets them the man advantage, and that's gonna just push the Mongols back from top middle for a second. There's no like follow-up move out of MOUZ, not being super stubborn about getting anything more. You get your 5v4, you lean back, and you'll see what the Mongols respond with.
They slowed it down very fast. I actually think that MOUZ might be worried about the cat play, because sometimes they'll, you know, put a player up cat and then they'll just commit to B no matter what happens. But this is actually a very long default now, as they're super spread out. Bomb is going to get spotted, but won't take any damage. It's at a minute, so it doesn't mean that MOUZ can simply rotate over. Oh, and Spinks is going to have a massive timing. So this is the risk they're taking. No smokes here. They're just trying to make it alert, but he has to get in there, and he's going to get swung, it looks like. Yeah, he dies.
Nicely timed by Spinks. He's going to free himself up to instantly come over to the A-hold. We'll see if he's called on, because we've got the Techno opening. Xertion, real slick. Climbs up that ladder. They've spotted the second player as well, so easy clear of connector for Spinks. Gets queued up by that vision off of Catwalk, and barring the one death on Brolin from this attempt late into A from the Mongols, it's an excellent first gun round here for MOUZ.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary, but he's so far away from this, it should be fine, but they know he's low. There's 4 up here for MOUZ, so where you normally wouldn't hunt, you might go ahead and try to check some stuff, but it looks like he'll be all good here.
And nobody's going to come get him, so Techno's 6-0 score line has been conserved.
The record to beat is 16-0 from ZywOo, which is got to be the... I mean, I don't even remember a map last year where a guy like, maybe Donk, has done something like that.
The thing with Donk, though, is like he'll get to 16 kills really quickly, but there's usually a death or 2 sprinkled in because he never stops going.
Because they're all openings?
Yeah. It feels like you got to kind of tiptoe around the 0 death situation. Donk, I don't even think looks at that number.
I think the reason that MOUZ can take down basically any team in a match like this, and this is their 8th, 3rd, 4th place decider since Shanghai.
Ooh.
Is because they can tailor their game plan to anybody. They're very good at that.
They really forever are the bridesmaid.
When sometimes teams say they play their own game, MOUZ really think about what you're going to do. You can see it in the tactics and the strategy. They tailor it to them.
Smoke goes past Torji. His teammates throw ones forward. Xertion takes a bullet to the head, and that's going to at least queue up the Torji trade. Man advantage maintained by MOUZ because of that Opper. 9-10 taking damage while Spinks' Catwalk hold comes through. And Spinks is starting to look sharp with some of these headshots.
He's been very consistent so far at Cluj. Lots of good numbers out of Spinks, as we're used to seeing. And with that goes kind of feels like the hopes of a round victory. But Mongols look pretty giddy right now to actually go for something. Crazy, 9-10 with the bomb, 18 HP by himself.
Really hoping Blitz is able to join up with him with this cat split, but the well-timed boost earlier from Spinks is going to totally catch you off guard. Little insurance policy offered up towards Catwalk, and now 9-10 knows odds are you're not getting in there and way too much to lose here. I'm talking about a Kevlar to op, full belt of utility. This is going to have to be the Mongols giving away another, and MOUZ cutting into that lead.
And it's moments like that, it's just a little bit extra, but it's good. It doesn't cost you anything. Get the boost up, play a new position, hold cat. If you do die and it's a 2v2 split, your teammate is in danger in the back of the site. So again, now MOUZ keeping it neat and tidy.
And it feels like even if you do die in that spot, it's never the position that the terrorist first clears, right? So odds are, let's say you lose the duel, even with the advantage of the fresh angle, you're still getting a bit of damage in.
Right.
You know, you're going to get some value out of that every single time, essentially.
Oh, it's business time now.
Yeah, air's flowing. Oh, wow.
Nice clean headshot.
Yeah.
MZ gets one as well, but then 2 players inside a connector, right? 2 players in front of that smoke out of the Mongols. Not surprised to see MZ caught off by that one. He thinks he gets the kill that kind of clears up his control of connector. Not the case, as MOUZ lean into the Mongols mid-play and have effectively done a good job of cutting it down from Cat, cutting it down from connector, just slicing off a player here and there for these first 2 MOUZ round wins. They're going to go ahead, bolster this mid-play yet again. Utility makes it a little bit awkward here for MOUZ, trying to fall back. The Cap players lined up for the spray down, but Jimmy's there to trade out, and at 50 health, he still hangs on to man advantage.
That's right, yeah, he gets out of there. They have 4 up still. Still some pressure on the map that's very active, but the bomb is in a spot where, 910 can't just pick this up and run into the A site. One more kill, and that story changes.
Walking it out. This is pressure on default.
Perfect bait, actually, out of Techno.
Pulls the trigger on Brolin. Now they know about his deep angle. 910 gets a quick glimpse of a player towards Murder Hole, and Torzi is going to start being cost-effective over towards the ticket.
Did he just smoke that?
Did.
Oh, wow.
Just to creep through so that he could do this.
Oh, that's amazing.
Denies the player on bench and completely outpositions 910.
Good luck with this one. I mean, you can get the bomb. Step 1, get the bomb. Step 2, get the plant. Step 3, clutch, clutch, clutch.
Careful, that last one's hard to pull off. Step 1 and 2, though, we'll see. This deep ramp position, though, Torzi scoped up on the angle. And it's done. Just like that, Torzi confident with the lean forward. MOUZ have not looked in the rear view since picking up that first one.
I know they look at games like this, MOUZ, and go, we see how good we are. How come we can't just activate it to have a consistent good 3 days in a row to get that grand finals victory? And I feel like, Deston had an interview with Heku that she posted on Twitter. It was like 30 minutes, obviously. He's the best yapper in town right now. Like, listening to him talk about the game is awesome. But he mentioned, there's one team in the scene that's happy, it's Vitality. And then it's, every few months it might be Furia, it might be Spirit. But for the most part, everyone else doesn't really know that they can win. But when we watch them, you see that they are good enough. But if you're on the team yourself,
you're right.
You're just not making those grand finals happen.
It's probably so much self-doubt when you can see a team winning as much as Vitality do, and you just think to yourself, we're just not that.
And he said, we won the bounty. That gave us the confidence to just show our young guys we can win.
Right.
They knew we were good enough, but now we proved it.
I think PARIVISION are actually on this perfect course of ramping as well. You go back to the major where the pressure is at its absolute highest, and you do come up a little short, but you don't face any kind of like soul-crushing defeat there. You go into Bounty, a studio environment, you lift a trophy. Then you go to Krakow, things fall off a bit. Now you're talking about a PARIVISION that's getting experience on stage. It's a really sick ramp towards a potential other trophy lift, but, well, that's the best of 5 tonight. We look at this anti-pistol round, and it's way too easy for MOUZ yet again. The Mongols just sprinkling in a kill here and there. A little bit more damage as well, not too bad, but it's majority alive for MOUZ, as it has been now 4 rounds in a row. No bomb plants either for the Mongols within this streak of MOUZ victories.
And it looks really relaxed. Like they're getting the opening kills versus the fast plays, but usually with the op from a safe spot. They either get that kill, get traded, get one back, and then they can really rest. So there's not a moment here where Mongols are really winning mid-control and then making MOUZ scramble. They've always got an extra player on the map to look around, take their time with things, and that's the hardest thing to fight against. Mongols want to burst out in the mid and make this like a 3v3 right away.
Yeah.
But they're having trouble making that happen. That's not easy, obviously.
This game's feeling more like the pace that they were playing versus a Vitality yesterday, which did eventually, for their argument's sake, eventually break through. They were able to find footing. But when they played the quarters, it was Mongols, gloves off, out of spawn, insta slams against their opponents. They kind of gave Furia the beans in that one. Maybe it's a respect thing for MOUZ, and also MOUZ just being proactive in slowing it down. So until the Mongols get unleashed in this game, it feels like MOUZ are just going to sit within their comfort zone. Another challenge towards top middle gives a duel over to 910, but there's his counterpart actually with an op.
Time in the smoke up.
That's a luxury that the Mongols didn't have coming into this round. Torzi, the only big green on the field, and he damn near clips the wings of a second one towards top middle. So once again, MOUZ lingering in middle, doing damage to the Mongols on their approach.
Yeah, and this is the 4v4. Torres, you didn't want to let that go because every time we get into this mid control, it's always the MOUZ are coming out ahead on trade. So this might be the most interesting moment for the Mongols, but really this Mzinho fight is everything.
Oh. Leaves a little to be desired on that one. Like you said, kind of ends up being everything. Now you've got this mid float still for the Mongols. Bomb scooped up by CobraZera.
All your power. You know, you start to come back out of B because you don't get that lead towards A. There's no lurk kill. And even though they'd see Mzinho and the kill feed not overreact, it still forces the CTs to do a little more moving around.
Yeah, props to MOUZ where it's due. They are kind of pushing the issue.
But it's because they have Palace control. So it's like, unless, you know, you have another lurker on A and they come up through Palace, or if you do come through Palace with 2, you get spotted and a trade comes down, there's an early warning system in place. Brolin, there's not a lot of pressure on Brolin to get his kill and fall back. 15 seconds in, he's got a molly for his back a triple right now.
Xerxia gonna take his sweet time with this one. CobraZera locks into the triple cover. But it's temporary and the bomb won't even go down. You've already spotted out Blitz. Pushed his HP down to sub 20 and don't die after time. Oh, it's coming his way.
Ooh.
And that's exactly what's gonna happen. They're gonna sweep away the funds for Blitz. He goes into this next round $350, and that is MOUZ, who's just sitting there.
And he's going to do it with a big fat smile on his face.
A round of applause for all the supportive girlfriends that prop up us Counter-Strike nerds.
Yes.
$910 solo AK Mongols.
This really screws up the money.
Yeah, trying to find some way into this game, but MOUZ currently playing a very suffocating CT side, a very confident CT side out of MOUZ. Xerxia goes towards top middle, meets a whole pack of players, and we'll find out that there is an AK on the field. So now MOUZ are going to have to adapt to that, maybe play a little more conservatively.
But at the same time, they haven't really rested until they've got their man advantage. Then they just go into these perfect spots that are hard to counter. So Mongols may know there could be another fight for them if they keep their eyes peeled.
There we go. Second rifle as well. MOUZ not able to maintain control of that. Ooh, but Brolin gonna find a freebie. Back turn by Blitz.
B is the right idea for the moment, but yeah, you've got the second window play doubled up on it too.
Yeah, just ready for this angle. Totem pole stacked up towards Catwalk, and on top of it, Torzi gets his hold on the cross.
Playing with him.
Yeesh, Brolin comes through. Everybody getting a piece of the action. Everybody except for the Mongols. This is another one where it's 4 players alive for MOUZ. I mean, again, maximum 2 deaths on every single MOUZ round win for the last 6, none of which feature a bomb plant. I don't know how I could paint a bleaker picture.
And when it came to getting the kills in mid, it's actually CobraZera. It's not the new guy getting carried by his team. It's him peeking the left side of boxes on top mid, taking out cat control, fighting operas with his rifle. Right. He was doing that versus every other team, but so far today, it kind of feels like he's still living in yesterday. You know, that's where the tournament may have ended for him. If he's not careful, he's going to take a little extra mental focus.
I think that's where, you know, because these 3rd, 4th decider matches are kind of a new evolution in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think you have to mentally figure out where you stand. Every single team signs up to these events going for gold, playing for the trophy.
I think if you go through a whole cycle, like a season, then you understand the value of every game in VRS,
Sure.
especially.
Yeah.
But CobraZera, like right here, he was probably just thinking the only thing is we can make grand finals tomorrow. When we get to overtime versus Vitality on Mirage.
This is a guy who yesterday was playing with his dream on the line, and today is playing again now with just these kind of technical implications.
Right.
A guy like Blitz understands it. Not that CobraZera doesn't, but maybe CobraZera doesn't quite feel it in his heart as much. You know, it certainly doesn't add as much gasoline to the fire as playing for a trophy would.
It's actually not a bad position, even though they're down a player. And the question is, are they going to move at the right speed? Last time the rotations were very good for MOUZ. And Jimmy will block, but they're in front of the smoke. They get the kill. It's an open B site. Oh, the molly.
Felt like an eventuality that the Mongols would be able to break down the doors.
Molly empty pillar. No
We've also seen strong moves by MOUZ in these retake moments, and they've got so much money to play with that even at a man disadvantage, you'd think they'd still go for this, but maybe with the fire in front of them, a little bit of respect shown here. But I mean, the cash is so good.
Yeah, it's a very nice find. It's just that they didn't really have like a big flank. They didn't really have anything off Cat to catch players off, so could be silly to try to run at the problem.
I do think though, I mean, 2 more rounds to play. Feels like they've got full buys in both those rounds regardless.
Yeah.
I guess this guarantees it, but you know, lacking a little fight in this retake perhaps. The MongolZ, it's taken them some time.
The flash is so good.
Yo, okay, playing for it. Just bottoming out bank accounts of the MongolZ instead. I see your game plan, MOUZ.
That was great use of their 2 players, but didn't really finish their meal there. So a 4th on the board for the MongolZ. And as much as that streak was very impressive, this half is not over. Hey!
Local GOAT. Boy, see ya. CobraZera.
That's exactly the duel.
Beautiful headshot to kick it off top middle, and Techno 4K is going to lock into the trade frag. But MOUZ just keep that pressure coming, right? There's always another piece. And then Torji freed up to move over to the A site. Tries to react to the top Tetris climb.
This half is not over.
Let's see this Jimmy 1v3 attempt, shall we? Beautiful play by 910. He's going to go so deep off of the flashbang. This half is not over. You said it. And now it starts to feel that way. CobraZera finally finding a way to leave his mark on this game. That is his 2nd kill of this map.
Again, I think it's a matter of you just got to wake up and realize, like, there's another game today. This game still matters. He's 2-10 right now. And when we think about MongolZ T side on Mirage, he's important to taking mid specifically. Here he contributes to the first kill, and then after they do this, they just keep the pressure up the entire time. It opens a window of timing towards A. Even though MOUZ know they have to go back to A, they didn't actually win in mid, so they feel like the job's not finished on either part of the map. Whoa.
Ooh, just getting underneath that.
Timing's crazy there.
Jimmy would have surely been a dead man.
The problem is, though, he's been holding on to ramp vision for a long time. It might not be ready for a sandwich player.
Xertion feels like he's got a read of this, but
they use this round versus Vitality. Phased the smoke perfectly, got the cat kill, came back to jungle.
Feels like Xertion's aware of the threat, though.
But now there's a lot of pressure on Xertion. He has to release some of that tension. Oh, and he loses his duel.
Hits the headshot, but so does Blitz, and that AK reigns supreme. Beautiful kill from Jimmy down towards ramp. Brolin's going to feel under pressure because you don't know where those jungle players truly got off to. Market now coming for the rotate. That nade's going to clear this.
Oh, and they have to go back and get the bomb. We still got Brolin and Ticket with the molly.
He'll sit here and he'll wait. They'll grab that bomb in the meantime. Freeze up towards you to move over, and MOUZ, it's a free attempt as they've got to fight for this one. Round 12 of the half. Oh, no coverage. At least not for this Ticket. Jump up, Brolin's got himself a 2nd. And so, big impact from a very patient play. We'll have to see whether Techno is going to find some late half impact. Bomb can be scooped up. He's got that one. Plant spot was set ablaze by that incendiary. Brolin's just going to try to walk this pressure up, dive the bomb plant, and Brolin with some great impact here in this one. Going to maintain that MOUZ lead with a 7-5 CT half.
That's excellent. It's more you can expect from a guy playing Ticket, and he used his molly perfectly. He played off his peaks perfectly, and MongolZ are just not ready for that extra man. If they had went ahead and picked up that last round of the half, despite the streak, again, it would have been ultra competitive here for the MongolZ, but you know that MOUZ are feeling pretty good again. Cyclone's a beast of a coach to go up against, absolutely. The same can be said for Mara.
Have you guys forgiven MOUZ yet? Okay. But you do still love Jimmy, right?
Must love Jimmy. He's going to be trying to blast his way through this third place decider. Blitz on a Zeus.
Why the hell not? Now to tap back into the stats Pimp mentioned on the analyst desk before this game goes live. Second best CT win rate for pistol rounds at the event belongs to MongolZ. It's a great stat to try to tap into when you are 2 rounds away from tying this up and under pressure. I've literally seen Blitz get a Zeus kill and then the USP headshot from this position. If you're ever up against MongolZ.
They're rotating so hard off this fake. It's a one-man fake. No one actually spotted. And Techno will immediately get back into the site, but his teammates are so far away.
A flashbang as well makes it that much more awkward. Insta-kill's nice, though. Gives him a little more room to try to get away with another, but not his for the taking. Spinks trying to fight that backdoor of Market. And then it's Torgy to return the favor back with 1. We go 3v3 in the second pistol. CTs don't wait for that bomb plant. And MZinho tries to close the gap with his Berettas now at bay. And so down it goes. MOUZ surviving that pressure, that sudden attempt from the MongolZ to fight them before the plant.
We don't know what this Zeus can do still. So we got Blitz down on the 1-on-2.
On a retake?
Yeah, retake. That
Zeus on the retake. Awkwardly kind of caught climbing through the window. Still given a chance, but it's going to be Brolin to put it to bed. And that is going to be MOUZ's 8th round. These teams will split the T-side pistols.
This is the thing about MOUZ. You know, they always get to this position and you're like, man, they can really expose your favorite team because they can really game plan so well against them. And, you know, they never fail to impress when it comes to that.
Scout rings out. Have those top mid players second guessing. No flash here for MZinho, so dry MP7 duel. Nice one from Brolin, controls the gun. Big advantage over Blitz, kind of the perfect range for that.
Not often you see a fantastic MP7 spray transfer, but there you go.
2026, baby.
Yeah.
It's the year of the MP7.
Now a bit of a guessing game here for the MongolZ. You really can't make a bad decision in this spot. Keep your guns into the necks if no one comes to you. If they do, you at least have a chance of holding the site. But for now, MOUZ have read the map perfectly once again.
See you, Brolin.
That's all they need to see.
Thinking you were going to get away with something sneaky. That's an MP7 upgrade for CobraZera at least.
No, all he's really hoping is he sees 2 people.
Yeah.
And he sees 1, but even that's enough. I know it's not a stack over on this side of the map. Bomb plant goes down, and that will be the round.
Can't say MOUZ have made mistakes in this game at all.
Yeah, have they made even 1? Surely.
I think MOUZ's biggest mistake was probably eliminating Ema.
Yeah, they'll never be able to pay that one back.
Still living with that. Still majority alive for the MongolZ. There's a silver lining.
I mean, they're still on CT. Sure, they really impress sometimes on T sides, but I mean, I know MOUZ are still going to be fully focused.
He knows. Still having to take another one on the chin, though. If the MongolZ CT side has legs to stand on, we're not seeing them fully outstretched here in the 15th round of play. How does 910 deal so much damage to CobraZera?
I don't know, actually.
think I've ever seen somebody climbing up into that hole die to a frag grenade until today. So it's a bit of a golden gift offered over.
And another moment where, Brolin just has to make sure he doesn't send his troops to the wrong place. But that's kind of all he has to do.
Perfectly placed utility here. Even Techno's quick scramble away from that fire puts him into the frag grenade, so well banked. Eats the flash as well.
Yeah, they know you're here.
This poor guy's getting pelted by utility, and Brolin has managed to get away with that connector push this time.
Wow.
And he's going to jump on MZinho, trying to move around to the murder hole. Scout under pressure. Yeah, tough to come back and deal with this MAC-10, especially when it's supported by Spinks, which now lets the Mongols know B bomb site belongs to MOUZ. Double digits secured absolutely here for MOUZ.
Now, once again, neat and tidy, well organized, well executed as usual.
This is now 10 of the last 12 rounds of play, all with MOUZ's names written on them.
We'll get into the first rifle round for a real chance for Mongols to respond. And back in CSGO, 5 rounds wasn't even really a lead. These days, it's the end of the world.
Terrorists win.
Oh, just the perfect scout shot. 99 damage.
Yeah, that's how that feels. It's kicking in.
That's a weird looking dog.
First gun round, and potentially one of the few gun rounds that the Mongols will get to put on display here for Mirage.
The thing they can't have.
Yeah, isn't that kind of rough? Shouldn't we take the trophy away for the third, fourth game? Or maybe get a really tiny
wouldn't
one.
you love to have that?
A little tiny trophy for the
Maybe.
decider match from now on.
Maybe next year.
Caught on the climb up, Cobra Zera has been effectively countered this game. This guy still has 2 kills.
Yeah, this is becoming a nightmare.
2 kills. You know, I was saying maybe if he can tap back into that breakout performance, we'll be Rookie of the Year. Well, he's feeling like an absolute shell of himself in contrast to the quarterfinals. Nade goes top middle. Xerxin is fine with that one. He can deal with 30 damage. Get MOUZ moving majority over towards A with an execute being set up. That's not what they wanted to throw.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Not familiar with that one. Xerxin doesn't waste a bullet to the headshot on 910, so now you're going to draw the connector player into the Xerxin duel, which really softens up this A site nicely for what is very much a MOUZ camp getting ready to pounce. And if they can pounce without being expected, it's going to go even better for them, barring a heroic moment out of MZinho. His singular kill is going to force Blitz to come running back over in the face of players that are already on the brink of the bomb site itself. Spinks collects the kill. One more chance here for the Mongols to move a player over, but Techno 4K is met by utility, and you are playing versus a very focused, very sharp-looking MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, everything you can say that's good about Mongols, you could say the same thing about MOUZ. They can keep up on every front, and yeah, now they're looking like a two-way team here on T side. We salt in the wound if Techno got caught off guard on timing. There is some space inside of the window, but he didn't see anything. Oh, Torzi from the side.
Yes, sir.
Bad goes to worse.
Really starting to feel like Jimmy wasn't just, speaking for the sake of it in that pregame interview. He said he's got a good feeling about today. They're coming in sharp, they're coming in focused, they're coming in ready to win this one and not have to go through that, embarrassment of losing the decider game. So, feels like he's putting action behind those words. MOUZ looking untouchable. Like we said, few opportunities for guns on this CT side at the moment. Mongols back at it. We've got a FAMAS on the field. We've got very limited utility. And yet still 910 finds the headshot onto Xerxin. So a man advantage could help in a round that's otherwise a disadvantageous spot for Mongols.
It is in fact a great find. And you didn't even have to run out a connector or push off a cat. You're out of there scot-free. Ooh, awkward. Jimmy could see ahead, covered just barely by that stairs peak. Surely this one doesn't go wrong. This is going to take a multi-kill entry to just guarantee their spot. The CTs are still scouring, and there's Cobra, third kill of the map, but a really important moment.
Timing just missed by Spinks. It's going to be a slow burn from Spinks if they really think they can get into this bomb site. It's very well stacked by the Mongols. That's going to confirm it. Here we go. Mongols making this one happen, and not just by scrapping their way through it, but an actual round of dominance out of the Mongol CT side. Question is it too late? 11-6 secured. All right. Mongols going to give themselves the best chance. 9-10's going to find an op save for him. And so a bit of a freebie here to try to build up the Mongols. It's now or it's never.
5 alive. They get the first kill easily inside of middle. Yeah, 9-10's blind. He's within that smoke inside of window, but a lot of the duels that are taking place are starting this way. And the fact is, no matter how, if you want to model yourself after another team, like one of these tier 1 teams, and you go and watch the demos and try to do that, you're going to see lots of crazy kills that happens. It's actually just a huge part of the game. Individual moments of timing. Smoke spams. Oh, and this one has nothing to do with luck. This is a positioning kill here for Blitz.
Almost missed that. Amazingly. Ramp player does just inch its way out though, and with the Palace utility, that's going to serve up a distraction for MZ. Spinks just trying to look for that chance to strike, dodges the flash that comes through, and then is ready for the peek out of MZ. Now that execute comes over top, utility in the middle. Good headshot from CobraZera, his 4th frag of the map. But it comes at a critical moment, because still you could fight for this A site even if you let MOUZ's boots onto the ground. They've crossed over with bomb, and no ticket challenge to stop that. Blitz is inching his way upwards. Spinks looking for another fight. It is headshots out of Spinks here in round 18. CobraZera, though, his counterpart returns the favor. Smoke grenade onto default as the wallbang comes through. Jimmy barely still standing.
Or is he going to change his angle?
Sitting and waiting for that top stairs play. Jimmy, it's a knife out. And an op up in that smoke. Jimmy starts to spray back, and now 9-10's got to piece together the 1v2. Pistols out, and he'll manage the first one. A swap to the AK, but it's empty.
Sabotage.
Done with it. Torsi gets the clutch instead, running him down, and MOUZ will have 6 map points.
And it's, CobraZera now, he's looking more alive, but yeah, this is officially looking too late. And even with his impact on this round, a 3v5 victory for MOUZ. They look to give Mongols a little hope with their 5 alive round and then instantly take it away. At least for the Mongols, they come in with an op, everything that they really need to win. Brought to you by that max loss bonus and keeping 5 alive.
What do you think Mara is thinking?
I feel like he's just perfectly zen right now. Yeah.
Just riding this one out.
Deston said that. He said, like, I'm a very serious talker. Sometimes I'm too strict when it comes to practice, but when the match starts, I'm extremely chill. That's what he said. He said, once the game's live, it's all onto the players, and it's not about criticisms or anything like that.
Yeah, what value do you really get out of kind of adding fuel to the fire in this one? Mongols still with a bit of heat. Nice shot, Zershin. Back in with another headshot, his 12th frag, and in with quick timing too, but it's... Oh! That's so nasty.
No, don't let him get away with another one.
Oh, 9-10 suddenly a little bit scared. Zershin looking to spin around and get that. And obviously MOUZ finding that kill as the rotator came towards Murder Hole knows they've got open routes towards B, into the corner. Brolin goes deep, and so it's clutch for MZ. 45 health versus 2. Bomb on the site, and they're ready for the swing. MOUZ with a masterclass shutdown of the Mongols here on Mirage. not looking for back-to-back losses in these third-place decider games. This one sends a message to the Mongols that if you want these VRS points off our back, come and get them.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Yesterday during the semi-finals, we saw an inspired Mirage from the Mongols up against Vitality. That inspiration a little bit lacking today. It felt like MOUZ kind of had their number from the get-go, shut it right down and said, no dancing, no playing, you don't get to control the pace, we're doing this the whole way through.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the Mongols didn't show up in the same fashion we saw yesterday versus Vitality. I think that would only be fair to say. On the other hand, we also got to give a lot of credit to MOUZ for coming in being, dare I say, laser-focused, playing a very clinical game of Counter-Strike, showing up in spades. We had different players at different moments in the game, really being the spearhead for MOUZ. We had Torsi early on, we had Roland, we had a lot of the players coming in and doing a good job for MOUZ. So, in its essence, Dust a little bit disappointed in the Mongols, sure. It's more so that I saw yesterday how well they can play, and today so far, they haven't been able to replicate that.
Yeah, 3-0 start, and that was about it. I mean, from there onward, MOUZ really dominated the rest of the game, and it kind of comes down to what we were setting up in the pregame, where you kind of have MongolZ that represents the unstoppable force on Mirage at times, who can just play this really fast-paced style, that is very controlled but still very chaotic. And then you have a team like MOUZ Sports, who's the immovable object, who's a team that's going to disrupt you, who's going to not give you a whole lot of space, try to suffocate you across the map and be disruptive. And that's exactly what they were able to do. You know, it was MOUZ winning that duel ultimately, where they were able to really slow MongolZ down, not give them a lot of free space. They were able to get a lot of opening picks. You know, torzsi was very mobile across the map. Their rotators played effectively. And yeah, just generally speaking, you know, this is a MOUZ Sports team that, you know, Mirage was a vulnerability for them for a while, in my opinion, coming into this year, just because of how bad their T-sides were. But we've seen them improve their T-sides to a degree. In this game, they didn't need it very much, if we're honest, but enough to get the job done is my point. So we're starting to see, you know, maybe Mirage is beginning to emerge a little bit for MOUZ Sports.
Do you think Mirage is emerging for MOUZ Sports, or do you think they just had a really good first half?
I think it's a bit of both. I definitely get where Dust is coming from, and I think MOUZ overall has always been a decent team when it comes to Mirage. Even when they were, you know, peaking, one of the maps that they would always bring into the matchup versus Vitality was Mirage. So that gives you a bit of a sense of how good they think they are themselves on a map like Mirage. So I think it's a bit of both. It also kind of aligns with what we know about MOUZ, a team that under normal circumstances, they're excellent at beating teams below them, right? That's always been the case. I know the PARIVISION loss was a bit of an upset in that regard. Maybe we're underestimating PARIVISION, but MOUZ have a bit of a habit, and that's why they're so consistent as they are, of always beating teams beneath them. And the MongolZ are still a team beneath them. Brolan individually had a great game, read the game well, you know, off to a bit of a slow start, as you can see here, but then he stepped it up massively. And there's different ways of getting a lot of kills on the server, right? When you have 3-4 rounds where you're getting triple kills, multi-kills, you're almost single-handed winning rounds. So for Brolan to have that kind of impact as an in-game leader is also a big part of the reason as to why MOUZ were as strong as they were. So credit to the in-game leader, Brolan, who overall I think has been having a pretty good tournament, apart from the one game against PARIVISION.
Yeah, just a solid A anchor for this team defensively, right? I mean, you know, you have guys like Xerxes and Spinks who are moving around a lot. You know that torzsi likes to make waves across the map, and it's about how does Brolan handle the ripple effects of that to move around the aggression. And it's just him being able to lock down at ticket booth, lock down inside the site, assist in the connector when need be. And just, you know, it's unlike some IGLs where you kind of stick him in an anchor role and you kind of just hope for the best. This is a guy who can actually have impact throughout the game. And we've increasingly seen throughout this tournament where Brolan not only doing well in his CT spots, but he's also come in and done some really good entry work. You know, we kind of harked on how MOUZ have kind of struggled in the entry department, how Xerxes not been quite as effective of an entry as he used to be. But Brolan's trying to come in there and make some things happen in his own right. And often cases, he's done pretty well at it, to be honest, for an IGL. So yeah, MOUZ just showing you that, as you noted, they are still a team that, yeah, maybe they're not lifting a whole bunch of trophies, but they still always sit in that top 5. And the way that they do it is by making sure that they don't let someone come up and get them.
I always love this. The conversation around MOUZ has been they're not lifting enough trophies, but before that it was also, oh, they don't really have a star player. But when these players are activated and all of them are performing well, MOUZ is a world-class team.
Yeah, without a doubt, we've seen that over and over again. We saw Brolan obviously having moments in this game. We had torzsi as well doing a good job, despite maybe not being the most likable guy inside this arena right now. I think he's been held up to his own and did a good performance overall. Again, different way, right? We saw in Brolan, that was a lot of triple kills, a lot of multi-kills. torzsi came in and just consistently got an output pretty much every single round on that CT side. Moving around, playing proactive Counter-Strike, involved in a lot of the stuff. So in terms of the impact he found, especially in the first half, torzsi did an excellent job.
Yeah, again, he is kind of one of the trademarks of this dynamic defense that MOUZ like to run. You know, he's an operator that is very forward. You know, he's very aggressive. He's not just some guy who's going to sit back and hold lines. He's going to be, you know, akin to a MongolZ or a Maladoy in the sense that he's going to be looking for action, looking to take forward angles, looking to take aggressive swings. And he's also a guy that's not half bad with the rifle in his hands either for an opper. So again, I think that this is just trademark torzsi. You know, back when he was peaking the first season of last year and they were rivaling, you know, Vitality and always making those second place finishes and making those deep runs, I thought torzsi was one of the most impactful oppers in the game at the time. You know, a lot of people were like, yeah, Zivu's number 1, MongolZ's number 2, Shiro was definitely in the top 5. I really thought torzsi made a name for himself in a similar regard. Kind of cooled off the second half of the year. Good to see him fire back up here in a tournament like this.
So our energy in the pregame was very high because we were expecting MongolZ to come in with this high-paced energy as well. Obviously, very quickly shut down by MOUZ. Do we continue in the slow, methodical game as we move to MOUZ's map pick, and do they just very slowly pick away at the MongolZ and claim that 3rd place?
I mean, not necessarily, but I do think that's what we're looking into right now. A MOUZ that is in control, a MOUZ that is obviously the heavy favorites to win this matchup. Inferno is, again, a map that the MongolZ can play, and it's definitely a map that MOUZ have shown weaknesses on from time to time, so I'm not going to say that they don't stand a chance, but we'd need to see an awful lot more coming out from the MongolZ. We need to see them get off to a good start, just like we saw on Mirage, but then convert on it, you know, and build on it, and continue to apply a bit of pressure from that T side of the Mongols. I think CT side-wise as well, you know, Banana, it's the never-ending record, I guess, Dust. It's always going to be very important. I will say that Exertion have had a decent tournament, specifically on Banana, together with Roland, so I think that's not necessarily the area where I think they're going to win out. So I'm more curious to how much Mcinho can get done towards the A-bomb side. How well is he going to play that anchor role? He's also had a bit of a habit of sometimes finding space in apartments, you know, and pushing in and figuring out, okay, there's no player up here, so either it's going to be a mid-take or they're heading towards the B-bomb side. So I think Mcinho, specifically CT side rating, you see it right here, not having a great time, but in terms of gathering info, I think he's going to be a vital playmaker for the Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, Mongols have really struggled in the post-Senzu era on this map in particular, and it was kind of a 50-50 map for them in the past anyway. Meanwhile, this is one of the two maps next to Overpass where MOUZ have actually been able to find consistent success. They've done pretty well on this map throughout, and it's because I think they're just so effective across the map. This is one of the T sides that actually do have some strength behind it. You know, you mentioned the Xerxes Brawl and banana control element, but this is also a map where you can see Jimmy find like really cool timings on balcony to take out people, and you mentioned Mizzino as the anchor who's going to have to kind of deal with that a little bit. They're just good at split pressure and then gathering up together and making things happen, and I think a lot of what Mongols are going to have to do to try to make something happen here is, one, unsettle Banana. Don't let Xerxes and Brawl have it for free. Don't let them have a field day there, and also just, you know, try to limit the space that MOUZ have to work with. I think that's really the biggest hope that they're going to have in this one.
I think Inferno is a map that kind of quantifies what MOUZ is all about, right? Because as you said, there's no weakness when you look at that lineup. There's always good players in all the good positions, and you'd say Exertion and Boland, they're doing one hell of a job taking banana control. Spinks finds an awful lot of impact. Torsi is okay with the rifle as well, which is needed on Inferno. And as you said, Jimfed, he feels comfortable on Inferno. The thing is, they don't have that X factor. They don't have that extra guy going out, and sometimes maybe that should be Jorsey, where a guy like Molodoi, where a guy like Monesi, they have a bit of a habit of changing the tide of the game. So if anything, I think Inferno is a map that just capsulates what MOUZ is all about. Very solid foundation, no weaknesses, but then sometimes need that extra flair, which goes into the conversation as to why they're not winning trophies, but why they're always stable and usually beat teams on their own level or beneath them.
So you're saying no weaknesses, or are there some holes that you've been able to spot?
I don't think there's a clear-cut weakness at all, to be completely honest, and then it's up to Mongols to apply enough pressure to maybe shake MOUZ a little bit. You could also argue that you are MOUZ now, you got off to such a good start on Mirage, you know, maybe you lose a bit of focus, maybe you thought, oh, that was easy, so Inferno's gotta be easy as well. We see that tendency sometimes when you're winning your opponent's map pick, then you go into the second map, maybe you're not laser focused from the get-go, and that could be a way into the game, but as you can hear right now, I'm stretching, you know. It's a bit far-fetched, and that's where I feel like we're at right now. The Mongols are the underdogs, MOUZ are the heavy favorites, and it would take an awful lot of a performance coming out for the Mongols in order to change that.
I mean, I think in the first half it comes down to Mongols having to drag MOUZ into deep waters. You know, when MOUZ gets comfortable and they're able to get some initial map control, this is one of the T sides where they can actually feel pretty confident taking sites together. But if you can disrupt them and force them to have to make some tough mid-rounding decisions or some tough late-round moments, that's where maybe you can limit their impact attacking. And then when Mongols get on their offense, just play the same type of Counter-Strike that we know you for, being very pacey, in your face, very explosive. This is a team that, for me, is really good at early half, giving you a lot of aggression, but then using that later in the half to kind of condition you and throw some fakes and feints and some creative little plays that can get them rounds on the board. So I think as long as they can just do enough on the CT side to give themselves a chance, I've actually really enjoyed watching some of their T sides lately on this map, despite the results not always being there.
MOUZ versus Mongols, and it looks like MOUZ might be able to close this out 2-0. They'll be happy with a third place if that does happen, but probably are going to kick themselves about that PARIVISION loss for a considerable time to come, because that should never have happened, really.
No, it shouldn't, you know, and you're right in saying that they're obviously disappointed, but then again, how much are we underestimating PARIVISION? Let's see what they can do against Vitality later on in that grand final. Maybe we just have to accept the fact that PARIVISION is a new team that is in contention to be a stable top 5 team that could cause issues for the likes of MOUZ, Falcons, you name it, which they've done so far in this tournament by knocking them both out. So in that regard, I don't think MOUZ is too upset about it, and if anything, I think we always have to remind ourselves about that as well. Counter-Strike is moving very, very fast. In a week's time, we're going to be at another tournament. In 2 weeks' time, it's going to be another tournament. So there's always a bounce back to happen, but obviously it starts right here for MOUZ. If you can win this game 2-0, then hopefully you're coming into the next tournament still with a bit of confidence in the tank.
We'll still always be talking about MOUZ in the semi-finals. We're just waiting for them to make a grand final. Grand finals are my favorite. It's grand final day here. The crowd has been absolutely incredible. And obviously we're also looking ahead to the rest of the year. There are a lot of tournaments, but I think the one that we're all putting a giant highlight on, of course, is the major at the end of the year in Singapore. Don't forget that you can actually register now for pre-sale access, which means the moment those tickets are available, you will be one of the first people that will be notified. You can go and buy.
And I will almost guarantee you that both MOUZ and the MongolZ by that time, even though that it's, what, 7-8 months out by now, they're going to be at that major dust.
Hey, in East Asia, it was MongolZ making the first time a team from that region made a major playoff. That was, of course, a Shanghai major, the first major in Asia. We're going to get to go back in Singapore, and I'm sure the Horde and company over there will be excited to see that happen again.
I like how we've just jumped all the way to the end of the year. It's only the start. We've only seen 2 trophies lifted today, a third. Let's find out, though, who is going to take that third place now.
Yeah, no trophies for this one, unfortunately, for MOUZ and MongolZ. But as you've said at Desk, plenty to look forward to, Launders. And I think if you're the MongolZ, you're looking forward to getting the hell off this stage after that first game, because it didn't go well, didn't really feel as lively as I think they would have wanted.
Yeah, a lot of their series rests on Mirage.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
And we know, like, MOUZ these days on Inferno, obviously, back in the day, if you want to jump time, the conversation was that the MongolZ only won Inferno, but it's been a long time since then. So their toughest test is probably coming up right now. And so far, at least, if there's one glimmer of hope, it's the fact that CobraZero in the last couple rounds started to get his aim back on.
Yeah, he kind of, we said it before, right? As games go on and as they get more intense and more competitive, sometimes we do get to see better versions of CobraZero. Well, the last game didn't get competitive, so we didn't quite get to see him tap back into it. Let's give him a little more runway. Potentially one last map for us here, Cluj, here in the third decider. So let's see what MOUZ can make of it. Whether MongolZ give us fireworks. Techno 4K, gonna put those Berettas to work, but it's very swiftly MOUZ to cut the original defenders down to size. 910 tries to get creative, but no Hail Mary USP shots land. They body block standing on Spinx's head. No frag grenade either. That's what they were looking to body block. And so with utility not a part of this retake, the MongolZ are gonna have to wait out smokes or just walk right through them, which would feel a little crazy. You're gonna execute Jimmy. Spinx whips back around. 910 also popped, and that's some clean block shots out of Spinx. You now suddenly know Blitz is stuck on Banana, and he's going to leave his teammates dead on the ground. It is MOUZ with a T-side pistol win.
Even though Cobra's been, so good for the MongolZ, I feel like their pistol round wins is almost always Techno getting 2 kills. And like right here, he had the dualies in a great spot. The counter flashes were actually very well timed, and he had about 2 or 3 seconds of spam to really lock down the site. But MOUZ's comfort is going to show in Inferno, and I think that's going to make the difference in these split-second gunfights, or just that one moment of denying 2 trades from happening. That's where I think MOUZ are really going to pull ahead. And this is a great round from Spinx to show off exactly what he can do.
I think that's an element of the MOUZ gameplay that we've been seeing all week long on Inferno. Certainly is where confidence starts to kind of boil over a little bit. I think a guy like even Torji, who usually kind of limited with the ops on a map like this, he kind of gets freed up to go for those mid picks a little more often. And then you can't talk about MOUZ on Inferno without having a discussion about Xertion being kind of the ace in the hole when it comes to running down Banana. In the hole of the sleeve, wherever you hide aces.
Ace in the hole of the sleeve, yeah, it works. Flash tactic set up, but that's just to get Techno to escape. They call out a spot here on sandbags. It's kind of round where I don't even think they really need to scout. They just need to find out that at least there's 2 guys on one side of the map. Then they know they have very unfair fights on the other.
How crazy does Techno want to get with this? Hanging onto the half wall, doesn't make a move off that teammate's flash, but Xertion was blind. He's just probably going to be covered the entire time. MP7 getting 1 towards the arch side, kind of queuing up the split into the B site. Smoke in front of Banana, though. They could try to charge through. That 5-7's about to go empty. Xertion knows it. Worst case, maybe he has to get traded out, but now with Torji inside of the little pit, it is all too easy for MOUZ to follow through into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they did go to the extra length here. They had Brolin throw a fake by himself over towards Arch, got us 1 kill at the very least, but you just see how flawless it is overall in the movement. Insertion getting on top of the logs, avoiding the HE, moving forward the whole time, unscathed. And I'd love to know how much the Mongols really believe, because the fans still really believe in them.
There's rounds on Mirage that had a bit of fight in them, but we expect that fight to slowly dissipate throughout Inferno. Again, MOUZ are going to give us a reminder as to why you see them on these stages so often. And yes, maybe when the lights are at their brightest, they have shortcomings, but God forbid they lose in these decider games 2 events in a row.
Yeah. Rounds like this are built on great deagle shots.
And well-placed grenades. We're 1 for 2. And P9 gets a bit of chip damage there on Jimmy. That's going to send the Mongols back through the apartments for the most part. Seeing Jimmy on that crawl up, they'll give him some real estate.
I don't like that. Once again, we're not really seeing a greater idea here for the Mongols. Like, they've taken overhauls control, but they're really hoping for a default that results in a mistake from MOUZ, but MOUZ have full car control. And at least one push, a small lead here for CobraZera if things take too much time. You know, I say all that, but they've actually made quite a formation here. They've got the exit blocked off. They've got a 3rd rotation into B. They aren't truly worried about A at all at this point. But we're about to see a full exec into the site.
Another smoke goes down from Blitz as well in front of this execute at 30 seconds. CobraZera lets them know, though, they are boxed in, and both teams know it. They'll try to barrel their way through. We said the frag grenades landed. We needed some nice deep shots. There's one from 9-10. And here's your answer back. 3 kills flood into the kill feed to the MOUZ favor. Make it 5 uninterrupted kills, even with the squeeze. MOUZ don't give a damn.
That's just raw confidence. Like, you see someone on the flank in that timing, and you know that there's maybe going to be 1 or 2 guys there, but you also know you're running into a stack, that the information is in the hand of the Mongols. They still go forward the full exact. They just don't believe they can lose. I think she just likes oppers.
Can you blame him? Bigger the gun, the better. MP7 here for Brolin. And another early look towards Banana. Hiding in the corner was Blitz. You're not getting out of here, buddy. If they swing that wall, you're on your own. Tries to go off the frag grenade. No support for Blitz. It's a 5v4 easy for MOUZ. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I think CobraZera could take out 100 chickens. The fans would still be on his side. It's not an invitation, though. And again, man, just not. It's looking a little dead communication-wise. MOUZ are waiting for something to happen because something should happen.
Right, and then it's not, so then they'll just be allowed to play the round as they choose. Although, they do walk their way into the 9-10 AWP up in the apartments. Quick reposition from him over to Arch.
Just that it's Jimmy, so they might really think that this was a lurk and a fake, or that it has nothing to do with the exact. And they'll start to move over now.
Here come.
They're not really guarding the lane smoke.
Everybody else inbound. Mzinho's going to blow Brolin out of the round. Good hold coming together, as Spinks can't really get it going out through balcony just yet. He rattles a bullet off. They'll know damn well about him. And then that 3rd piece is soon to be added to the defense. CobraZera making his move in, and there's no immediate follow-through for MOUZ. They're willing to just let this round go. Mongols will pick one up in the 4th.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, 2 guys there, and 9-10 has 1 deep angle. And even though they don't rotate off of the first kill because it is Jimmy, it's carefully done by MOUZ. Mzinho plays his spot well. They have to run through with smoke with the amount of time left over. And so Mongols keep it calm.
comes in, and we thought maybe that passiveness from MongolZ would cost them another round, but you step into the scope, you set them up nicely, A defense holds strong. MongolZ have something to build off. Blitz again though, just getting neutered by this utility, down to 64 health, a 0 and 4 start for him.
They really wanted to dissuade anybody from getting that far up to throw a grenade, but Xerxia knows exactly where the edges of the cards are.
Flash going through this. Flash is making it awkward for Blitz. Oh, but he regains vision just in time. Gun's empty. Good trade forced by MOUZ. They try to go one further, and Techno's still here to duel with you. 14 HP makes the difference on that one. Jimmy's starting to take a look into this A site, and it's not an op to hold him back this time. Get this Jimmy Mzinho duel queued up. Opper holding short side instead.
You once again have some nice complementary spots between these two. As long as Halls is covered, 9-10 is really open here. As long as they don't smoke out middle, he doesn't have anything to worry about on Arch. And they find out that MOUZ are poking. This is going to kill the clock a little bit.
Jimmy shows his hand. All of a sudden, 9-10's op, queued up for another solid hold. They smoke his angle off.
Crazy, 30 seconds and they're smoking off lane. They aren't even in a position to take Arch. So they're trying to get the CTs to reform.
Jimmy back towards the balcony. 9-10's gonna take up a more passive position here in pit. 2 anchoring inside of the pit, but still there's a hesitation from the MongolZ to rotate over and a missed opportunity for 9-10. They're gonna close that gap to the blue truck. Still don't know about this second pit player. That's 0 for 2 in the op shots here for 9-10. Rotate starts to move over through the library.
No.
Third whiff shot is going to open the door for the bomb plant. Here's CobraZero to try to gun it down. Torji pops up, bested by the pistol. A lot of whiffs out of 9-10 this round, but it's a round for the MongolZ regardless.
He was really tracking those slowly and still missing them, so let it get close. But it does speak to how reinforced the setup was towards lane. And he is a work of art. I mean, even when the smoke came out on towards lane, they knew with the amount of time left over, like they watched it and they had opportunities to stop that kind of play, even if they missed a couple of chances. So if anything, I mean, MongolZ are winning off of the clock in these past couple, putting the right amount of pressure on the map, enough to slow MOUZ down. They seem very tentative about just trying to take the A site. And as we've seen, they love their kill inside of Halls, but they're not getting it.
Activity out of Blitz, freed up from the corners of Banana to go down into the logs duels. It's a good look for the MongolZ to get that active. It's going to elicit utility out of MOUZ as they're smoked off, unsure as to whether, again, Blitz is going to get that frisky. Obviously, we can see total contrast. Inside of the B bomb site sit the MongolZ.
I'd be more critical of a position like this if they hadn't won from this spot a couple of times now, especially, again, if MOUZ don't want to make this a B play. MongolZ have shown that they're pretty comfortable and good at handling these spots. Not sure if he can afford more 9-10 misses, but for the time being, he's got 2 rifles really ready to hold an A.
Eating flashes as he tries to close that distance. We hit 40 seconds and everybody's ready to go for MOUZ. See if 9-10 hits the shot but doesn't get the lethal kill till the second bullet goes out. They're gonna try to chase him down. Little pre-fire clear here from Spinks, and Cobra gets traded. Mzinho head tucked in the bomb site, pops up surrounded and can't manage to hold anybody back, so MOUZ are finally able to knock down the door inside of the A play. Majority alive in the post plant. And now we get the retake attempt coming through from Techno. 46 health to find these last 2, and they are just layered up, waiting for his arrival.
Have at it. I mean, Torchi's got a smoke, but he's not going to use it, it looks like.
Spinks playing counter flash, just in case Techno has one. That's not the case. It's a tough one to get into. Spink starts to consider the other direction, and Torji will not waste this moment. MOUZ will find their 4th round on the attack. It's a couple strong defensive moments from the Mongols, but that 3rd attempt into A goes MOUZ's way.
And you could give 9-10 half points for hitting a shot, but it goes through the wall, doesn't get the kill, and then he has to take a 2nd shot on the same guy, and it's the next guy that trades. If not for that, a little bit more delay of timing, Xerxin won't be able to get the spin around kill towards Arts. The rotators have a little bit more time to get over there. So it's a close call, but MOUZ will be proud of themselves. I think they stare their demon right in the face, and that's winning a round on a full A exec.
Xerxin right here on the brink, taking no damage until the techno headshots come through. Feeling like he had more room to work with. Brolin down to half health as well, so kind of winning the utility fight this time, Mongols.
Yeah, definitely. They'll even establish with their smoke, shove them back into this longer round, which is the recipe for success for them. Oh, I think 9-10 saw something. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh. Over the top of that one. Now you start to look at those low health bars on the side of the Mongols and you wonder, where did their advantage go?
I think you heard him dropping a bit.
Damn, Cobra just got hit hard as well. There's a few liabilities this round for the Mongols. Here comes the swing out from Spinks, denied. Torzi gets the one back towards Blitz, and Zinho wants to be the hero.
Oh, okay.
Triple kill. The player who had the most health in that situation. Brolin, though, hang on.
Does he know about Pit? Okay.
Now he does.
Oh, now he does. Big time.
And remember, it's low HP for Zinho now. That's the 2nd one here for Brolin. Another smoke goes through, but they test the limits. He's got his chance, and he clutches.
Another clutch for Brolin.
Robs this one back from the Mongols, bottoms out their economy, and really robs away any chance at early CT momentum.
It's crazy how often Brolin can be a random opening fragger, an entry fragger on Banana, and then also come through the clutch. Again, pulling that off from Ticket back on Mirage. Another one in the books for him. And it's such a good hold. I mean, Famas is doing this level of work. Oh.
It's a valiant effort from Zinho, but now show their teeth in round 7. Swipe away the cash. And another massive advantage. Frag grenade that lands well on Blitz. He's having a tough go of it defending this B bomb site. Doesn't even get to see a MOUZ player. 2 nades upside the head. His Desert Eagle hits the ground with nothing to show for it. Cobra Ceres 5-7.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, it's just artillery.
With just a, and that's why they come into Inferno, man. Like, if you're gonna have one big advantage, it's gonna be off your prep and utility, and that's something MOUZ have in spades.
Feels like in the face of all opposition, we've been singing their praise for the utility on this map specifically while in Cluj. It's been a good week of Inferno showings out of MOUZ, and this one just added to the pile. Cobrazera at least freed up to get a little crazy if he wants to, but he'll decide to just keep waiting.
Gonna, I guess, just try to honeypot this and hope that MOUZ go forward the same exec they did last time. However, with the amount of time left over, we see Brolin searching A, not seeing a soul, no one in Cubby, and everyone's gonna start to come back.
Yeah, why play that risk if you don't have to? I mean, we have seen them get boxed in and still be able to fight their way out. Can't take that. Okay.
That's fun. That's not a good Cobra, so they know that there's at least one more over here. He's got a gun to save.
AK-47 to be held on to. That's what the Mongols have earned by stacking inside of the B site, but 6-2 lead MOUZ.
On Inferno. There wouldn't be any saving on cash. Not that many cash fans either. heard some clapping and I was going to say, oh, still some respect in this arena for MOUZ, but always going up against it. Wow, getting ahead of it early.
To be fair, it's pretty good. Use it while you can.
They just met. They're both married.
Nobody brave.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
It's the helmets, you know, it's just gets in the way.
Clank.
Another attempt for the Mongols, well equipped at least. Let's see what they're up to again towards Banana. It ain't easy holding back MOUZ when it comes to this half of the map. Blitz gonna try his hand at it again on the hunt for his second frag so far on the CT side. Nades go a little too deep, so they've seen much worse damage, Mongols. This one easy to stomach in comparison to some of the previous rounds.
Oh, it's 9-10 to take the tag.
Mongols opera down to 15 health. MOUZ happy to take over control of Banana as well.
It's weird because it feels like this one was supposed to move a bit more quickly, but they haven't collected the bomb just yet. Jimmy just waiting for his moment. I mean, 9-10's got a watchful eye on it, but we can already see that this one's not ending on A.
MOUZ have been so constant and kind of making themselves feel bigger than they are over towards the A site. And that constant looming threat to come back to it as well, right? That looming threat that we start to see piece together here in round 9 as well.
This kind of works out actually. But they found themselves now versus 2 on the site, 9-10 low, even though he's got this op. Our trap with 20 seconds is ambitious.
Pretty crazy. Cobra say,
oh my
That's
goodness.
a window of opportunity. Mzinho tries to get into the cover. Here comes that library peak.
Time is a
8 seconds
problem.
on the clock. Bomb's gotta go, and 9-10 drops it in the process. You're not gonna win this round, MOUZ. You played a dangerous game with that clock, and you pay the price. Anybody dying after time? Not by the looks of it. Op held on to, but that Cobra Zera peak, when he left Arch, you're thinking, oh God, they've got it. But then he does get in on time, distracts them, and serves up enough of a window for 9-10 to drop the bomb.
It's kind of just not great calling in some moments here from Brolin, because, I mean, rounds coming down to the clock, when you're winning this many rounds, and the rounds you win look good, the fact that you're even letting it get close, Mongols are almost never putting pressure back on bracket. They're not playing with the man advantage into these positions, so, you know. Oh, before he finds a pickoff, he will not be able to take a look into the halls, Cobra Zera. Oh, that's a nice one back, though.
Doing what you got to.
But it's like any team in that spot, you have bracket control 20 seconds. Like, even if you feel like going lane isn't the best idea, it's kind of the only one. They try to play it Na'Vi style.
Mzinho's ahead of this one. MOUZ didn't test short side last round, but that was the way to go with the low health 9-10. Oh, Jimmy's right there with it. 9-10 to the corners, not going to be able to escape Spinks. And Torzy takes a look at the bomb site. Techno could go unnoticed.
Yeah, that's very possible.
It sounded like he is. Yeah, nobody's checking this. He's got a back turn. Opera drops in. Beautiful sequence here from Techno. Oh, Spinks, though, climbs onto the box, finds his, and now queues up the clutch versus Blitz. Fire's going to prevent Blitz's play. There's the peak. Spinks whips it. Blitz plays cover. Woo. Good on him to get into that cover, give himself the best possible fight at a duel. Not bad for a guy that was 1-8 before he wins that clutch.
No kidding. I was just looking at Jimmy at 1-7 go, oh man, that kill. The last time he got a kill, they won a round off it. Obviously so valuable as a Halls lurker. But it starts at 5v4, an early answer back for once here for the Mongols, and once again, another close on A. Mini pit goes unchecked, great shooting here for Techno.
Very patient, just the right amount of patience, obviously forced to pull the trigger when the opper drops on him. How many players would have whipped around and lost that second kill, but
yeah, totally.
Very clean rifle play from Techno.
Turn on a dime.
By God, they've done it. They've put the economy of MOUZ under pressure. We've got Tech-9s for the majority, AK here for Torji.
Once again, really obsessed with making it work on the A site. This one has to move faster. You see the guns are low, but there's no one in pit for the time being. And we've seen that MongolZ, they do transpose into the double pit setup. They get ready in time.
They're getting ahead of this just in time. Zinho doesn't like that close look. Dodging flashes, MAC-10 slams into him. Down they go. It's just a simplified balcony commitment out from MOUZ, and the setup for the Mongols not ready. So you will fall victim to the lesser guns. MOUZ showing us a bit of prowess with just the timing and that hack play, right? They move out as a unit. That utility makes it so uncomfortable to hold it back. MOUZ earn a 7th.
You have perfect spacing like that. It comes down to, do you want to dodge the flash, or do you want to take the first fight and get blinded, but risk not seeing anybody at all? And MZinho took the first option, avoided the flash, but had no way to peek back up and see 3 guys popping out. It's just a perfect moment here for MOUZ, and it goes to show, like, they've been waiting a little too long for basically the same players in the same positions on the same site.
Wow. See ya.
Oh.
Brolin gonna remind him who's boss as we get MOUZ on the brink of an 8-4 T side within their map pick.
Full control.
I think that one's also going to kind of free MOUZ up as this game goes on a little bit. You know, you're starting to let Mongols rack up a couple rounds. You're trying to get complicated with the last 10 seconds of play. What do you do this time? You just storm that bomb site. You take it with ease, and you kind of flex your individual level in this one. It almost felt like as this game gone on, Mongols had earned a bit of respect, but this last round is MOUZ to just slap him upside the head again. Single Famas tries to make a move into the apartment.
All flash.
Being set up nicely. This forward peek's been found out. That's 2 bodies confirmed by Jimmy. Spinks really wanted to go into that second one, but MZinho didn't immediately bail and leave his team out here. Blitz just goes over to confirm players are through that smoke, dropping utility on their feet, giving himself a flash to work with, and now all of a sudden Brolin's given a chance. Slick second headshot.
Amidst the chaos, he always comes out ahead.
Good on Mongols to create that chaos, but difficult to always kind of hang on to it. You start getting a little wild, even if it's on your own terms. You make a mistake, you give Brolin a sequence like that, he gets his 2 kills, and with it, it is MOUZ who should be able to just walk this one over the line.
Yeah, really appreciate MZinho fighting for his space there in halls, because if he had just fallen back, his teammate was surely dead. So that was a selfless move for him, but he just tried to overwhelm from that point on, and that's where it just cost him 2 bodies. Jimmy and Xerxen are low, but if we have Brolin calling the right site here, that damage won't really matter. And Mongols in the final round of this half are starting to evacuate the site they need to protect. 20 seconds walking arch again, but this time it'll work.
Added smoke this time as well, just in case Cobra Zero was able to get away with the same thing. But nope. Played down to the wire. MOUZ looking to get away with it. Final round of the half, so they're going to make a move, and you're not ready for that smoke crawl from MZinho. Not a bad moment, considering he only had the 10 health to work with, but with such little HP on 2 of the 3. Molotov means MZinho can't do anything about this, not yet. And Xerxen has played this timing to perfection. If the pit player just slows it down, it's going to be easy executes. But he gets turned on by Techno, who's still working with that full health, as is Brolin. Bomb in the deep side of the bomb site's held onto here by Jimmy. And Techno, no kits. Even with the kill towards Jimmy, he's just going to try to run this down, but you've lost this. Another round added to the tally for MOUZ. 8-4 on the T side, putting yet another gap between them and the Mongols.
This team is good.
Not like first place good.
Not first place good is the thing, and that's obviously the most strugglesome part about, you know, watching them is you know what they're capable of. You can't really, you watch Vitality and you get similar scenes when it comes to MOUZ, barring, I guess, maybe more superstars. Like, they really do have things in order. The tactics are so good. There are some moments where the calling, obviously, could have got them even more rounds here. But it's so impressive how few mistakes they make, essentially. That's going to be their highlight.
Yeah, a couple rounds so far this series that we can call mistakes, right? Losing to the Pistols. It's only happened in the favor of MOUZ. One back on Mirage, another one here sprinkled into the Z side. And they're just able to storm it down. You guys ready for that grand finals? Yeah.
Bit of an appetizer here.
Just a light snack.
So let's see about that MongolZ pistol round win percentage.
Fortunately, it's the T side that doesn't do them many favors. Third worst T side pistol coming into this matchup.
Well, you got a 5v1. So, I'm really seeing a bomb plan in their future. And it's not going to be the heroic retake on mid, it's standard rotations. Xerxes blocks right in time. It's just early enough they aren't going to run through it.
Switches over to the Berettas. Here comes that pop. They go for the CT cross, and Spinks finds one through the smoke, but it's over oranges that Techno collects. He'll dive into new box. Fast rotation, though, coming through from MOUZ. 9-10 versus Torsi on the lurks. 9-10, yeah, just pulls the trigger. Knows better than to try to milk that one for more. So to hell with your stats, Pimp. MongolZ got a little fight in them on this T side. Just got to put it in, and Jimmy not able to trade it immediately. Helps out with the team kill, but it's majority alive for the MongolZ. Little fight left in them here on Inferno.
That totally keeps the game alive. Any hope of making a comeback, as you mentioned, struggling on T side, and that's the thing that happens on Dust 2 as well. That's the big thing they've got to get sorted out. Sometimes overly simplistic, and they've really changed their style a lot. I mean, sometimes they do a lot more set, full-on execs. When this team started out, we drew comparisons early on to Astralis with the way that the MongolZ played. And everyone was kind of like, hesitant to try to say something like that. Such a grand comparison to make, but they really did try to play a European style of Counter-Strike right from the jump. The first Asian team to really do that. But they've almost strayed away from that a little bit, gone for something a bit more scrappy and pack-based. Maybe the idea is to highlight the aim and individual level on this team.
Felt like that was something they kind of earned as their success was slowly built up. Counter-Strike really is a game of finding out what works best for you. And the MongolZ never doubt it. Frag for Brolin gives him food for thought. As MOUZ remain adamant about this A-lane, 4 strong in position. More utility to be picked up by Xerxes. We'll see if that deters the MongolZ commitment. It feels to me like Blitz is ready to full commit.
Smokes a massive gap.
Yikes.
Okay.
Contact section. Throws the flash out. That's going to surprise him that they're already this close, but you give them a smoke with a gap.
Well, they can bleed.
And you're going to give them the B-bomb site.
Oh,
okay.
What a shot. Just a message. Keeping that score down on Cobra. Just for the stats, so that he ends off on a good note. I want him to have a decent game, no matter how this goes.
Yeah, we're going to kind of slowly start to forget about that quarterfinals performance. For all the other games, he just gets slammed out of the server. Jordy held on to, MongolZ walk away. 2-round gap.
Yeah, that's what pistols will do.
Terrorists win.
About the same strength for MOUZ coming into this round. Only a single loss. That's a
good question. It's just with the nature of Mirage and then how flat that first half was, you start to just kind of forget about the confidence you may have started the day with for MongolZ, but pistol, conversion, an advantage in this one as well. We're looking at a one-round game if all goes well, but again, you make a couple of mistakes and MOUZ are right back in this. We'll see at what point MOUZ decide to just get brave with the little that they are fighting with in this one. Scout for Torzy, looks down middle, doesn't see anything, has to fall back, but he'll go back in for a second look. And he finds damage. That's CobraZera tagged dangerously low.
Very dangerous, you know, even not getting a kill on Inferno, but getting damage like that, especially look at the HEs still on the map. Yeah, there's gonna be more chip damage coming in. And this actually really swings the odds a bit more back into the favor of MOUZ, you know, despite the guns. Guns aren't everything on this map. It really is, are you picking the right stacks and do you have the utility? Oh, it's another tag. I mean, if they just go A though, they're good.
There's no support nearby. You've cleared it out. It's there for the taking. MongolZ still a bit hesitant though. MOUZ very far removed. They'll make that decision now to try to flank this fast. Still the MongolZ somewhat delayed. Worried that one of these corners is going to be occupied. CobraZera starting to think about going back for the mid look.
Man, really going slow at this. You can see the respect, you know, coming across the board for the MongolZ. They almost can't believe they found an open site.
Zeno's going to die, yeah. He kind of throws caution to the wind.
There's two players who are tagged, but I mean, MOUZ don't even want to try this at all.
Really?
Like, this just fortifies their economy, I guess, in a round where they don't believe they can win.
Damage on Blitz and Cobra. Could have even put a dent in the MongolZ cash flow, but all right, keep your Kevlar, hang on to your 5.7s, your dinky SMGs, or maybe just come at this and try to find the exit kills. I think that's where their pressure is going to be instead. You don't believe in winning the round, but you do still believe in punishing the MongolZ for exiting into your spawn, and this is very well put together by MOUZ.
All guns are going to want to use next round. Low HP.
Yeah, here it goes. Cost-effective move by MOUZ. And they will clear all but CobraZera. Safely tucked into Banana, still took 5 damage. Ooh, my God.
Yeah, I mean, that bomb big. So, 2 guns coming out of that, and all those players down is kind of huge progress. Chad? Is that you? CobraZera? Oh, CobraZera saved that a little. Still money left over. No op coming in for the MongolZ. It is officially a one-round game. But this is where you got to sit up straight. This is where MOUZ CT side begins.
Oh. Kicks it off with a well-placed grenade on Techno. Caught jumping up as well onto Car.
They trusted that molly.
Utility dropped in front, Sershin still hanging on. He's gonna be burned out of this corner. Yeah, can't find refuge.
That's nice.
Damn, Brolin stomping on his head.
Yeah,
we go back to the 4v4.
It'll force Binks to come and support for a little bit. Now, there's a window now where MongolZ can go and take the A site before anyone else starts to come over, but it's a small window. We see it closing.
MOUZ adding Spinks to the defense. They'll walk through to no contest. And still with ample amounts of time. Missed opportunity by Torzy. Jimmy's Galil under pressure by the util. Spinks also yet to cut anybody off of this commitment. The MongolZ hit the pause button momentarily. Torzy given a second chance, won't whip that one. And then on the corner collects another. But his teammates go down with nothing. Torzy starting to miss again, and they break through.
Okay.
That bomb site had defenders on it. We've got ourselves a tied second map.
Ooh, when they ran past Torzy and had 2 deaths, you'd think we're watching that from a winner's perspective. But 2 extra op shots that looked like they needed to be hit. Every one of his teammates went down without a kill. Very nice stuff here for the MongolZ.
Giving MOUZ something to process.
Now, they did have a very successful last round. They, I mean, kept 2 up, kept the economy afloat a little bit here for MOUZ, so. Hits are already coming into this round.
It's crazy, if you just see that round for those 2 shots, you're thinking, damn, Torji's on it. But then you see it with the 2 whiffs that kicked it all off, and you know just how close he could have been to winning that round on his own. Gotta hit them all. Blitz with no hesitation to take over Banana.
Oh, what a shot through the wall in the head.
9-10 punishes. Just
that was
flips
that.
it.
No way.
Very quick move into the bracket side as well. Torzi saw that shoulder spot, player down beneath and Jimmy. He's gonna be found out by Techno.
Nice Techno.
And no room for Torzi to come back in for the trade immediately. He's gonna try to climb up. Oh, but he catches the perfect angle. Torzi trying to make up for lost ground in the previous round. Player is down beneath him, directly under. Matt's gonna catch him off. Torzi gets killed by Techno.
Oh!
They slide through that. So far, this is a flawless T-side coming together for the Mongols.
Mzinho not getting his molly out. It felt like that was giving up too much to Torzi, who could sit inside of the apartments, but he doesn't get another kill after that. This one also rests on a knife edge, but it's going to be the Mongols to come out ahead once again. Haven't lost so far this half. Off the tack pause as well. We saw Cyclone getting involved. And I'm liking how much utility damage is coming out. The opening kill out of 9-10. These are win cons. These are the kinds of rounds, again, you're expecting MOUZ to have a greater chance of being able to pull off. They play Inferno all the time. They are the team that look forward to low buys. That's kind of scary for Cobra, man.
At least he knows the smoke put it out.
Oh, it's very scary for Cobra now.
Feels like he cannot afford to take another step into brackets. If they could only find Sershin, surely the Mongols would bank back on that confident B play they have.
They might have to blindly go into B or just blindly go into a site. They haven't won brackets over. Molly got extinguished. CTs are still here. And MOUZ are still throwing nades down B, man. This is going to be an unnerving moment for the Mongols.
Trying to size it up. Fire at the feet of Torji, forces him back. You unravel one side of this. Now Mzinho's dead. Cobra Zera is still low. And Sershin with that MP9 is going to just press it up against the smoke grenade. 30 seconds as the Mongols have collected themselves and are going to go into this execute. MOUZ are trying to scramble back over. Sershin still just trying to rack up some damage, and he'll even take the frag. Desert Eagle goes down on the push through. Low HP for 2 of the 3. Bomb carrier cut down. We were saying how mistakes weren't being made, but this round could be the first. 9-10's coverage from the top of Orange, denied, and the bomb plant with hands busy. MOUZ tie this game up immediately. 6 rounds into the CT side, they'll find their first.
That's a steal you've got to be ready for. You know, it's so well played from Xerxes. He finds a way to jump back when they're blowing the smoke open and then comes out and spams them on their exact entry route against that wall.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Just was missing one molly on the arch side. Not able to win over bracket control like they wanted to at first. That could have been the slowdown. Transposition up into the boost, Sershin, more impact.
I heard that one.
Love that. It's just a living cartoon.
Confidence in Mongols was just starting to grow here.
Mzinho Simpson.
Surely one round doesn't take all the wind out of their sails. Surely this one round won't stop what has been otherwise a pretty confident move from the Mongols.
SykeRealm looks down at his notes like he's playing chess.
You're up against Blitz, you are.
Thank you, Yoda.
Playing chess we are.
Another fast pop again, right? A little electricity here for the Mongols, but Spinks is gonna find his. You've got Cobra on the rebuttal. Nice second kill from Spinks, hovered off by Jimmy. Here's the wrap from Blitz, though. Finds the opening they need because the bomb site was holding strong and just the right utility placed at the right time too. Extra confidence for the Mongols to just sink into this post plant.
You do see so much utility here for MOUZ. This does mean that Mongols might have to play active to make sure that it becomes a 2v1, and yeah, that'll be maybe enough.
I should put MOUZ on ice.
No free frag off the nade.
Any late push through, MOUZ gonna just try to catch them off guard. Yeah, Molotovs hit the bomb site. They're coming through on this. They fluster the player backside and they play down to the wire. Oh, 9-10 keeps it clean. Making sure that this Mongols plant isn't in vain. Still a single CT round for MOUZ.
Still so much money here for MOUZ, but yeah, one gun round overall. And the only gun they've won is an eco. T-side comeback on Inferno, just when you think they're out.
Unexpected.
Of all things to happen.
Mongols just don't stop impressing. Scary too, because in previous maps this week, we've seen the Mongols kind of have great starts and then lose the ability to kind of close. Let their opponents back into games.
And again, we're watching it from the POV of the guy who's getting all the kills. It looks like it's such a good hold, but everyone else dies around him. Blitz, I think that's his. He's fighting from the bottom of the board here, but it's key moments, T-side moments.
Keep giving over control of middle. Or is he waiting for this? The utility over top. Oh, wild blinds. And those free shots that he's missed that's allowed Mongols to get closer in the past, not this round. You're gonna have to fight through this 4 versus 5 advantage. No arch wrap either. This is a deeper position from MOUZ. They know damn well that you do not have control of this side of the bomb site.
It's such a full commitment right now. They want to take this.
Dorsey goes passive off of the man advantage.
That's ridiculous.
Beautiful move by Spinks. Confirms, of course, this inkling that MOUZ already had.
It kind of shows off how many players they had to work with. They could just have him push through. It's going to have Mongols thinking, but it feels like at best they can just watch the flank.
This would be the first Mongols breakout moment. They could fight back into the bomb site, it'd be impressive, but at 35 seconds, they know they've also got options, so now they will take over Arch.
You just got to decide at this point. You just have to decide. You could go B if you wanted to.
Moto Smoke's beyond the halfway point. It's about to come up, and Cobra Zero is going to find a duel.
Xertion, this one goes too late. He's just going to go quad. No, this is crazy. So much time is going to get bled off the clock. Cobra could stop him from rotating over.
And Brolin doesn't know. He's going to walk right into it, cut off by Cobra Zero. What a slick timing he's been able to find.
Xertion, 1 kill and he wins.
It's an easy kill on 1. That bomb carrier, oh, here he goes. Swept under the rug. Xertion back in with a second, plays the cover to perfection, and plays the clock down to the limits. Mongols almost finding a way back into that round, but we're going to go back and forth round wins 4 times, and MOUZ tie back up at 10.
Yeah, it's a close call, but at the end of the day, I mean, Mongols were scrambling to get anything done at that point. They knew they got called out when Spinks made that push, and they got worried about taking the A site. They were right in that worry, but they, you know, I mean, they had to hope that basically no one was at B with the amount of time left over. And I'm not surprised they were more focused on like a quad peak than Coffins, because if Xertion went quad and just sat there, he would have instantly had the round as well.
Now Torzy freed up to go for the mid angle. We've said how few mistakes have kind of been in this game.
A lot of time trouble for both sides, we'll say that.
Sure. This would have to be the first time Mongols break down the door with these sorts of a buy. MOUZ may have, in the final hours of Inferno, found just enough space to close out 2-0. Maybe.
Wow, that is an impressive smoke grenade right there. Down to the steps. They know they have all of this cleared.
Lands it.
Oh, he's just got so much confidence.
Xerxin reading the positioning well. Cobra Zera neutralized.
And he doesn't use that smoke that early.
How could the Mongols possibly break back into this round? Still healthy amounts of utility for an execute.
If anything, it's, Xerxin's been playing pretty perfect over on B, but the A-site players have made mistakes a lot of times.
Yep, a couple of missed op shots have opened doors in the past. Jimmy drops util in the face of the Mongols' rumblings. Nice double nade. It's a perfect way to open things up. You drop one of the guns. Torzy loses vision. Spinks on his own now. And he's going to drop down into the pit. Lines it up for the 5-7. Cues up Torzy to come through with damage. But 9-10's Deagle's going to go hunting here. Right in between the two smokes. Back body spammed away by Brolin. And now Xerxin's going to try to run down the bomb. Torzy's got the cover. 9-10 fresh mag. He should never get away with anything here. And as they climb over top, they'll deal with him. Torzy's pistol leaves a mark on the Mongols as MOUZ will be back in the lead.
Yeah, a miracle that he could even reload. But here we are after that great streak of rounds. A very solid start to a T-side comeback. And MOUZ have won 3 out of the last 4. You don't often see that smoke. No way that Xerxin played with it. But just goes to show, like, they're very fallible on the A side. Like, even with enough players and everything, everyone in good spots, they're coming up low on trades.
Hands forced by the Mongols as well. It's not going to be a pretty finish economically. They'll be beating themselves up. Slightly better CT side, and there's a world where they could have pushed this in an unexpected fashion on Inferno. And Nuke has done them well. But we may never get there unless they can upset with this buy right here, right now. 2 rounds of loss bonus, bottomed out bank accounts. There's even less in the next round for the Mongols. MOUZ going to flex this gun advantage, establish the 4 versus 3. Still have 2 players strong on the banana hold.
It's Cobra from downtown with a Tech 9 headshot. But they're not running from this at all.
They're not afraid of this.
They know exactly where they could stand.
MOUZ can absolutely sense the close coming. And Blitz is going to potentially try to flash Zinio through. No, just wants to go quiet for the moment.
I mean, Xerxin's play has just been so perfect. It's like, all the utilities landing in the right spots, but he knows exactly what he can get away with. When to push, when to peek, when to stand behind a smoke.
Smoke onto the cross, but Xerxin has stood this test in the past, and now he's going to lock into Nubox. We'll see if they anticipate him over towards Coffins again. Given a flash to peek off of. Down to 20 seconds, waiting for the climb over top. Still, just these Tech 9s. Now an M4 picked up for the bomb planter. Big swing from Coffins, great blitz trade.
Okay.
And for the moment, these 2 MOUZ players remain disjointed. 8 bullets in the magazine here for Blitz. Trying to fall back into cover, trying to give himself a chance for the reload, and he'll get away with that. This has been a recovery game for Blitz from the bottom of the scoreboard, looking to cut them down to size, but leave it to Torzy. Fan favorite to come through with the 12th round. MOUZ will secure it. 2 map and match points.
He's loving it. He's loving it because he's winning. Here they are, 1 away from closing. Another close call. This half has been a lot of very tight rounds, but let's get a pulse. Don't worry, brother. Grand final's coming up soon.
4 of these CT rounds for MOUZ, 3 of them by way of defuse. You'd be a fool to write off the MongolZ now, though. They've shown us fight, they've shown us evolution, they've shown us improvement so far throughout this event. And just when we thought we were about to write them off, they gave us a show in the second half of Inferno. And you know what? I'm wrong. It's actually, with that bomb plant, much better off for the MongolZ. They've got rifles to play with in this one.
And their loss bonuses started to really creep up.
Give themselves a better chance. Potentially one for the road.
Poor Techno, he's got to run through all this perfectly placed HEs. Might be in a spot they don't expect. He's looking to get real squirrely here from this position.
He's been
he's got a
freshening
MAC
up.
10 in hand. He wants to swing. Oh, they're going to drop
Drag
this on his head. No.
goes beyond. Techno remains tucked in, getting away with this position.
Oh, but he gives it away. Just come to clear this out. It's going back to the A site. See if the CTs care about that. Or is he still here with the op on lane, on Arch?
And he lands that clean shot on Blitz, who was just looking for the fast, wide swing. Torzi gonna try to stick onto the angle for a second, spinks into the corner. This could wind up being pressure on the balcony player instead. Jimmy hanging on, and again, strugglesome game for Jimpat. 6 kills to his name, Torzi's got his second. And now with the space, Bomb is still able to move in. There's a bit of an answer back here for the MongolZ, fighting tooth and nail for this, as Mzinho's whittled down to 9 HP, and MOUZ will queue themselves up for a retake.
Yeah, it's a must-win post-plant here for the MongolZ. This one's for the game.
Cobrazera sits inside of it, on top of that bomb, and slowly but surely MOUZ are going to wrap around this bomb site. They clear out Boiler first. They know that now MongolZ have to be stacked up either inside of the site or over towards the pit. It's not a comfortable hold. It's not been a comfortable game, but by God, we know the MongolZ fight for it. Zershin catches one jumping. Players in the bomb site hold strong, but they just can't do it. Onto the bomb goes Brolin. Final seconds. Is there more? It's a robbery for MOUZ. 13-10 finish. They return to Cluj-Napoca not as the champions back-to-back, but they will still stand on the podium. Losing out on a chance to hoist the trophy, losing out the fan favorites, and yet still showing us that MOUZ will remain a constant threat. On this stage, they find a bit of success, and it's at the expense of the MongolZ.
You must respect their ability. They show it every single game, the tactics, and they even covered some of their losses here. Where there was time trouble, there were trades. Torzi at the top of the board, Spinks at the top of the board this entire event. MOUZ really are the final test for these teams that are also looking for trophies. Unfortunately, they find themselves in another third, fourth place decider, but at least they don't lose that.
That's the point, right? Marked improvement. Not going to let that Krakow repeat come through. Cluj slightly better in that regard. And of course, if anybody does get cheered for when it comes to MOUZ, it's young Jimmy.
MOUZ find themselves claiming the victory here, 2-0 in the third place decider. Jimmy, a lot of teams have problems on Mirage against the MongolZ, but for you guys, it looks pretty comfortable, man. What's the difference?
I mean, I think we just came to the game like really confident, and we just trusted our game plan, and we knew that we are also good on Mirage, so we just went with what we had and we trusted it.
But then going into Inferno, did you guys start to worry at any point there? You know, they were battling back.
I mean, maybe I wouldn't say so. But for me, to be honest, I couldn't kill anyone on Inferno. But I'm happy that my teammates had my back and they got me all the time. So it felt good regardless.
It did feel good, I'm sure, getting that win, getting a victory in a third place decider as well. And just give me, for you, your overall thoughts on MOUZ's performance here at Cluj-Napoca this turnaround.
I mean, I think we still wanted to go for the final. And we fell short versus PARIVISION. I think the game could have went in our way as well, but it did not. So I think going to the next tournament now, we of course want to look for a better result. We want to go to the final, you know, because this one is not satisfying enough, especially for us. So yeah, that's what we will do.
Now I know you're always grinding, I know you're always working hard, but Vitality on this other side of this, they don't have any experience against PARIVISION. You faced them twice. Do you think PARIVISION could maybe pull something off here, mate?
I think still it will be Vitality's game, to be honest. I think they're just so strong as a team right now, and like for sure like the best team in the world. So I would say Vitality will going to win, but yeah, let's see. I hope it will be an interesting game.
I'm sure it will be. Thank you very much for your thoughts, Jimmy. Cluj, you love this guy. Come on, give it up for Jimmy and MOUZ.
The romance as well that MOUZ brought to the arena. Jimmy, obviously, third place. They're going to be very happy with that. The Mongols, I think, disappointed. It almost felt like they used up all their superpowers yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit. Came alive, you know, on second map, I'd say gave us a good game, gave us a tense game as well. For moments you believe that maybe they can push it over the finish line, maybe they can push it into overtime, but overall I think the Mongols should also be happy. Yes, isolation this game, maybe not their best, but finishing fourth in what has been one of the most stacked tournaments, or the most stacked tournament next to Krakow this year already, where only Spirit is not here out of all the top teams in the world. If you're the Mongols and you asked them 2 weeks ago, hey, how about you finish fourth at PGL Cluj-Napoca, I'm pretty sure they would have said, yes, thank you.
Yeah, definitely a huge step up from their debut with Cobra at Krakow, where things did not go as swimmingly. I think this is a good result for them. I think this is just proof of concept that the staying power is still here for Mongols. That backbone of Mara and Blitz is still one that can make this team push to new limits and be a really solid squad. They showed that with Controls as well when they were able to make the playoffs of the Budapest Major despite not having Sinzu. And, you know, I think that this is a nice foundation to work from. It gave Cobra some reps. It allows them to kind of maybe figure out where some discrepancies are, what things maybe need to be kind of tweaked and adjusted. And I think that this is the Mongols team that, with this result, proves that, hey, you know, we're still a playoff contender. We're still going to be able to do well in group stages. We're going to maybe be able to win a quarterfinal here and there. And I think that's a great place to start from.
Let's talk about the comeback now really quick, because they did issue quite a strong comeback in the second half of this game. It looked like they were trying to get back into it. What were they doing right?
I mean, they just started to hit their shots, you know, obviously one pistol converted and started to play well. I think they played a bit with the rotation of MOUZ as well, made them feel uncomfortable on that CT side. Some of the A hits were excellent, I'd say, you know, the spacing, the utility. So they just played, you know, the kind of counter-strike that we've seen from them throughout the entirety of the tournament. Unfortunately for the Mongols, it took 3 halves before they got to that point tonight, and that wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of showed you the controlled chaos style that Mongols have. As you were noting, those A-hit variations, it's like you never are safe. You know, you might kill the first guy, you might kill the second guy, but they're going to trade you back. There's going to be another one you have to worry about right afterwards. And just the way that, you know, they were coming up lane together as a unit, but having Blitz kind of have, you know, this lurk swing around Moto's side. Again, they're just attacking you from all sides at once, and it can be very overwhelming, the pace that they bring to the server and how, you know, well they scale together. You know, the spacing is hardly ever off. Like, is there always going to be some type of trade potential or some type of supportive utility, and that's what you need to make an aggressive style work, and they've done that for so long. And so it's cool to see that they still have that identity with Cobra, that they can still pop off and have moments. I just think that, you know, Cobra needs more reps, he needs more time. This is a different level than what he's used to playing at. And meanwhile, you're up against, you know, semi-final sports who are always good for a top 4 finish and always good to have a good time in games like this one with just such widely distributed talent that usually perform pretty well. And Spink's definitely kind of their closest thing to a superstar player, and those are star level numbers yet again from him.
Let's talk about the idea with Cobra joining, and we talk about how he needs more time and they need to restructure. But the truth is, they made playoffs.
Yeah.
We're in this 3rd, 4th place decider. Marladoy, when he came into FURIA, similar conversation, made the playoffs, first tournament out, looked really good. Zway coming into Spirits, he's about to go jump onto a grand final. Are we moving into a generation where these young players really have the kahunas to just get on this stage? They don't need that time anymore.
Either you got it though, or you don't. I think that's the best way to summarize that. Now, obviously, Donk and Sairu, they also had a pretty decent debut season, each respectively. Best players in the world in their respective first year of ever playing pro Counter-Strike, so they kind of screwed with the expectations in that regard. We don't know, to be completely honest. That's what I'm curious to maybe explore a bit and talk about when it comes to the Mongols. Like, I'm curious to see, okay, how are you going to fare when you come into a tournament where you're the favorite, where the likes of Vitality, the likes of FURIA, maybe there's only one of those teams attending. How do you then conduct yourself when you are the ones everyone is looking at, when you're getting anti-strat, when you're the team to take down before a grand final? And I guess the only thing that we can say about that is that time will tell, and I think it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the Mongols will establish themselves as a team that we consistently expect to be in the playoff, or as a team that constantly has to fight to be in the playoff.
it's one of those situations where, you know, some rookies are going to turn out to be phenoms, right? They're right out of the gate going to be pretty much a complete player that can perform on a consistent basis, like a Zivu, like a Dawn. But then you have someone like a Kiyosuke, who definitely had a great splash last year, in my opinion. If it wasn't for Maladoi, he probably would have been the Rookie of the Year. But you can definitely tell there's some discrepancy still in his game. He tries to go for a little bit too much. He tries to, you know, hold W maybe a little bit too long, and there's maybe some reining that needs to be done. Then there's people like CobraZero who have shown you flashes of brilliance, but just haven't lined it up consistently yet. So everyone progresses at a different speed, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that as long as you get to a good place by the end of it. And I think with MongolZ, again, you're 2 tournaments deep with this guy. He came from a team that wasn't really competing at a tier 1 level very regularly in the Huns, and so, you know, this is a new level of stepping up, and maybe he's not quite the phenom that some of those names are, but rarely are there. I mean, there's only a handful of names we can say that do that, so give him more time.
Last year, MongolZ, at the end of the year, just before the major, before they dropped Senzu, they were a major, could we say they were a major contender? Is that where you would put them?
Before the major?
Yeah, just before Senzu went.
No.
No. So where were they in level?
It's tough to say. Without Senzu, I think they lack that, you know, X factor.
So when they had Senzu, let's just, I'm taking you all the way back. So when they had Senzu, at what level? Major contender or more like sort of playoff contender?
Playoff contender. You know, a team you'd expect to be in the playoff. They won EWC, but after that, they had a tough time replicating that kind of performance. They had a tough time going into any more grand finals or semi-finals for that matter. Still a great team. Still a team that you'd talk about. You know, still a team that you'd expect to be able to put up a fight. But it was more so a team that if they got to the playoff, if they got to a quarterfinal, let alone a semi-final, they would have exceeded expectations.
But they're a top 5 team in the world. That's what they were. I mean, look, Vitality was clearly #1. MOUZ and Spirit were always in the top 5. Falcons had moments where they were in the top 5. And in the beginning of the last year, it was kind of Aurora and MongolZ fighting to see who was 5th best in the world. And Aurora, obviously, Joda got off to a hot start, had some big results. Obviously, MongolZ came in, though, and they had some real staying power in their own right. They make an Austin, you know, major final. And they remained, you know, finishing in the top 5 for the majority of the tournaments that they were playing in until Senzu left. So that's where they were. They were an elite level team. It's the best team we've ever seen from East Asia, and they were doing great things. But yeah, it's a big step back when you lose one of your key star pieces in such a big role.
A big step back. Remember that. Controllers comes in. Where did they finish in the major?
Top 8.
Okay. Now they're here in the playoffs. How far is the step? We keep saying MongolZ has taken this big step back with CobraZero. How far is the step back? For me, it looks like they're still pretty much playing in the same place, Jay.
I will say it's impressive they're still in striking distance, right? You would think a move like that would set them back further, and that's what it looked like it was going to be at Krakow whenever they had such a poor performance there. But a tournament like this one kind of, you know, just revitalizes the romance of understanding what Mara and Blitz are capable of when you give them some time to scout talent, develop it, and, you know, keep this steady progression going that they've had for a couple of years now.
I like to stay realistic, Sam, to be completely honest. And the step between Vitality to FURIA is quite big. The step from FURIA to the likes of MOUZ and Falcons is quite big, and the step from MOUZ and Falcons down to the MongolZ is quite big. So you're talking about 3-4 big steps before we talk about a team that consistently should be going into grand finals and let alone winning trophies. So yeah, I think they're pretty far off, but that doesn't take away anything from the performance they're having right here. As I said, if a country with 3.2 million people, a country where the limited player pool is a problem when you want to do switches, when you want to do changes, can remain a top 8 team in arguably the most competitive era and the highest level playing era of Counter-Strike ever, that in itself is super, super impressive. Not all teams are meant to win trophies. Not all teams are meant to win stuff, even though they're all going to say, yeah, we're playing to win trophies, and, you know, anything but winning doesn't matter for us. That's not realistic. So I'd like to stay realistic, you know, remove myself from this situation, stay objective. If the MongolZ can establish themselves as a top 8 team for this season, that's well done.
I just feel over the last few years, every time we talk about the MongolZ, every time there's a change, we write them off. Oh, that's the end of the MongolZ. And they just continue. They keep going.
Writing them off from what?
Well, I remember the first change was during Cologne about 2 years ago. And they said, oh, who are these talents? It's too small. They ended up turning into the MongolZ we see now. Senzu went. We were all on social media. Everyone turned around and said, that's the end of the MongolZ. We won't see them in tournaments anymore. Cobra's come into the picture. Here they are. I believe in Magic. I'm kind of excited. I'm hyping them up a little bit. But also, there is a major close to their home at the end of the year, and I'd love to see them there. On the other side, we have MOUZ. I have one more question for you, gents. Everyone calls them auraless online. That is the comment that comes up time and time again about MOUZ. It's a little bit unfounded, Dust, considering they are consistently here in the playoffs.
people want winners. That's just the bottom line. People want to see people win. And I think the closer you are to getting an actual win puts even more expectations that you'll actually do so, right? I mean, again, if you're talking about some of these teams that will occasionally make a playoff and maybe they make a semifinal here and there, you don't really ever expect them to hoist a trophy. If they do, it winds up being a shocking result. Look at what G2 did in London. No one expected G2 to win that tournament. They beat Vitality in a best-of-5, 3-2. It's one of two best-of-5s that Vitality's ever lost. That was an incredible story, right? And then you see FURIA blow up their Brazilian roster, go international in a crazy fashion, find Maladoy out of obscurity, and they go on to win 4 tournaments, including 3 in a row. That was an incredible story. It comes out of nowhere. But when you're a team like a MOUZ or a team like a Falcons, where you constantly keep placing top 4, you have all this talent, you're so much in the top 5, but you can never put trophies in the cabinet, it becomes a problem. I talked about it earlier. It's a matter of perspective. Some teams would love to be in MOUZ's position that are, on the outside looking in. But when you're MOUZ, it's like, man, we've been together for 400 days. We won a trophy in Cluj last year, but we can't get another one in the cabinet. We can't just cross that line. And it's very frustrating. And you always kind of wonder in that precarious position, do you have to finally make a change to, have you hit your ceiling? Is there another internal adjustment that could be made to get a little bit more out of what you've got? It's starting to feel like they're running out of runway.
There's a lot of nuance to it as well, because I agree with you. It depends on perspective, and I get why people over time would get quote-unquote bored by the fact that they always get into the semifinals or get into the grand finals but can't win. But then again as well, if you look at it with a bit of nuance, like who would you replace? Like who is the obvious upgrade you can do within that team? And yeah, we can talk about maybe getting a different in-game leader instead of Brolan. I think he's doing a quite decent job. And who's the obvious upgrade? Who is it that can come in and be like, he's 10, 15, 20% better than whoever you would replace in that role? Not really anyone, which is why it's also why MOUZ are so goddamn consistent. And then I just want to add one more thing. I've said it before and I'll happily say it again. To everyone out there, critiquing MOUZ and being after them, everyone, and I mean everyone, whatever you're playing, matchmaking, face it, whatever you're doing, all people care about is how do I get consistent? How do I make sure that I always get 25 kills and don't have the games where I have 30, then I have 5, then I have 8. Consistency is all people want out there. That's all they ask me about. That's all they ask the pro players about. How do I stay consistent? Yet then when we have a team who's mega consistent, who's always showing up, then we don't appreciate that. Then we don't think that's cool, or we don't feel like that's an attribute to how well they're doing. It's just a question of perspective, as you said, but also a question of people just being ungrateful sometimes.
Well, I do think when you're a professional player, you're paid to win, right? So consistently coming in, yes, you definitely are if I was paying your salary. So
there's roughly 30 professional teams in the world of Counter-Strike. How many of those teams can win, Sam?
Every single one of those organizations, if you ask them, they want a victory, and definitely MOUZ is going to want a victory at some point. But anyway, gents, our time is finished. We're not allowed to do a podcast here in Cluj because obviously there is a grand final coming up, a best of 5, Vitality up against PARIVISION. We are running to a set schedule, so the game will start when we told you it will. That will be 6 p.m. local time. Richard, Dust, Yanko, and Maui, they will be here to break this all down for you at about 5:20 local time. We're going to take quite a big break. All the fans here in the arena, this is an opportunity for you to go and build your own beer snakes or get some food. If you're at home, this is an opportunity for you to go and kiss your girlfriend or boyfriend and then tell them to shove off because you want to watch Counter-Strike a little later. So we're saying a very quick goodbye and we'll see you in a little bit.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, they move.
Astana trophy calls only to those willing to endure the impossible. 8 teams entered the arena in blazing lights, united by one dream. One by one they fell. Strategies shattered. Dreams dissolved into silence. Now, only 2 remain. 2 titans who refused to break. They stand now prepared, the trophy gleaming before them, a symbol of mastery and unyielding belief in victory. For one team, history awaits. Who will claim victory?
Yes, welcome to the grand finals of PGL Cluj-Napoca. The question is indeed who will claim victory. We are going to find out an answer to that, but we get paid to speculate. I'm your host, Richard Lewis. Joining me on the desk, we've got a full complement of analysts for this one, since there's lots to talk about. A best of 5, of course. So you're getting paid by the map here, boys. Let's go big. It is, of course, Dus Murray, Maui Snake, and Yanko. If the crowd would like to show some appreciation to our fine analysts, I would appreciate it. These guys have been here all weekend. You guys have been great engaging with us, actually listening to us yapping. We love you for it. So guys, one of these teams in the final obviously makes sense. It's Vitality, best team in the world, unstoppable behemoth. The other one, PARIVISION, newly emerged, young team, relatively inexperienced. It is that classic David versus Goliath encounter that we love to talk about so much in Counter.
Yeah, and it's one where James has been in this position many a time before, and somehow him and Dustin have done it again, right? Getting kids from the streets of Face It, as he put it, and within just 1 year, you know, getting them to play in a grand final of such a massive event like PGL Cluj-Napoca is just a testament to how good they are at teaching young players, how good they are at coaching them up, and how good they are at building a team that is playing great fundamental Counter-Strike.
And the guys that he brought up, I mean, maybe there's one familiar face in Zwei, but you look at the other 3 guys in Nota, Cielo, and Belchinok. These guys were rookies when it came to arena stages prior to this tournament. I mean, Belchinok was just spinning his wheels on this PARIVISION roster before James got there. Cielo and Nota, they've captured our attention with some of their flashy aim, their highlights, but the story really is about James. The fact that he is always putting forward practically a perennial dark horse team.
He's taken a squad of youngsters, as you said, and moved them through the Tier 2 circuit online to winning a small LAN, to having a cool run at the Budapest Major, to winning a big tournament, but now proving that was not a fluke or some one-hit wonder moment, that they have some staying power, and they've been able to make it to yet another grand final, beating some top 5 teams in the world to get to it.
And yeah, I mean, but look at this. This is the real story. James versus Apex and Zywa.
Obviously, you know, Vitality, they're not just chasing the trophy, they're chasing history at the moment. And these are not all their matchups. There's a couple of there where Vitality came out on top at Pro League, but 3 out of the 5 here are at the majors, you know, and 2 of them, granted, are best of ones in 2022, but the event that put James on the map, the Berlin Major, they actually took down Apex and Zywa in the quarterfinal of that major, got all the way to the grand final and lost to another historic team in Astralis. So we always talk about James and his style, and you hear players talk about it and how uncomfortable it is. Like, Apex has actually had his fair share of struggles as a captain when he had to go up against them.
And we can talk about that within a broader historical context. Obviously, we've got time to do so. You know, where are these IGLs overall in the rankings? You know, you think about kind of, you know, the fact that James is a major winner. It gets overlooked. But look who he's going up against now. You probably wouldn't have thought this. Apex now tied with Glaive for the most majors won. You know, 3 as an IGL. and Juan is, obviously just a player. This really is a battle of wits in the most classic, kind of way.
And as you named Glaive, it's important to do so because, as we already had alluded to by Yanko, they are chasing after the ghost of Astralis, the team that was often touted as the greatest of all time. And I think you could already make a case that Vitality has surpassed them, but even if you want to have that debate, if they go on to keep winning more titles, if they go on to win that third major, it will be undeniable.
I mean, versus Jame, on the other hand, who's more or less fighting right now to keep himself in the top 10 IGLs of the modern era of Counter-Strike conversation. I feel like at this point, he's having a renaissance in terms of showing the light to so many people who were non-believers. I mean, I'd say even proving his previous roster and organization in VP that they are now on the wrong side of history, that they ditched this guy, and he has really, brought his style, his eccentric play to a team that so desperately needed a little bit of a spark. Jame embodies aura in an era that is so depleted of it, seemingly. This guy has actually just jump-started them with all of the pizzazz that he brings every time he enters the server.
Unsurprisingly as well, MOUZ saying no one should talk about aura. Most aura-less teams would say
70
that.
IQ, my bad.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
it's just them who shouldn't talk about aura. But Jame has been for Apex. I think he's definitely put himself on Mount Rushmore when it comes to in-game leaders in Counter-Strike. Whether he will be the greatest when he hangs it up, I think time will tell and runs it a couple of more tournaments, but being able to do it with multiple teams, multiple lineups, I think definitely helps his case. And Jame, on the other hand, obviously not as many trophies, but you need to look at, the pieces that he has had to work with. I think this, what he's managed to do in PARIVISION is more of a testament, to what he's capable of as an IGL than any trophy could ever do. I'm hoping that this success directly leads to a couple of firings at Virtus Pro, because if you look at what happened to that organization since his departure, and you don't need a clearer picture of how much impact can he have on a team.
But I also feel like this is the perfect amalgamation of players that Jame wants to work with. When he has too many egos, I thought when he got Electronic for Mir, to me that was a direct upgrade. But it turned out that having a guy that's going to clash heads with Jame, that's going to challenge his style, actually detracts from. And so Jame is really the perfect IGL to make it greater than the sum of its parts. There's really no question for me. I don't think anybody on his team right now is vying for a top 20 position in the world as an individual, and yet he's able to make them one of the elite teams in World CS.
You're absolutely right. You're talking about bringing in a couple of aggressive riflers to counterbalance his more passive opping playstyle. You said no players in the top 20. Dude, they're in the grand finals of this tournament. Not a single one of their players is rated in the top 25 players for this overall event. That's insane. I've never seen a team make a run all the way to the grand finals, beating a MOUZ Sports, beating a Falcons, top 5 teams in the world, and doing it just as a unit where no one's really shining through. Everyone's kind of having their moments or having a map. Obviously, Zway Vikings against Falcons, as Yanko loves so much. But it's crazy to see that they've been able to somehow scourge this all together.
Let's talk about Zway.
Ego doesn't take well to belts, Richard. And Dustin definitely takes the belt out for these practice games. You're not peaking in this 3v3, Monacy, right? That's not going to happen. So I think that's why, they don't respond well to maybe that style. And the star players always have their way of, I have timing here. I don't care about your timing, guy. You listen to Jame and you do what he tells you.
Follow the plan.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Zway a little bit. Obviously, when he was on Team Spirit, a lot of people saw he might be, that missing piece. Obviously, Donk in the past and vouched for him, said he was going to be a huge talent.
Just not on his team.
Yeah, it turned out he was wrong about that. But, obviously, since joining PARIVISION, you can see he has had that, boost. It's given him that lift, which he so desperately needed, as a young player, to get called up to the big leagues and then to not do so well. When you get cast out, you don't know if you're going to get another opportunity ever again, even if you're only 18.
It's great to see the redemption arc of Zway unfold before our very eyes, because he was not the player that Spirit needed. He's not the player that they even wanted. They thought that he was going to be a bit more of an X factor in some of those supportive roles, but now he gets to pick his spots a little bit more on PARIVISION. When you're playing against a Jame-led team, you're already having to face this taxing reality of you're going to have to change your rotations, you're going to have to move your protocols around, but then you also have this guy occasionally going for a little bit of an ego check on his side of the map, finding an entry kill out of seemingly nowhere, and so he's going to test you. If you have a weak anchor on that side, they better be ready, even if it feels like the plan's going elsewhere. Sometimes Zway just calls his own number.
And as you can, feel, Richard, it gets really hot under those bright lights. And on team spirit, right?
wrong.
Like you're always expected to go all the way, win a tournament and all like that. You're playing with Donk. There's a lot of pressure with playing guys like that, you know? Like you feel like you have to win every game, you have to win every tournament. And for a young player, that can be sometimes too much to overcome in terms of pressure. So now, where the expectations are far lower on this PARIVISION team and he can play a bit more relaxed, that's where you're seeing more consistency out of him and better performances.
Right, let's start talking about Vitality now. Clear favourites. Obviously, there were question marks. Were we in a Vitality era? That's been answered. We certainly are. And it doesn't show any signs of stopping right now. They look on course for a Grand Slam. You know, they've just bagged 2 majors. They're coming here to Cluj. Everyone was saying, hey, this could be a real test for them. We've got all the big teams here. They didn't even have to play them. All the big teams just lost, fell by the wayside, and, you know, Vitality just feel inevitable.
I mean, again, it's not about who Vitality has across for them on the stage anymore in these grand finals. They're always the favorite to win them. Now it's just about them versus themselves and them versus being the greatest team of all time. Again, I think the resume they've put together is already one where you could easily make the argument that they are. But again, the more trophies they pile up, a third major, those things will make it to a point to where you can't even discuss it anymore. It's a closed and shut case. This is the best team we've ever seen play Counter-Strike.
It's about creating and furthering a legacy that is already etched into the annals of Counter-Strike history. The way that Vitality plays right now is just as smooth as it gets. I mean, you're combining an incredibly polished style filled with just well-drilled protocols with also explosive potential where every individual can pop off on any given round when needed to. They all recognize when they need to make a play, when they need to play back. They're perfect at recognizing how to just maximize win conditions and minimize losing conditions.
Yeah, and just the experience that they have with this roster only, all those stats are from last year. I mean, they played 11 best-of-5 finals, right? For PARIVISION, luckily they played 1 at Bounty against Falcons with a stand-in, but they've just been here so many times before, right? This is just another day in the office for them where, you know, as we said, chasing like the greatness and all the things like that, the team that I think for Vitality, they're the best run organization in Counter-Strike and have been for a while. Like what they've done last year in terms of picking and choosing tournaments, peaking at the right time, managing sort of the goals and expectations for their team. Like they've done everything right. They even got challenged in the second half of the year. They stumbled for a little bit and managed to bounce back. Like they've gone through it all together.
Dasan talked to Heku actually in an interview last night, and the way that he described Vitality entering this arena, whereas PARIVISION has pressure, they haven't really been on this kind of stage before. For Vitality, they're just drinking water. It's an everyday affair for them.
Yeah, let's talk about ZywOo. Let's just do it. I mean, I didn't think he was #1 last year. I didn't think he was the #1 player in the world. I thought it was Donk. This year, I don't think there's any question. I think the version of ZywOo we've got at the start of 2026 is an absolute monster. He makes 2025 ZywOo look ordinary. And it's incredible that a player as good as him has even found an extra gear to go up to.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who's been at worst a top 3 player for so many years now at this point. And again, we're kind of looking at this here. When you look at what he was able to do at IM Krakow, and when you look he's been able to do here today, these are, statistically speaking, his best ever career performances. And he's doing it at a time where he was already at the top of the game. And he's still finding a way to add new levels, to up himself. And it's just incredible what this guy can do as an opper, as a hybrid rifler. I think the biggest thing to talk about with him is that he does something that hardly any other operas can, and that is go for openings and create them, even with an AK in his hands. That's such a luxury.
The new hybrid for everyone at home.
Yeah, I think for ZywOo, I mean, a guy whose nickname is The Game, born on the day Counter-Strike was released, already 4 times best player in the world, 3 major MVPs, the accolades. I mean, we could go on for half an hour here, but for this guy to have what seems to be the best start of the year in his career is that much more a scary prospect for everyone else, because if he somehow even improves on what he's done last year, for me, he was the best player last year, then how is anyone supposed to take them down?
I mean, and the fact that he's leveled up his game too. I mean, before he would have just pure mechanics, elite already at that, but to me, the most comprehensive understanding of how Tier 1 teams want to play. That's why he's always in the spot that he needs to be 2 seconds before he's needed there. That's why he makes the game look so ridiculously easy, whereas you have people like Donk and Simple that are trying to break through the impossible. ZywOo is the one that has erected the wall.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, and I think it probably doesn't get enough credit. Like, his game sense is phenomenal, and even the like high IQ little minutia plays he'll make, you know, like picking up an AWP to fire it, then immediately firing a rifle, switching it out to make you think there's two people there when there isn't. And just little moments like this where he really elevates the game to something just incredible, beyond belief.
Absolutely. I mean, again, I think the special value for him is that he just makes the game almost impossible to certain teams because he just adds another entry rifler to the squad that no one else has got. And then, as you said, just a great decision maker. I think this is the type of guy who has the perfect level of ego for how good he is in the server and outside the server and how he works with his teammates. You know, he never goes for too much.
But that's why it's so crazy to see him finally face off against a PARIVISION team who does throw the rulebook out the window, that does play an off-meta brand of Counter-Strike. Because if ZywOo's greatest strength is reading how Tier 1 teams want to play and being able to predict their movements, I think that this is a great challenge for him to actually try to get into the mind of Jame, a guy that, as Yanko pointed out, has history defeating him in the past. This is going to be a real good test to see, is he going to make bad rotations today? Is he actually always going to be on the perfect bomb site with the perfect timing? Because Jame tricks you. Like, he always tries to keep you second guessing what he's going to do next.
Yeah, and I think obviously, just in terms of individual brilliance, it's like he's a guy he's done Vitality out of deep holes that they've been in before. If people are quiet, he can step up, he can elevate his game and win it by himself. The beauty of new look Vitality is he doesn't have to do that very often. I think everybody on this roster has elevated their game, and that's why I want to talk about Apex. I think potentially the world's best fragging IGL right now, in with a late shout for best IGL of all time. I wasn't convinced when he was first appointed IGL. I thought it's like, oh, he's a lightning rod. Oh, he shouts. Oh, he's got big muscles. Wicked, great. But
Didn't have big muscles at the time.
yeah, it's true.
That's a new development.
You know, but
Just like he didn't have a lot of good IGL traits, but he developed them with time. And I think he surprised everyone, right? And with Vitality, it isn't just about his leading on the server, it's what he does for the team outside of the server, right? Like, they're all laid back, the sort of personalities, but he has fire for everyone else, right? And that's how he also keeps them motivated, keeps them hungry. You know, Apex has lived through the times of Astralis and Fnatic and a lot of these other names when he was just a player, right? And the other guys had better teams. Now he has the best team and he values it. He's aware of it. And that's what he's telling to his teammates as well, especially young guys like Flamesy and Mezzy's like, guys, you know, you'll have a team like this one time in your career.
Yeah.
So don't take anything for granted. Make the most out of every tournament you attend. It's funny how they talk about it, what he says before games. It's like, yeah, this tournament, you know, isn't the most important for us, but we're here anyway. We're away from our family. We're away from our homes. Let's give it our all, right? And let's go for another trophy.
And 33 years young. And
today.
Yeah, it's his birthday, no doubt. Looking to win a trophy is the ultimate present. But I mean, let's be real. In esports, we've got better at it in Counter-Strike in terms of longevity. People are playing longer and having success doing so in Tier 1. Winning trophies like this at 33 is something very special and very rare.
I mean, look at the performances this guy's putting on in grand finals. Like, when they were making their era-defining season in 2025, this was a dude who was putting up bonkers maps and being that fragging IGL, as you were kind of alluding to. And I think he has that entry fragger star, like, still in his DNA. Like, it's still there somewhere. Maybe it's not the prime role that he has on this squad, but he can tap into it in critical moments at times, and it also allows him to understand how to set up guys like Flames, how to set up guys like ZywOo, because he knows what he wanted or what he would need in those types of moments. And he definitely has developed as a leader over the years, for sure.
What Apex brings that I feel like many coaches in the space could learn from is that it's accountability. He always holds even his star players accountable for their mistakes. I don't think it would be easy for many people to look ZywOo dead in the eyes and tell him, you messed that up, that you missed a nade there. And yet he's always willing to do that. Heard his comms in multiple tournaments, calling out his star players. Why is Rops not moving fast enough? Why is ZywOo messing this part up? And so many players, and I think that's probably the lesson that Falcons need right now. You know, a team that probably doesn't hold everybody as accountable, but Apex, he not only brings accountability, but he's inventive, the ingenuity. He always is trying to stay up to date on all of the utility, all of the meta, and that's why every single successive tournament you see from Vitality, there is something new. They bring something new to the table, whether it's a silent drop to pull off a fast rotation that the other team doesn't know about, or a new smoke grenade that lands in a spot that's harder for nades to blow up. They always have that extra little piece that keeps them on the cutting edge.
And obviously as well, the other player that's like made the big step up, there is no getting away from it, it's Mezzy. maybe the most improved on the team overall, although I would argue everybody has elevated their game. This is a guy that, I always bring this up, he was on the chopping block not once but twice. This was a guy that even the fans were saying, maybe you should get rid of this guy. And then he went away, you know, started a family, congrats, comes back, gets the buff, and hasn't looked back since.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Mezzi is he's an incredibly versatile player as well. He's done so many, he's played so many different roles in his career before, even been an IGL for a little while in Fnatic, and actually played against James twice in that Rio Major with Fnatic as an IGL. So maybe he also shares some nightmares with Apex about those games, but you shouldn't underestimate how even a short stint as an IGL can broaden your understanding of the game and let you understand the macro a lot better in rounds and what your job is as an individual player. And on some maps, I mean, he's an immovable object, right, to nuke, which, okay, we won't get to see here, but his city side anchoring on that map is exemplary. And you know, you go back to the semifinal at the Budapest Major against Spirit in that close series. I mean, it was Mezzi keeping them alive on T side until the rest of the players came online, and that's the strength of Vitality, right? When even Zaivu and Rops have a slower start, someone else will step up.
He is the perfect player for this team because you already have a star aggressive opera in Zivu. You already have Flames, who's that entry guy. Apex likes to be active as well, and then Rops is one of the best extremity riflers we've ever seen. And so he kind of just, you know, finds a way to be the glue guy. He finds a way to fit in and adapt to what the team needs as mostly a CT anchor and extremity player in his own right, but does really well. And the other thing I wanted to point out, Rich, is, you know, Flames has just had a resurgence in 2026. I think he was obviously a star for them during that 7th tournament in a row victory run that they had.
That's
yeah,
what it
could
is.
be. But you could definitely see that, you know, the last 6 months of last year, I felt like he kind of tapered off just a touch, but now he's all the way back up to where exactly you want him to be, and that's just making things even easier for Vitality to find openings and have him, you know, play those roles on the CT side as well.
Yeah, I always thought Flames was super important to Vitality, but when you were looking at the stats as you're talking about last year, he was like making a lot of entry attempts, but not having a lot of success, and they were again kind of getting out of jail without him having that impact. Now that he is having that impact, that's another extra dimension that's made Vitality unplayable.
I mean, it's just another win condition for a Vitality team that you could just pick and choose any of the players to be really on any given day. I sometimes feel like even though Flamesy is the one that's collecting all the numbers, oftentimes I feel like the unsung heroes are just how well strategized and how well executed some of the routes that he's running on are. I mean, I think the flashes that Vitality throws are top notch in general. I mean, Apex, Zaiwu, they're both usually going to top the flash assist sort of scoreboards at the end of a tournament because they're setting up guys like Flamesy, who in himself is extremely sharp, but also he's getting some of the best utility to run around as well.
That's because Apex has felt that pain. He knows what it's like to entry frag with bad utility, and he doesn't want to see it again. He doesn't want to do it to his guys as well. And yeah, just the super well-rounded team, and the fact that they're so comfortable with each other now. They're in their natural roles where they don't crumble under pressure. In anything, they get hardened by it, and that's when they step up. When other teams start being more restricted, feel more constrained, they're still super loose. They're still having those split-second reactions. They're still very active on the map, and that's what makes them very difficult to play against.
I mean, staying with you, Janko, are they the greatest ever for you?
I think they are. I think they are because we are in a different era now, and also I don't think they'll magically, after this tournament, you know, I think they'll win a lot more tournaments by the time this year is over as well. The way they're playing, the way they're construed, I think it's a bit more difficult to do it as an international team than as a national lineup. And you know, also the fact that players have had success on different rosters. For Astralis, it was just that one team during that time where, okay, outside of a couple of players with the Vitality organization, they struggled to come back to those glory days.
And just quickly, you two?
If I were to cut off all of Vitality today and not give them a pass on what's to come in the future, I would still take Prime Astralis over them. However, as they continue to build the case and further their resume, then I feel like they're going to overtake them.
All right then, guys. So you heard it from our panel. We're in the presence of greatness. Let's start the walkouts now.
This puts a smile on my face. Now, Cluj-Napoca went from hosting a major 11 years ago. It then became a forgotten relic. But that wasn't to be the end. Romanian community called for great Counter-Strike to bless this land once again. You were calling for it, and PGL delivered! Now, not only did they deliver last year, but this year, the great elite teams came. And I don't know if you all understand this, but we will be coming back to Cluj-Napoca for the next 3 years! Last year was just the beginning. This year we leveled up. Now I know, you cheered for your heroes, you cheered for Imma. You discovered enemies. He is your king. But yesterday, you showed the world once again how much you love Counter-Strike. You cheered for the rounds, you cheered for the magical moments, and I need all that once again today. Are you ready? Now I need one thing from you all. Take your phones out, put your lights on, wave it side to side. We're gonna dim the lights in this building. Show the world with what we are rocking with. Cluj, make this look beautiful. This is what you dreamed of. This is what you wanted. And we have this to be a prestigious event on the Counter-Strike calendar for 3 more years to come, guaranteed. Now, for our first team making it to the stage, just 1 year ago, James had gone from playing the major, winning the majors, to then having to work his way in Counter-Strike Tier 3, with rookies trying to get back to stages like this and lift elite trophies. He sacrificed everything, but it has paid off. This is a man who's dedicated to the game, and now he's looking at another trophy to his side. So, P is for patience. P is for PARIVISION! Well, it seems the crowd has started to get some love for PARIVISION here, but their opponent on the other side is one of the greatest Counter-Strike teams of all time. For Apex, his first major was won in this very city 11 years ago with an all-French lineup. Things have changed since then. He's now an IGL, leading an international team, making history with every win he's able to take. They're looking at one thing and one thing only, a trophy and being champions once again. V is for victory. V is for vitality! Apex, come with me. Belshunov or Jane, that's good. James, second grand final for this team to start off the year, non-stop grind. What is the energy like in the team when you have all been saying how tired you are? Are you ready for this grand final?
Yeah, for sure. We will try our best. Thank you, bro. Thank you all.
And this crowd has turned around. They went from booing you to loving you. How important is that for your young players?
It's a lot mean for me and for my team. I'm enjoying when the crowd cheer for me. Yeah, I'm playing for this.
You're also playing for this trophy, and already this year you've taken down Spirit, MOUZ, Falcons, FURIA. You called Vitality the raid boss. How much does it change things when you face a team like Vitality compared to the other teams you have already beaten? What needs to change for you?
I don't know. This is just team Vincere. We want to try our best, and this is our last goal. Yeah, last team.
Last team to be knocked off. Thank you very much, James. Apex, a nice birthday welcome for you here. Be nice to end it with a trophy, right?
That would be the best gift indeed. Thank you everyone for your birthday wishing. That's always nice. I think that's my first final ever on my birthday, so let's make it count. Let's make it count, and let's get that little trophy with us, because we don't have a PGL one yet in the cabinet.
You're trying to collect them all at this point, mate. Now, it's the first time you'll be facing PARIVISION. Tell me, how different is this team to the other teams you face? What difference do you need to do inside the server to not get upset like the teams before you?
The sure thing is for us to respect them. They've been in 2 finals already this year in 3 tournaments. That's pretty impressive for such a young team. The sure thing is they believe in what they do, and that's what makes them strong. But as I will repeat, and I repeated yesterday, if my team play our A game, there is no chance they win. So let's see how it goes. But they are a really good team, and we will not underestimate them.
Very smart. We shouldn't underestimate anyone. Well, shake hands, guys. Take your seats. Now, it does feel like this arena is going to be a little bit more split in here. So, where are the PARIVISION fans? Okay, that's pretty strong. And what about Vitality? PARIVISION! Vitality! And all of you, one final time. Are you ready?
I hope we are, James. I hope we are, for it is indeed an occasion. And as the players get into the huddle pre-match, we can start setting it up and get to the nuts and bolts here. Obviously, it's a best of 5. So there's not really anywhere to hide. I'm going to throw this out there. I think PARIVISION, you can't underestimate just how tall an order this is. Vitality in a best of 5, when you yourself are a relatively new fledgling team that really seems to have maybe one map that you can beat people on.
And unfortunately, that one map is Dust 2, which is Vitality's pocket pick as well.
Yeah.
So good luck, as we've had Vitality play 11 best of 5 grand finals so far, and they have won 9 of them. So it is a tall order. We got the bands we thought we were going to get. Now it's just all about deciding the order.
Yeah.
There's nothing for them to pick. you talk about last, that's like, what can PARIVISION pick? There's nothing. Like, there's no good option. There's nothing that's a clear, oh, this is going to be great for PARIVISION, right? Like all the maps, I think Vitality has an advantage on them, and we've seen earlier in the tournament Apex sort of push for this overpass and sort of force it to come out, pick it sometimes, and it's resulted in them going for the pick on it in the first map of the final.
I'm a little bit surprised, I guess, by the fact that it goes there. I'm also wondering if PARIVISION were going to bring out Anubis a little bit earlier. I feel like it's one of the just kind of underdog maps just because it's been re-included into the pool. But no, in fact, they do save it for the 5th. They just want to, this is, to me, reading like they just want to play to their strengths. They want to play their game on the handful of maps that they've been a little bit better at. I don't really feel like this is a series that's favoring PARIVISION in any aspect at all. One map for me, if they're able to win, say Dust 2, for example, would be a nice accomplishment in the face of what is very likely to be a 3-0 or 3-1 for Vitality.
Unfortunately, the start's just so tough on Overpass. They have yet to get a win on Overpass as a team, and to think that you're going to get your first one against Vitality on a stage in the Grand Finals, unlikely, especially considering how good Vitality have been on Overpass, one of the best in the world on it.
I don't know, Vitality lately, they lose the first map of the Grand Final. I mean, they lost a map to FaZe, for Christ's sakes, right, in Budapest. So I wouldn't put it beyond them, but usually even if that happens, they just get back on track right after that. And listen, we talked about some other Vitality games, right? We talked about the Aurora game and said, Aurora, they need to, do something different. They need to try and cheese their way maybe to a win because they're the inferior team. Well, PARIVISION does that all the time. Yeah. They do sort of weird stuff all the time. They try to think outside the box. They go for these stacks that feel random to you at times. So I think for Vitality, the name of the game is going to be to not overthink. And I think Apex is going to be key. He cannot allow himself to get frustrated. Just like when you play against Vitality, there's a Zyvu round, right? Like Zyvu just wins a 1v3 out of nowhere, and you just say, you move on, you say that was the Zyvu round. You need to have that same attitude when you go up against PARIVISION, you run into a stack for no reason. You just say, hey, this is the Jame round, right? He just got us this time, he had the read, and you move on. Because if you let it get to you, it can really disrupt your calling for the rest of the game.
And sometimes it's not even just the Jame round, but the Jame call, the random stack out of nowhere. For me, the key to success for Vitality here is info gathering, making sure you're not going to be running into a stacked bomb site, because we know that Jame will just, on a whim, in a 4-on-4, send all 4 of his players to that A bomb site. And so for me, it's up to people like Robs to try to prod the extremities a little bit, make sure and really actually limit test a little bit to see, is there actually anybody on that bomb site, or is it free for the taking for a clean mid-round to it?
I think it also, for me, matters what is, PARIVISION going to show us on the T side, because I feel like they made a name for themselves last year with their major run by just doing really punchy executes, just trying to be explosive, trying to just really facilitate Zelo and Noda and try to build off of that, basically. But we've kind of seen throughout the course of this tournament that they've tried to develop their mid-round. They're starting to wait to the last 30 seconds to execute. They're trying to poke and prod and throw little feints and fakes. And so I just want to see how that matches up to a Vitality team that's so stout. And again, this is just a map where I think that B bomb site's going to get just heavily waylaid on by Vitality.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of PARIVISION games on this map. It was one they fancied, but they really haven't converted it into results. And they do play this really slow, frustrating style, where they're going to group up, see if you push, make info plays, try and punish those. But yeah, they just haven't really converted it into the numbers yet.
To me, I mean, one guy I'm going to be looking out for on the PARIVISION lineup beyond the usual Jame antics is Cielo. I really feel like that's a guy whose name has really been building up this season and in the previous one at their Budapest run. So if he can actually just limit test a bit towards that A side of the map, see what he can do as a defensive anchor there, then maybe he'll give him a chance.
All right then, guys, it's time for the game. All of the conversation about being in the presence of greatness. Of course, why would that be different for the commentators in the final? 2 vital voices. It is, of course, Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yeah, this is the Grand Finals of Cluj-Napoca 2026, and we're just in February. It's a second opportunity for a trophy for PARIVISION. This is a team that are going to be disruptive. This is a team we're going to be discussing over the course of these playoffs alone. On the first day, they plugged the Falcons. On the second day, they stomped the MOUZ. And on the third day, Jame returned to do battle with Counter-Strike God. Vitality versus PARIVISION. Cluj, are we hyped? I know I am. Can't wait to get this started. I'm hoping for more than just 3 maps here. I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more action, get to see that Counter-Strike that PARIVISION play oh so well. And of course, I've got Chatty B dressed to impress by my side.
Yeah, this one's going to definitely light up. Going to be tough for PARIVISION to get past these first two big streaks from Vitality on Overpass and Dust 2. And this is where we'll be kicking things off.
And that's where it starts. Overpass to start. Why don't we get this one going, Cluj? Let's head on into the pistol. Overpass to start us off. Could be slow, could be steady. And could be Vitality.
They're getting the slow one out of the way first for us. So I don't expect too much pace in this from either side. This long control, and if they're able to get this staging area, they've got smoke, make it 2, a couple of flashes and a molly for a finish. Now, do they want to open up a runway, right? Smoke around Dice, force that bankside control, or is it going to just be over towards Bank and CT with a molly truck? Well, James spots the info, and that's the first bullet of the final.
Straight into the face of Flamesy.
Here comes the util, rotation on the way.
James fancies his chances, dips in for another one. Zywoo is hunting him down, closing the gap, gets himself forward of the dice box, smoked and just not being looked at, not being checked. A headshot hit, but not able to find Nota. Solid! James triple kill in defense of the site. He ain't done yet. He's got his comrades by his side. Vitality full to start us off.
That's one of the keys we've been talking about with the PARIVISION campaign, is just how poor their pistols are. 32.5% for the tournament's second lowest, and kicking off the grand final with one on the CT side. No bomb going down, and that'll really limit what's available for Vitality going into the next. Just a quick tech timeout called. Reports from Flamesy saying Zywoo's mic not working, so we'll get that one sorted. Those streaks I was talking about, Overpass, Vitality, 9 consecutive wins on this very map, and then we move it into Dust 2, 11 straight with that 39-4 record. So I'd say these are the best 2 Dust 2 teams in the world at the moment. That one will determine a lot. What's the order? Double cheese, some nugs,
he's going to need his fuel. He's going to need his fuel for this final.
That's dinner time. I don't blame him. We're eating good tonight. All right, well, feels like this one is sorted, and we are back underway. Without the bomb going down, Vitality will chip in with the forced buy. These rounds are tough to scale the space necessary, but Messi has an open runway here in Connector. No forward pressure from PARIVISION. This team built on fundamentals. They're not going to give anything away against an eco or a lighter buy, right? They're going to box up, they're going to use their rifles, play the basics. Not looking to be flashy. Going to take care of business. Dustan keeps that belt away.
And it does enable Vitality to keep more nades on their belt. They're aware, as Apex is hanging out at the party position. Balloons for his birthday.
And this all comes about the timing, right? Does Yellow get caught by flashes? They're close. Here comes the util.
Yellow, he's ready for that first headshot to fall back. Doesn't connect. Will dip away, finds safe haven. Jane catches a heavy one. Tech9 bullet to the dome. Flamesy downs. Yellow backs away. Caught the flashbang, vision returns, and as he presents his backside, no ammo. So Yellow has been flushed out. A rifle now falls into Vitality's hands, and the util has facilitated a plant.
Kid on's way for the retake.
Already uncomfortable for PARIVISION. 2 coming in from that bank side. They're primed and ready with a P250. Sway starts to knock them down. Zywoo's gone. Add Apex to the naughty list. Another back turn for Nota. Just Messi with that recovered Yellow M4, and he's only got half a mag. Surely not. Belchanok prevails. PARIVISION weather the storm of the second round force.
Make it look simple there, and that is some good basics from PARIVISION. They give over the site. They discuss the retake plan, and they hit the necessary shots on the way out. 3 staying alive, bomb goes down again. Will allow Vitality to chip in with a little bit more. Might need a translation on that one. Oh, okay. Well, that's a happy birthday to a friend out there in the...
Whoa, you share a birthday with Apex? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I thought they were just going to chip in lightly. Vitality have other plans. They want to keep the pressure on early. And one of the questions I had was, were Vitality going to allow PARIVISION to play their game? That's more about their T side. It looks like Vitality really want to bring the fight. So, gearing up again. James has his AWP out, so... This is a big advantage in the firepower department for this A defense. Again, heavy pressure over towards A in the early stages. They'll be doing this close and deep flash simultaneously. Vitality clearing out the rock and any orbs at range, but I'm not sure they have the nades to give in a moment like this. It's one of these contact timings. Monster Smoke dips in. Now, Zwei the rotator. When will James call him over? Not playing to block with the jump spot, smoke in hand. Upper bathroom's called clear now, and actually rounding back. Vitality just wanted to probe out and see what type of setup. So with PARIVISION so deep, relatively in the dark, right? So Zwei will be pulled between both sides, and Nota as well. It's currently just Belchinok over towards B. That's a heaven smoke, and they'll be hitting this site in a moment's time.
It is the less
it's missed.
Stacked side. Missed. Heaven smoke. What's the reaction from Belchinok and Nota? Solid HE onto Mezzi's nose. Progress in towards the site. They're just sneaking in. Here comes the flashes. Belchinok has vision. Second connects. They're into the site now. Problems for the CT side. Maybe not. Belchinok's found Flamesy and a dink as well, combined with Yellow's output. He's racked himself up a double. Belchinok will chip in with the same. Job done. Just got to get past Robs, and down goes Mr. Cool. Iced out.
Unforced error there on that missed smoke, and it's not too often you see Vitality missing util. This is a great start. Now keep in mind, CT side of overpass. PARIVISION are going to be looking for 8 or 9 rounds. These first 3 come with threat and handled comfortably. Will have to be the partial buy now. Can't risk continuing this force buy game, but because of the loss bonus, can get something a little bit juicier. No full ecos for PARIVISION to get past just yet. They will have to continue to work for their rounds. It's just going to be more of the same. This time, lacking a little bit in the rifle department, sure. Next round, they'll have all the bells and whistles. So nothing jarring towards Mezzi and the connector control, giving that over. They're able to spring to action in playground. They can take party staging. This time, James a little bit more forward. Now playing the timing game for that long rotation. Don't have to worry about it just yet. Here's the first fight, first shot. He'll fall back, turtle up.
Yeah, good information gathering from Flamesy. Maintains his life, and James lucky to have his. Oh, Flamesy! A fantastic contribution to Vitality's campaign round 4. Orb irretrievable. How's he got 2 there? I say irretrievable. It's been put back down, taken out of the hands of Zywoo. Managed to get it back, but only for a moment. Apex noted on the long side. Comfortable for Cielo.
This is one of the risks if you're Vitality. Right, picking overpasses in the first map of the best of 5. You're on the T side. It's harder to get things going. I wasn't joking when I say get the slow one out of the way first, because you know PARIVISION are going to play a slow role on a lot of these maps, but it also means you have to get through the worst side out the gate. So if you're starting slow, could be a problem as Cielo's walked past this one. Rops, with 30 seconds left. If he's hoping to hold on to this, I think that's going to be tough. Yellow and Belchinok starting to investigate towards connector and T spawns. So if he goes down after time, this is a real miserable start for Vitality.
Yeah, and with still 14 seconds on the clock, you can see the playground sweeps going through, and I think Rops has accepted his fate.
But needs to run in and die. They can just run away from him here.
God, yeah, wait, 5. Okay, Rops has achieved what he wanted.
Well, thank you very much, Zwei. They do throw away the orb. They won't be able to retain that one, but with how these rounds have gone, James has 8K in the bank balance. He'll be able to buy out another.
It was a good catch from Flamesy as well. It gave Vitality a little more to talk about.
You got these young men on stage, these stage rookies, rising to the call of the top tier. Names that Banks listed before he brought them out here and sat them down. They've been scalping the top 10 in a round in 2026. Vitality, the only ones left, and this is the true test, what they've dubbed the raid boss, the top of Counter-Strike, the undisputed world #1s, back-to-back major champs, and best of 5s. This is where they made their name.
Oh yeah, when you compare the cabinets, the experience, it's also a very short list when you think about rookies who had their first stage experience and found themselves in a best of 5 grand final.
Again, getting all this map control relatively easily. Connector, obviously got Sewer. They're applying a bit of B pressure right now, and I want you to keep your eyes on somebody like Apex. He's that facilitating piece, but Mezzi up con does have Yellow forward in the bathrooms to deal with.
Okay, nice to see a forward stance out of Yellow. We've only seen him be more site-centric this time. Wants to pick up a bit more of a fight.
Okay.
Apex on the board. The little 1-2 punch, the spray combined with the HE shrapnel. has removed a B defender. Belchinok's gone. Yellow about to have a fight with Flames. He spots his shoulder and removes his head. Jame goes searching.
MOUZ is containing. Jame gonna insert himself into this. So A's rotating back to A. Notice still over towards B is just blocked. They are rotating. They'll be over towards A, and that's where the finish is coming in.
Jame is called for the rotation, and now he's going to be in the most avant-garde of positions. He is behind them with the AWP. They didn't see him. Cywood dead again. These backstab orbs catching out tier 1. World-class counter-strike from Jame. Nota swings on in. Apex quick to close. Just the one frag from Jame to celebrate, as Vitality do look to have broken through when they get the guns out.
I also want to keep eyes on the Vitality hunt, right? We've seen teams allow this to be held on to, and Rops perfectly placed right now. He's just turned his back for the moment time, but Piers back in, and that is that. The AWP removed. Now the garbage disposal in the previous and taken away in this one. Doesn't remove the cash just yet. Jame can be dropped in AWPs. Yellow's way have enough to be able to do that. You can keep it in the hands of the captain. Timeout called, and we know Dastan likes to take these before they run out of the finances. Always just giving them the extra 30 seconds to talk things through before Vitality take control of the economy, and with the bar set at 8 or 9 rounds for PARIVISION, you win this one Vitality and you can break through and scale up those T-side rounds very quickly. Let's see if I want to change much up. I think it's just an unfortunate death there, right?
Yeah.
HE and a spam, that's how you give over the opening kill. Flamesy hits a nice one, and at that point, you call the stack, you're in the correct place, but Vitality were bound to get one on the board at some point.
And that's how it started. Nice catch from both Flamesy and Apex on their initial jaunt.
And the second time too, both of them entering into the A side to clean house.
So let's see if it's going to be a run of rounds from Vitality. If PARIVISION can really fight back immediately. Okay, they're going to try a boost on the box.
Oh, we've seen a bit of this.
Yeah. Vitality have made considerations for this. We saw it approach various boosts to counter this.
Cywood is currently over towards Playground, so it doesn't have to worry about it. And you can only stay there for so long, right? You can't stay in that boost. You have to worry about the scaling up either through bathrooms or the potential flash push long, and then you're standing there in a tower that could decide the round.
Belchinok's having a rough go at things.
Yeah, well, they're going to be prepping against you, aren't they?
Oh!
Yeah, beautiful work. Catch him on the pathing back. You're put under the microscope by the very best right now.
And the HE usage is second to none. Doesn't matter the map. They've got you booked.
Back-to-back openings, and it looks like the gamble stack coming out now.
Classic.
So are they going to force forward, or are they just stacking the site and hoping that's where Vitality finish? Normally, once you rotate heavy A, a rifler or two will start to move through the bathrooms or short to take that space. But right now, as they block Monster, 3 players are ahead. The flashes will come in, and PARIVISION will be just playing to save. So the finances will not be broken, assuming they get to hold on to these. Side's clear. Vitality established that they've stacked the other side, and that'll be 2.
Definitely going to be more of that throughout this grand final. Playing the financial game. None do it better. It's time to save.
Looks like while Vitality are establishing their economy early as well, not going to be sending out the hunt just yet. This is something that PARIVISION definitely do the theory on. What type of setups can we throw at them while we are attempting to hold on to these guns, and they'll be given the good graces of these 3. Belchinok can operate with something less again into the next, and they have a full gun round right here, and then an MP9 in this one, and again he goes down early to, was an exchange of nades. And they even hold on to a little bit of util. Just a 2-round gap. Which would be trophy number 11 for this Vitality. And it would be an 11-match win streak, currently sitting on 10 after the Krakow victory.
I mean, yeah, they're streaks, they're just collecting them at this point.
Continuing to legacy build. All right, well, Belchinok, you don't even get an MP9, but you've at least got something.
Ooh, look at this partnership. Robs and Mezzi, a pacey surge towards the short side. Will Belchanok get to play this round?
Four-man B stack with Jame in the heavens. Was in the heavens. Now, down to what could be help.
Does look like we're going to be seeing some HEs in play.
Okay, this is cheeky.
Not going to work out for them. There's even a molly with his name on it. Again with the nades. Spreads as well. Spam comes through. Belchanok kicking up a bit of a fight. Gets himself something to celebrate. No longer with empty hands. There's James. His hand on the trigger. Pulls for 1, 2 on 2, and into the site. ZywOo scoped up on towards the heaven position. Should be getting that bomb down uncontested. Looks like a nade might be coming through, or just a walk through the smoke covered by Mezzi. They're going to play the fade. ZywOo's behind the pillar, will get confirmation from Mezzi, and a missed shot does give them a chance. Dropping into the site is Ziello. He loses his comrade. Zway's gone. Time to play. Ziello, only 9 bullets. Up against the very best. And they do what they do best. ZywOo 3K and a 3rd consecutive.
That one will have financial ramifications, won't it? Obviously, loss bonus coming in the previous with those saves mean they're sitting in a decent spot and 2nd tactical timeout within these first few rounds of play. So, Tarstan really wanting to get ahead of this. You know this is going to be a tough fight. And this is where it is always going to be tough. If you aren't going up against a PARIVISION team, you have to expect investments time and time again just with their money management, and we can see Jane with his preferred weapon back out. But the B bomb site has been hemorrhaging these openers. That Molotov, we saw Apex try that the other day. He missed it. This time you can see it coming to the success, is able to flush out what is a key position for monster holders.
Yeah, the double nades, I mean, that's back-to-back rounds now where they've found impeccable impact, opening kills without even a need for a rifle.
This B bomb site getting battered and bruised in the early stages.
And it does look like they're going to head there once more. They think they found a vulnerability. And look at this. The whole squad starting over towards the B side of the map. Flames is just going for a contact walk. Belchanok just eating the flash and gets booked! Beautiful! Flamesy and Robs kick open the front door. And Zway, last arrival and last piece to fall.
Flames has been great this event, hasn't he? I think the confidence that you have in your teammates, not only to trade you, but to throw the util perfectly, which is why I was so surprised they missed that heaven one earlier in the piece. That really emboldens an entry fragger. When you know that the details are there, you have no issues going in first. If you don't have that faith in your team to be able to connect the necessary components for you to actually take that space, doubt creeps in and you miss the timing. And this one...
You want to talk about doubt creeping in. I mean, the way Belchanok's sight has fallen, they're 3 very different deaths, but how does that not shake your confidence?
Now they're on the hunt on this one. I think that might be it. So Jame will stunt 2. And at this point now there is a better cash. You'll see Vitality start to look for more of the hunts. So it was 4 straight from PARIVISION, is now 4 straight back by Vitality. An overpass will be the chessboard of the series.
I don't know, that round felt like they kind of flipped the chessboard upside down. Started throwing punches.
I think this is where you either call the bluff, all right, are they going to continue to hit B or are they going to mix things up? You try and go a little bit more aggressive. You need to find a gap, a timing. You're pushing playground, you're flanking behind them. You're able to worm in around the map so that they don't have so much room.
Oh, that's pretty stylish. If it landed, it's not quite hit the mark.
Okay, boosting the AK up to do with the heaven rotation. And comes on past, and if he hung around, maybe there would have been a chance.
Yeah, James is up there.
So the saved guns and some partial buys. With the max loss bonus, they'll be able to buy into the next, but there's no reason they can't win this one. So left to his own devices over towards the upper bathrooms is going through their motions of softening up these players over towards B and their anchor spots. You might need to get a little bit more creative, but there's only so many places to stand in a default setup for the CTs. So all boost to find an incision.
Around that minute mark. A couple of flashes sound off towards short. MOUZ closing the gap on this fight with Ziello. He's got 2 responsibilities in this position. Concerned about the access point from its side, and he's been booked here. FlameZ with another opening kill.
35 seconds. Looks like they're trying to pivot this bomb into A now. Apex and ZywOo fast up long. Mezzi late piece, and then Robs to lock down the rotations if they want to flank through Con.
God, James gonna have to do it all on his own here. Bit of a stumble on his way back towards the site, confirming no one's immediately committed, but here they come.
Here comes the nades. This is the real problem. You'll be smoked off unless you play ahead.
Can I just provide a little bit of a gap perhaps with the block? Can he mantle up?
10 seconds.
Anything he can do. Doesn't seem to think it's wise to commit the AWP.
Yeah, Vitality have no issues draining the clock either. Bomb goes down, and that'll be round number 5. Now, what is key in the last 5 rounds of play is in every single one of them, Vitality have gotten the opening kill. You need to avoid that if you're PARIVISION, and as mentioned, this B setup, it's just getting naded, it's absolutely brutalized. So do we want to just play the default hold to continue for that to happen, or do we want to try something more aggressive? Do we want to push out to sewer? Do we want to fight connector? Do we want to start with 4 towards A? Do a bit more passive on B, see if we can find that opening pick while they're going through the motions with the nades? Something has to change, and Dustin's already taken 2 timeouts. Holding onto the pistols, the Kevlar, now coming in with the buys. Maybe a whole lot more of this if PARIVISION continue to find the pieces in the wrong places.
Yeah, and the cash is starting to get out of control. 12 grand after being fully bought up for ZywOo. Let's see if PARIVISION can buck the trend. Vitality have thrown so many different looks at them already, just 10 rounds deep. Map 1.
ZywOo's taking the AWP over to B. He might just search up short quickly here.
Look at him go. Yeah, he's trying to catch someone. He has, through the boards. Nate finishes the job.
Another opener over towards B, and the HEs have played such a massive role.
I mean, it is just ace to watch this unfold. Mounted up! Oh, he's reacted well. Rob's removed, info on a second that was boosting. As he inflames he though, Ziello, he's been having a rough go of things.
They've been called off, so this is at least good info for PARIVISION. Apex worried about a response push through Monster. They are looking to go B again, so Apex to throw the heaven smoke. Last time Vitality attempted this and missed, and the train coming past, they will have to hold it off for a moment. James could be on a quick rotation, he's on his way now.
Belchnock already, half health. Nota's going to throw this pillar smoke, needs to throw it now. Channels Vitality into the other approach, gives Belchnock a bit of room to breathe.
Silently.
Yeah, the contact in. They're going to use that smoke, and they're going to punish you with it. They're going to flash through. Apex going to be able to punish. Belchnock tries to disappear. Oh, but instead, 3 members fall. They know where Ziello typically occupies. ZywOo's already trained and ready, and he's been called off.
This is just class Counter-Strike. What else
Isn't
say?
it?
Coming in today for PARIVISION, this is always going to be tough, but 6 rounds now, T-side of Overpass. Vitality have already filled their boots with more than what's required. Not even really getting a chance to contend in any of these rounds at PARIVISION, whether it's they lose that opening kill, and here's the stretch, so that's about to become 6 in a moment's time.
I mean, you make a montage of all of those opening kills, and you would just tell the story.
There's been at least 3 of them that are with nades at this point.
Yeah, that's the 3rd there.
So,
an AWP wall bang into a HE dunk.
Oh, Ziello, can you hold on to this? You can get 1 for your troubles, but Mezzi will find the trade, and you lose absolutely everything.
Wow, this is inspired.
This is every day of the week, it feels, for Vitality.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
At home in the grand finals. We're living in their era right now, and PARIVISION are getting a taste of that. A wild Belchnock fan. Good input and anchor work from the man himself. Earlier in the tournament, big contributor in some eco or light buy victories.
Oh yeah, impact, absolutely.
Especially against Falcons, that Dust 257 round.
It just shows that the
look at this.
Their own, the Vitality are in. Jane fancies being a disruptive force, going for an early search on the short side, supported by that boost of Nota. He's going to distract, not going to be able to find the connection he hoped for. Flamesy already applying pressure. The barrel's molly makes life difficult for Sway. Not 100-0, just gets cooked.
Another opening with utility.
But this time, James immediately found a response. His aggression's rewarded. He finds Mezzy, and we fall into a 4-on-4. Bit of a slower mid-round now.
Apex just swiftly jaunts back over towards A to try and take some space. They know the AWP can't be on long, at least not for a couple moments longer, so going to quickly take this back. Ziello will be on the other side of the flower pots. Is Apex ready for this? It's very noisy.
Yeah, Ziello, wow, at range, the MP7. Definitely seeing a lot of action in 2026.
A little bit sloppy there from Apex, giving that one over.
Whoa, 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 a crazy swing. You see why he did it though. Saw the nade, knew he could punish. Flamesy didn't have his gun out, but he did have cover from the Woo. 3-on-3.
Just Belchinok on B for now.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be James as well, responsible for the A site. He's lost Nota.
Definitely finish A now.
Here comes the nades. It's just so perfectly put together. James manages to dart away. Ready for a quick flick onto Rops. No cover from Belchinok. He's been removed. They're going to double swing him. James in the 1v2 clutch. How does he play this? How could he possibly prevail? Zywoo catches him on the smoke spam, and things just flowing.
It's so perfect, isn't it? They're not overstepping the mark. Right, this is a team who fundamentally, they are going to punish your mistakes. Well, right now, Vitality aren't making any. That's Apex overstepping the mark. He goes down, but the rest of them, they piece it together beautifully. All right, you push short, we'll take Monster. We know that has to be under fortified. Barrage nades is there again. James hits that one. This one, you think maybe it's getting out of control, but Zywoo covering fire, makes short, and then Rops hits a blinder. He was sick to start this tournament. Now he's sick in the playoffs.
Nice! Sick boys!
Just what I'm talking about. Apex enjoying this on the birthday. Another one where they're just having to not have everything they want. That's been the story of the last patch for PARIVISION. This is the final round of the half.
Yeah, James trying to insert himself into the play. He's providing an opening kill for PARIVISION. He bucks the trend. Jiggle out from Apex. Well done. One from Belchinok back. Puts it into a rather chaotic 3-on-3. Sure, James, you found the opening. Belchinok can't find your AWP.
It's the first opening they've had within 8 rounds. You need to make good on this one. It's going to be tough.
Does Sway have any support? Running over now is Nota. As he parked, ready for this headshot. Cautious is Nota, confirms presence towards the site.
Sway wants to swing.
Oh, he does, and confirms too. His position now noted as well, trying to bail himself out. The smoke flash combo. Trying to imply he's retreated. Zywoo's got the bomb on his back, and Vitality are hesitant to commit.
Now we can drop back and actually throw some util out from here. He's still got a full belt. Smoke's available, molly as well to disrupt, but they are going to wait out this smoke because they have the luxury of time. Now quickly those trades went down on B, then the pressure as Belchinok is trying to tighten the noose right now. Can he catch the timing?
Could he catch that backstab? Robson Mezzy very far forward. He is going to get a back turned and tap away, controlled on the FAMAS. Keeps it level. Robson immediate trade, the smoke break! Oh, Nota still hits it though! Robson the clutch, and quick from the MP7 swing. PARIVISION bucked the trend last round of the half. They get something to celebrate after that run from Vitality.
The entire thing in that game was rounds where opening kills came to your team. It was converted. Sounds like chocolate in the building. PGL heading there later this year. But right now, taking things off inclusion. That's where the Apex legacy, I don't want to say started, but began cementing itself. This man, the birthday boy, made your back here in 2015 with Envious. Since then, he's added 3 more to the tally. And he's set to get 1 more to tie up Dupree's record of 5. So Apex, with this Vitality team, a leader of men, 7 rounds on the T side, has called them into a very strong game. Now, can they split the pistols?
Yeah, you love the character arc of Apex, right? I mean, this is... it's almost story levels. It feels like it could be a novel. The grunt, the entry frag supreme. Now calling the shots in a team with an established era. 10 years on.
All right, here we go. Remember, PARIVISION have had trouble with the pistols. Now, those stat lines don't matter in the final. This is one game in isolation, and right now they're 1-0 in the column. Let's make it 2 from 2, and we got ourselves a map.
Does feel compulsory. Crazy to say. Crazy expectation. So that's from ZywOo, time after time. On the pistol rounds, Vitality can count on ZywOo.
Just so confident there, sticking around, getting run down. Can he find a second?
He's ready for more insta-gib taps.
They're looking for the long space, just like Vitality did. Rops will rotate over to support this. Two on the side. He'll try and glean the info with some jump spots. Worried they're already entrenched.
Belchenok does have that P250, which will enable a fair fight versus this Rops. Oh, maybe not. Couldn't even find a single connection. Clean execution from Vitality. You've got to get past ZywOo. You've got to get past Rops. A whole lot easier to say than it is to do.
Jose's picked up that bomb. I was relatively forward here. Zillow and Jam are coming back up, or at least one of the two.
He's ready. He is just ready for the fight. Does take a heavy head. Down to 4 HP.
Playing his life.
Connects, and yeah, playing for the advantage. They've got 30 seconds to find the finish. Time is starting to get away from them. And Vitality aren't writhing. Not finding any discomfort in this rot of clock. They've got this early advantage, and they're happy to wait it out.
Still just two of them on the site right now.
Yeah, and it's low HP from ZywOo. Jen could find him, but he's just, completely overlooked the corner. Sure, one back finally. Zway finishes what he started onto ZywOo. Ziello's only got 5 seconds, and there's just too many targets. An unwinnable pistol for Ziello. And he might even go down after.
Either way, not getting any cash for that, is he? That is going to be a very tough way to start this T side. So, $750, that's with the kills and the money that carried through after the Kevlar buy. It is going to be the final dust on timeout. This is map number 1. It is Vitality's choice. Now looking to run away with this.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way Yanko framed it as well. Like, what are you supposed to pick?
Yeah, it's tough, right? This is what I'm talking about. You have to break a 9-map win streak if you want to win Overpass. Then you go into Dust 2, which is your map, where they have an 11-map win streak. They're on a 10-series win streak.
Yeah. Pick your poison and then drink it.
No one ever said it was going to be easy. But PARIVISION building up a bit of lore of their own in 2026.
Yeah, we were saying how Apex's career could be a story. I think this one very well could be a movie.
Look at that, some crispy USP shots. You always love to see them. Satisfying work as that is going to be the eco. So you have to feel for Ziello. This money's going to be rough around the edges, but I'd say you're more than used to that in the PARIVISION jersey. I know that sometimes that's just the way she goes.
But a second grand final already. Lifting the trophy in the first, of course.
Yeah, that one against Falcons with the standard, but still.
I mean, it's an unconventional and a rare rise to power. From those depths of tier 3 to now competing at the big boy table.
Didn't get any damage on this eco so far. Not looking good. Just going to waltz in one by one, aren't they?
Ooh, couldn't quite connect. So they get something out of their pistols. I think that's all they're getting. ZywOo confirms it.
And Apex will make sure he gets that A4, upgrading away for the FAMAS, and he can throw that one back over. It's beautiful work, keeping it clean at 9-5. Treating this one like a job right now, our Vitality. Just going through the motions.
I think this is the gun round that tells us whether or not we're going to have a half or not from the PARIVISION T side.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 will definitely deliver, and when you take a look at PARIVISION, this is a team, as far as series go, who are always competitive. Last time they were in a best of 3 where they didn't even get at least one map was back in September of last year. So even in their losses, they're able to get something to their name. We hope to see that here today as well.
What's it going to be? Rops in a forward stance. Flash from Ziello doesn't deter him. He's going to have ZywOo searching on the long side as well. They're ready for this aggressive stance.
That molly's missed.
Yeah, didn't land, didn't flush anything out.
But this is what I wanted to see from Vitality. If you just played default and gave them the space, the respect that everybody else has done to PARIVISION, they'll play the clock. Right now, you can't.
This is dangerous. ZywOo goes forward. Ziello meets his fate. And ZywOo brought down by James.
Important trade. Rob's still here.
Yeah, Robs might catch it back. Oh, nice headshot found, or at least some damage through the floor. 19 to work with as Nota tries to lock him in. Retreat not an option, so he surges forward.
Great flash. They can get away now. Does Robs want to stick around and fight?
It looks like he does.
Supportive util right there from Apex. They're pivoting back to B right now. Another flash towards top con. Robs picking in. So A is known to not be a threat right now.
Informs Mezzi in flames as they start flashing. They start pushing. It was so perfectly timed. Booked. Nota on the double entry though. Access to the B site. Avoids the nade damage, takes space, and the bomb will be planted. Uncontestable.
So they want to hold on to these guns or go fishing, give it a look. Rob's coming around the world. Fuse kits lacking on their belt, and this one could be the save. So right there, that is a beautiful work from Nota. Important double. That'll be the 6th for PARIVISION.
All right.
I think when you take a look at that double from Nota, right, you have this team. We're talking about their rise to the top of Counter-Strike. It's the dedication behind closed doors. It's the focus on the fundamentals. And once that's locked down, once everybody understands what they need to do as far as what peaks should we take, when are the risks required, that's when the players have the ability to show off their individual prowess. And that's an example of that right there. So fight comes your way over towards A. You trade out 1-for-1, and Robs, they're not round to the corner. So those fundamentals just to tuck it high to hold on to that as Rob's just on the other side of the wall, and they have no idea.
That's so crazy. That is proof that Dastan and Jame have managed to really get these boys trained. Don't overplay.
Bit of a bonus there over towards B. They did only have those SMGs. So short, a couple of nice shots from Nota, but now they have to get past the full guns. Zawu has his AWP, James does not. So this is the one that counts. This is the one that could be worth 2. And PARIVISION take this one deep. Once they're at that 10-10 scoreline, they take over the game. And this one is a big step in getting them to tie things up.
Okay, not going to be the worst case scenario for Nota. He survives the brunt of the damage. But Robs is, oh, they heard him. The spread of the flame. Nota's going to be able to provide an opening. Robs goes down and Nota gets away. He's taken heavy damage from Apex through the board. Sway avoids a similar fate.
Not going to be easy to draw a kill back here. Zawu leaving long. Looks like he'll just have to jump spot A and on his way. Creative way to play for info. Keeping 3 rifles on B, and that's exactly where PARIVISION want to hit. Is he playing forward?
So active.
This nade.
He's going to try and punish. He'll swing as they double up on the nade. A double spray. Flamesy pulls Vitality back into the advantage. They're ready for the biff. They're ready for the brawl. Belchanok back with 1. Swinging into Apex though. It's on his own. No support from James. James is abandoning him. Delay. Buy time for James to try and hoover up space. But Zywu's Orb now trained. Apex walking into this one. Belchanok threatening. A 2-on-2, all to play for, but he's kept their attention drawn. He has sold this as James has walked his way, now running his way.
He's back
onto the A site.
One will go down.
Through the flames. Look at Zawu. Charges in, doesn't pull the trigger. James now only 14 seconds. How's he supposed to get the bomb down? How about killing Zawu? How about throwing out a smoke and then punching in the code with a second to spare? You don't need to plant the bomb if you can beat them both. James problem solves with Belchanok by his side.
Apex not happy with that one. Great info there from Belchanok. Identifies both on B, opens the runway. James looks like he's selling his boy. Well, he's buying around. And that one handled under pressure. Zawu playing through, thinking he can win the round there on his own. Well, the star doesn't shine in that one, and now the money a problem.
Yeah, Carrigan said it best. It ain't baiting if you win the round.
What's happening here with the buy? Flames is coming with an M4. Got 2,400 loss bonus into the next, so they aren't really bending the knee and taking a full eco. They're still playing to win this one. Sure, there's plenty of pistols around this, but...
Oh my God, they've lost yellow. Mezzi anticipates the boost, finds the headshot, disposal of the weapon to ensure nothing falls into Vitality's hands, but they
pivoting into B quickly. They're pivoting to B right now.
Yeah, it's only Apex here. The rest of Vitality are scarpering over. You can see Zawu on his way, Mezzi too. Belchanok starts to advance. These 5-7s are deadly in these players' hands, and he's trying to demonstrate that now. Couple of missed shots, whistle past. Staying solid his way. Holds his ground. Zawu hits the headshot, not able to provide the trade. Quick flick. Lovely burst, finds the headshot, but now that Deagle tracking Fires one off. Doesn't quite connect to Belchenok. James passes Robs' dig. How's he hit that? Pulls Belchenok into an impactful opportunity. Has to save PARIVISION here. And Robs' deagle looks incredible. Spotted out. Belchenok has the info. Robs has got the precision though. He's got the aim! On display! Stunning from Robs!
What a skirmish on that side, the back and forth. Belchenok's triple. You thought the young gun, the rookie, had done enough to stabilize that. But these two teams, you just take a look at these low buys. PARIVISION, they're good at finding the mistake. Vitality, they're great at forcing it.
It's just so buttery smooth, that Robs POV.
Thought he had overdone it there, right? Taking too long to pick his shot from heaven. Backs a turn, not looking his way.
As he starts them off, it's Robs that closes it down.
It's all really the pistols, isn't it? The hero isn't that M4. It's these two zingers on the dig to win out the 1v2. And Mr. Cool, he's in this team to close, and that's what he does best.
Outrageous.
Just when you thought PARIVISION were climbing back into the game.
There's the star power. Every member of Vitality capable. This time, Robs is the one to step up. Early collision course set. Nota completely not expecting Robs, who's just wandered down to connector. And he manages to remove one. Sway's walking in as well. Robs were unprepared.
Hey, this kid on the MP7.
Makes it look great.
Well, gets himself an upgrade. Oh, I think that range shipped on down. Apex rings his bell. So with the AWP on A, it's Yellow investigating the upper bathrooms. There's a monster push lined up.
Yeah, no one's home. This is going to be such valuable intel. FlameZ, as always, is the one to hold W.
Zywo has util to block. Needs to throw that out now. Has to stall this.
Done so. Confirms and spots the bomb on the back of James. James' immediate reaction upon that jump spawn is to pivot towards the long side. Zywo stays posted, ready to catch Belchenok and Zielo's progressions.
Staying 2-2 with the defense here. This is still risky.
Zielo's low. Trying to finish it off with a HE. Doesn't quite find him. 5 points of health for Zielo. They're all bleeding out. Sway on the long side. Can he find any output? Apex on the back of Dice. Feels like a certainty for Apex to win this one. Does so. Takes his head off. Belchenok breaks into the site. Quick one from Zywo's orb. Oh! And there's another. So comfortable on that AWP. And now a clutch for James. He's already had one. Another one taking shape before our eyes. Zywo. No HP for him, and Messi will deny.
Multi-kill of the star power from Vitality on display in back-to-back rounds, and that one gets 10. It's 11-7 the score now, but out of money are PARIVISION. In a tough position. You know, it comes down to just that 1v1. Do we want to force with around the 2K mark, or do we want to give them the guaranteed OT as we catch Zywo? An important integral double there. And they are shoving. So don't want to allow Vitality to get up to 12 without a fight. All in and over towards B.
Surely these are not the kind of rounds you can get away with against Vitality in this form.
Come down to the timing on the flash here.
These are the rounds Messi waits for.
Straight through drive.
The stats drive from Belchenok, but Zielo, he manages to profit. It's FlameZ's turn. Just to unload through the smoke. He finds 3, committing through Monster.
And an attempt to make sure it's not going to be an easy road. It's going to be more of the same into the next. FlameZ will find the final, and that is 12.
Kind of respect the fact you're trying it. Belchenok just dry through the smoke. Did catch Merriman off guard a little bit.
Yeah, well, considering how the first half went, this was always going to be a tough second. Now that you're on that T side, just one round away now. Vitality continue to build to, there's just a remarkable team in the modern day.
Oh, yeah,
10 straight on overpass in 1 round's time. Just 5 kills to get there, and you've got to get past Tech9s, and this time a Galil. Not the most threatening, is it?
They're going to make this one look casual. Trying to make it abundantly clear the difference between us and them. Ooh, Sway brought down, surely going to get chased on down. Apex hunts his prey. goes away. The depth of your map pool will always be tested. The depth of each individual decision you make up against this squad. They've got all the nuance ironed out.
Got all the info right now.
They're in the right place. The setup, Flamesy and Mezzy ready to receive. Apex gets one. Through the board, finds James. All the tricks in the book used to manufacture an advantage, and this one is just waltzing across the finish line.
You just see it peter out now, won't you? 3v5, number disadvantage, PARIVISION up against it on the T side, and it's only a matter of time.
Belchinok next victim, Mezzy deletes. Just going to be Nota and Cielo having their best go of things, but the first map of this grand final has come to a conclusion, right? Right, Cielo and Nota not giving up. They do manage to break through the Vitality defenses.
The bomb can go down, or at least it could. Molly on the side, problematic now.
ZywOo contained by the flames for a moment. They got 19 seconds to get this one done. Sure, you've broken in. There's still ZywOo and Robs to get past. Top of the tables, this duo. Another one from Nota. An exceptional double kill from the both of them. Just ZywOo to get past. But of course, it's ZywOo that plans to end it right here and now. Oh, not looking at him. Cielo will close. Extending play. It looked impossible.
All right, that's a 2v5 right there.
That is a 2v5.
Okay, boys, we see ya. Vitality maybe taking their eye off the prize for a moment there.
Wow.
Yeah, this one started way too easy, didn't it? Apex gets the double kill. Flames, he grabs one more, and then Cielo and Nota, they announce their presence on this B site, kill after kill.
But that is that tenacity.
Yeah, not giving up, not rolling over.
Absolutely not.
Well, again, they're in a position to take over the finances. Last time, it was lesser of an investment. This time, Vitality are forcing in to get it done. Just have to tighten this one up and not make those same mistakes, but SMGs instead of M4s.
This is what this team was built to handle. It ain't over till it's over. A philosophy close to PARIVISION.
And again, if they win this one, they break the bank balance and they can definitely work back into it.
Okay. High stakes round, and again, it's Nota's name. Gets away. Setting their sights on that A site. Room to stretch their legs, escorted by James AWP.
Apex is the only one staying on the B side. They are gambling over towards A. Flames, you pick up wrong, and this bathroom setup can stay in play.
It's very hard to break this setup. Rob's actually trying to catch a timing. Goes looking. And he's going to be able to confirm Nota's position. Belchinok react, trade, beautiful. Advantage maintained. ZywOo trying to be a disruptive force on the long side. James got his number though. Opens up. Just Flamesy on the site with something. A point to prove perhaps, but Belchinok denies. PARIVISION have broken through. Their last opportunity to do so. A 2 versus 5, and now just Apex retreating with his tail between his legs and an MP9 to save.
Regardless of how this map goes down, there will be a discussion about that 2v5 lost. You still can take care of business. It can still be done in regulation. Or if you lose the map, that conversation will be even more intense. But the fact that PARIVISION have kept this alive and now they've drawn you into the late game. Let's see if they keep that polish. This team, once they get to overtime, they're able to reset as an experienced unit. Well, they're playing that role well for a bunch of rookies. Apex will just hold on to it. Measly MP9 of all things.
James speaks so highly about these new talents he's picked up. Says, you know, we win more rounds than we should, and there's been a fantastic one here on Overpass. Testament to the talent. Under his tutelage with Dastan, they've built a team that are pushing this Overpass all the way.
It shouldn't be this close. Should have closed it down. Vitality have already picked up a lighter buy round. I'm not sure this one will be the case. That one had a hero M4. This one has a saved MP9 and less upgrades. So grouped up and ready to fight. This should be light work for PARIVISION, even though James walking into this.
Yeah, and Vitality's pistol rounds, they always seem to be quite threatening. Can lead to some volatility, especially if you don't hit flicks like that quick from Ziello. Adjust to Flamesy, and he's not probably adopted that angle alone. Yeah, James catches Apex on the retreat back towards Connector. He spotted another as well, and that's going to get Nota. Limiting Mezzi's options, throws out the Molotov, a HE from above. Locked in, the unarmored MP9.
Be looking to see if I can get a weapon or two to save into the next if I'm Vitality, but I'm not sure PARIVISION will give that option. Another molly lands. Maybe not as deep as designed, but they should be able to usher themselves into the A site now with a whole lot of ease, with a barrage of Yuto continuing to try and soften up Mezzi. What felt like a formality is now back up for grabs. To be honest, I didn't think there was any way in the world Vitality were going to lose that 2v5, so...
You and me both.
They are still alive and kicking, and I wouldn't say in the driver's seat, but catching up to that pole position. Not just getting absolutely rolled by Vitality. Felt like that for a patch, 7 straight in the first half. There's a bit more back and forth here now with their attack on display and trying some poise, the pressure.
Ziello finding his game as well. Bit of a slow start for him, and he is such an important piece of this PARIVISION puzzle.
Yeah, he's their lowest rated player on Overpass this year. So
wow.
The fact that he's digging out this level of performance right now is huge. And I think Nota, with only 9 kills, but all of his have come with impact.
Yes.
So hoping for some exits, hoping to be able to bolster the buy. We should get a X-Taz timeout. Can't snatch it away. Nota ready for that. The bait and switch. Not on his watch as Nota continues to shoot sharper. As he runs into the side, I don't think he's going to be able to take anyone with him, and now he just needs to run for the hills. Go down with the bomb. So nothing carried through. And the biggest issue late in the game, who would have thought that we'd be talking about this for Vitality, is they don't have the money to bring out the ZywOo AWP. So they can get rifles for everybody, but they'll be lacking Yuto. Right? They're not going to have everything they'd hoped for. And with only the loss bonus of 2,900 going into the next, unless they save guns, they'll be on another bad buy with 5.7s and MP9s going into what would be the final round of regulation.
Right.
So again, PARIVISION find themselves in control of the finances. Their biggest problem is you just lose one and it's done. So 2 opportunities for Vitality, sure, but these won't come easy. You can see Flamesy having to operate now with an MP9 to value the util.
Such a common occurrence as well with this PARIVISION team is your opponents, once you get pulled into the mud, once you lose a round you shouldn't, and the finances start becoming a problem. That's what happens when you've got a team helmed by the accountant. He's always cooking the books in their favor.
It's actually a bit of resistance for Vitality in a playoff game. The group stage was labored. Playoffs have looked a little bit easier. On PARIVISION's watch, this new challenger stepping into the ring.
I can't quite believe we're here. Round 23. Cobbled together by for Vitality. James goes searching, hoping for an overextension of ZywOo. Cognizant of Rops. There he is. Confirmation he's in the connector, but he's going to remove Nota and he's going to keep on pushing.
He goes up that ladder. That bomb is on the other side, and Belchinok noisy on the way back. Might give away some sound cues here. So bomb picked up. Should be able to relay that to the team.
So I was going to push forward off that info. Cognizant of the potential for flashes. Supported by his captain, Apex. There's Yellow. He actually had the pre-aim there, but ZywOo quick to the headshot. Double up. Lovely work from the duo. ZywOo and Apex, and now an AWP falls into his hands. Belchinok removes it immediately. Not a 2-on-4. Should be everything in place for Vitality to close down Overpass here with 35 seconds left. Belchinok goes looking. As he forced into the fight, the Molotov spreads, he does very well, and they can't control the spray. Overpass goes Vitality's way, but not without some sweat on the brow.
Well, the first step to Vitality adding the 11th trophy to that cabinet. Their map in their pocket. Dust 2 up next.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Are you ready?
Welcome back to the PGL Cluj-Napoca Grand Finals. One map in the books. It has gone the way of Vitality, but let's just start by talking about the nature of that. I'll start with you, Yanko. Was it deceptively competitive or actually competitive?
I think somewhat deceptively competitive, right? Because PARIVISION did have that 4-0 start in the first half. They struggled actually with those to get off to good starts. You're thinking, ooh, maybe there's something here. But then really the experience and you know, just the fact how good Vitality is on Overpass shines through. They go on to win 7 rounds in a row from that point on, and a lot of those were gun rounds because PARIVISION was saving in a lot of the round losses because there wasn't much for them to do with the early entries that Vitality would get. And then in the second half, for a moment there, they seemed to be on the way back, but the 1v2 from Rops really killed all their momentum, and if it weren't for that 2v5 from Not and Cielo, the game would have been over much sooner.
I mean, look, PARIVISION is just trying to give you your money's worth, right? They've been doing it all tournament long, pushing it to 10 rounds, trying to keep things going and grinding out things. But we talked about it pregame that, you know, this is a team that hasn't won Overpass yet. Now you're facing one of the best Overpass teams in the world. And when I was looking back at PARIVISION's films, I definitely noticed that their B defense was something weak that a lot of teams could exploit. And Vitality wasted no time doing it. And I think it comes down to just the inexperience of those B players, kind of understanding what spots are dangerous to get spammed and naded, you know, where they need to be, how they coordinate with each other. When you're dealing with the type of onslaught that Vitality can levy at you, which they did time and time again.
I think you could have put a lot of veteran B anchors on that bomb site to try to withstand Vitality's barrage, and they still would have had a lot of difficulty. I feel like Vitality gave us, I mean, they did. They gave us a lot of different looks on that T side. Their A defaults were successful. The B hits where they were able to pinpoint utility usage were excellent too. I mean, just a well put together game plan and really showing why they wanted to start this series with this pick.
I mean, for me, the game changer just happened right there. It was when Robs got that double deagle clutch. Probably, I mean, could have conceivably been in overtime if that didn't happen, but that essentially course corrected. And not a surprise to see Robs, the one player we didn't highlight pre-show, coming out and being the standout on map 1.
One thing that was actually a bit interesting about the time he spent on the T side was that he was frequently helped at B. I felt like going into the game, you're going to see him do a lot more solo lurking and prodding, but in fact, Apex was frequently next to him around the monster tunnel, which allowed Robs to take so much space towards the short side here and really kind of exercise his own will against a PARIVISION team that wasn't quite ready for there to be such an emphasis in the default towards that B side of things.
I think they're just so good at finding chip damage too early in those rounds at B. And I mean, that just shows you how mobile Vitality is. When you have guys like ZywOo and Apex who are so dynamic and so comfortable being all around the map, it allows them to do what Maui's saying, where you can flex a lean towards one direction early in the round and use that to, you know, put on pressure, do damage, and eventually chase down frags. And again, that 7-round run that Vitality had is really what kind of put them out in front in a way that PARIVISION just not recover from.
We can break down some rounds, talk about some of the, you know, little intricacies of the game. Yanko, I'll defer to you for that one.
Yeah, a lot of the game plan revolved around the B bomb site, and also how do you condition your opponents, right? It's a bit tougher to do in MR12. You don't have as many rounds to work with, but Vitality still did a great job. This is second gun round. Apex, HE and Spam gets the kill on Belchanok. Here they're harassing again with the HEs. Right, he's not going to get spammed this time around, but you saw one, the second HE came in from Apex, and this is the third one. What is this doing? Like, this is making them, all right, we can't be that close. And then in round 8, they hit them with the monster pop, right? Like, they can't play close to that smoke anymore. They get naded, they get spammed. All right, they still want to play somewhat close, but that's where you get blinded by the flashes. That's where Vitality has you right where they want you, and that was just a great example of, you know, Apex being one step ahead of that B defense.
I feel like we could even chime in with round 7 also, and smack dab in the middle of some of the ones you just showed, because the way that they went for the entry there with the Molly combo into nade combo, I don't even really see this Molly all that often. Bouncing it off of the bridge on top into a double nade onto Noda when he's moving in to his fallback position. I mean, when talking about Vitality and the entries they get on this map, I mean, sometimes it's about working smarter, not harder.
It's one of those things where we always praise how good Vitality are at the fundamentals of playing out a default, of throwing in the pacing changes, but then they add layers that a lot of other teams have with their utility, you know, like the one that Maui just pointed out, where you know that the guy could be up close on that smoke, you molly him out, you know exactly where he's going to go next, and you're able to hit him with more HE grenades, and just, I mean, the amount of utility kills that they got on that B bomb side is absurd. Like, it's very hard for PARIVISION to play against something like that.
It's somewhat of a one-dimensionality of PARIVISION on their CT side. They're not going to play super aggressive very often. You know, maybe here and there at some times, but they are more comfortable sitting back, maybe taking some of these stack gambles, right, and letting you make the mistake. So if you're Vitality and you know that, well, then you can go for these harass plays. They're never going to try and play in front of it. They didn't necessarily try to fight for water control early or try to get in their face towards the A bomb side with some 3 or 4 A setups to really disrupt Vitality early on. I feel like they had to do that because you saw, even in 5v5s, that they would try to gamble stack or 4v4s. I mean, Vitality had so much information on the map. They're not going to fall for those. They're not going to run in your stack, maybe once a half, but here it didn't happen whatsoever, and they just dominated them in that first half.
To wrap it back to the Rops discussion about him being the MVP of the map, part of it is just the conditioning of him being in water so frequently. When paired with Apex at Monster, there's really no option. The option coverage was so strong from Vitality that usually if you're just getting bombarded like that, you want to take short water control. But if Rops is always there playing Sentinel, there's really no answer for you as PARIVISION.
Yeah, and then later in the game, we can take a look at this round. We've got that, you picked that, round 17.
Yeah, it's just a momentum stopper, right? PARIVISION does a good job after losing Pistol to win the first 2 gun rounds, right? They finally get Vitality on an eco here. MOUZ actually finds this kill, which was crazy with the P250. In the 4v5, they get towards the B bomb side. They're going to do a good job of finding the kills, right, getting the bomb down. They stay patient. They don't rush anything. They understand the pressure is on Vitality with the low buy, and then it just drops in a 1v2. What could go wrong? Well, everything, right? He's not sick anymore. They got the IVs, they got everything, they got the juices, the blood is flowing, and yeah, he just hit 2 nasty shots, and you really felt that PARIVISION, after losing this one, it was going to be over for them, right? We talked about how good they are at not giving away rounds, you know, playing very fundamentally sound. When they lose a round like this, just gets all the momentum back on the side of Vitality.
And so we enter the part of the final where this is it for me. I think this is the PARIVISION win condition starts here. We're going to talk about Dust 2. I've said it. I think they can beat Vitality on Dust 2. I genuinely believe it, and I'll qualify that by saying every team they've played, they've took them deep. This is a map that they're really frustrating to play on. Little mistakes can be punished, and even if you're the best team in the world, you just in the final, you want to get it over with, you want to hoist that trophy, you feel that's inevitable, that's when maybe you take your eye off the ball and PARIVISION can exploit you.
It's going to be tough. I mean, when you come to personal comfort, sure. I mean, this is one of PARIVISION's tried and true maps that they've used throughout this tournament, and just with this lineup in general, they look good, and they've evolved as a team for me. Again, they were a team that were reliant on a lot of fast-paced plays and gimmicks, maybe like little fakes, things of that nature. You've seen them, you know, slow it down a bit, but the problem for me is that Vitality is just such a complete team across the board. They have such great anchoring in Rops and Flames. They also have one of the best mid-beat defenses I've ever seen. That's such a chaotic thing to deal with when, you know, you're having CT spawn smoked off, you're feeling cap pressure, you know there's people in B tunnels. You're trying to manage exactly how you want to respond, and I feel like Vitality just does that better than any other team. That's why they are the best on Dust 2, in my opinion.
One win condition, though, however, for PARIVISION is that James is always ready to try to stretch the margins. We've got one clip here to demonstrate how even though his team was getting boxed in this round versus MOUZ yesterday, he still finds a way to just throw that extra wrinkle into the attack to make them a little bit confused. Starts out with a 4-on-4, opening trades go the way of, really, I mean, it's an even state situation, but Brolin gets a bit aggressive, and at this point, MOUZ have a great idea of what's coming next. PARIVISION are smoked off in the tunnels, however, and instead of just playing the round out, sitting in tunnels, I've seen a lot of IGLs do this. They know they want to do a B hit, and so they just wait on their heels doing the B hit. But James throws this mid to B fake smoke, and look it, even though Brolin is making his way down, he's gathering all this info. He should know with utter certainty all of the PARIVISION players, they're stuck in tunnels. He's still unsure. He's still looking around middle. He's not sure if there's a lurker here, and this is slowing him down just enough that PARIVISION execute their B hit, and the second that Brolin finally gets there, because he was walking through middle trying to find him, bopped in the face. If he had rotated 2 seconds earlier with that, if there was no mid to B fake smoke, it's a third defender on the bomb site, and that's why one of the ways that PARIVISION are just really tough to play against, because you're never really sure if you leave one stone unturned, that might be where that lurker player is.
MOUZ just ain't beating the allegations, though. His teammate literally crossed from CT to B. Is like, what, did someone teleport inside mid? But yeah, PARIVISION, this is, you know, where they're comfortable. On the side of Vitality, I mean, they lost 4 times on this map with this lineup on LAN, and 3 out of the 4 were either 13-11 or in overtime. Like, this is their playground. This is where they've been extremely dominant throughout their tenure as a team, and it's going to be hard. You know, they broke MOUZ on this map. I saw MOUZ go for some setups that are completely out of whack to try to sort of counter Vitality. That's how much they ran out of ideas how to play on the CT side. And I think with PARIVISION style, where they go for a lot of 3B leans and some of those things, I don't think that's going to be very difficult for Apex to figure out and call around.
Yeah, I think, you know, going to what you said, only 4 losses, that's in 38 games played. They've only lost twice in their last 28. That's ridiculous. Like, no one's really touting a Dust 2 streak like they have. And I think another thing that comes down to is the man on your screen, James. You know, this is a guy who can be a great operator when he's just holding passive angles and lines, but I think he got away in this tournament a lot with people not flashing him, not putting him off of angles, and I think Vitality's not going to have that. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, you got Ziwu, who's going to be an in-your-face opper, and he's also a luxury, like, additional entry fragger with an AK that just doesn't exist for PARIVISION. So I think they're just going to get outclassed by a team that's just so complete on playing this map.
Yeah, it's got to be said, Maui, the other teams they've beat, not necessarily monsters on Dust 2. Of course, this used to be a map Vitality would happily first pick.
And that's also due to the fact that you just look at the roles, you look at how easily all of them set into their positions. I mean, FlameZ just feels like such an overqualified A anchor. How Mezzi connects with Robs towards the B side of things. I mean, they are, no matter where you're going, there's no weak spot. And that's so frequently been the PARIVISION MO, that they want to target whoever the weakest players are. And I would say the one piece of advice I can give to PARIVISION against this Vitality defense, good luck.
I think I like the pick from PARIVISION though, right? There's no punish for them in this veto. There's nothing they could do. They might only get one pick in the best of 5 too. So might as well go out swinging, right? Like go for the map that's been going good for you in this tournament that you feel confident on. Yes, Vitality is incredibly strong on it as well. But I think that's the better approach. It shows some of their confidence on the map too, that they're not going to be scared away into picking something, you know, like potentially a Mirage, or where Vitality has had some losses or anything like that, where they can't really beat them. But Dust 2 is probably their best chance in this final to grab a map win.
And yeah, and one they have to grab. I mean, it's absolutely over if they don't take Dust 2.
Yeah, them picking Dust 2 was a declaration that we are willing to go out on our shield on where we feel the most comfortable. We're not going to try to throw some type of curveball like making you play Anubis when you haven't played it that much lately since the new version came out or something along those lines. So clearly they feel like they have something, right? And, you know, James, you know, for example, has been able to beat teams by just really heavily anti-strat them like he did whenever he played against Falcons at Bass because, you know, hey, they got to stand in that B. I'm going to go punish that guy. The issue is how do you anti-strat a team like Vitality who just doesn't really have any gaps or flaws that you can expose consistently? Like, yeah, maybe you catch someone off guard here and there, but it's just not going to happen enough for me for that it's going to have a lot of impact. But again, it's their best shot forward.
One guy that I have seen change the face of how PARIVISION wants to run their Dust 2, though, is Zwei. To me, he's the right-hand man for James on this map when he's controlling that entire B side, and I've seen him try to push some of the other elite teams, and so if he's able to find an entry, that could be a difference maker in what seems to be a Vitality favorite map.
So for me, it is do or die on Dust 2, and with that, we hand you back to Sponge and Machine.
The scene has been set. Cluj, are you ready for Dust 2? We saw more rounds than we bargained for. Map 1 overpass, but the desk concludes that this must go PARIVISION's way if we're going to see more than 3 maps.
Yeah, but with the caveat, it's going to be almost near impossible, but they need it if we want a competitive one here. So having to now snap an 11 straight on Dust 2, and out of those, only one of them has been close. Everything has just been single-digit victories for Vitality. Will we witness more greatness here today while living in the Vitality era? CT side start for them, as it's PARIVISION's map choice.
It may be your best map, but Vitality no slouch on it too. Those stats are amazing. 28-2. Has David got a sharp stone in his sling?
Well, there's 4 ace start ready to fight short. What's the timing on the rip of the flash?
Zywa swings on in. Yellow's been absolutely booked there. Full white screen. And shot provided. Goes for double dip and is punished. Nice precise response, but he wasn't ready for the flash. Does well to maneuver away.
All right, 4v4. Mid B. Looking like the call right now. They've got this smoke from Zwei. He's going to lob this in. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Robs. Now, if they boost up, Mezzi will have a line just over the smoke.
And they do have a kit available on the back of FlameZ.
Belchnak wants to play through this. It's actually going to be the A play. They pivoted away.
Okay, smoke and mirrors. And FlameZ will actually burrow within the smoke. This is outrageous. He's read them like a book. Lets them pass in the smoke. He's got James, 2 of them, not looking. FlameZ traded out by Nota, but the frags keep on flowing for Vitality. Nota can't seem to connect. And Vitality will take the pistol. A cheeky smile creeps onto the face of the birthday boy.
Yeah, happy with that one. So kicking off Dust 2, as they mean to go on. And that is going to make things... I wonder if they smell.
Yeah, I think they're fresh.
I hope he's washed them.
Same.
Limited vision as well. You come all the way to watch the final and you put a pair of underpants.
Well, it's an eco. He'll be all right.
All right, yeah. Nobody needs to watch this one.
Shouldn't be too much to say about this. There's no fruit for Zwei to slice. Play some football.
Yeah, and again, just returning to that pistol stat. The biggest problem is because they're going up against Vitality, but otherwise we would say this isn't an indicator of the result for PARIVISION, right? You lose the pistol, well, that's fine. You always lose the pistol, or at least more often than not.
Yeah, but, you know, against Vitality, you'll take every advantage you can get.
Exactly. But coming into the final, right, they'd played 40 pistols across the 20 maps. They had a 13 and 27 record. So, you know, the fact that they're here, they'd played the most maps. They were playing best of threes in all the series until their semi-final yesterday, where they just got it done in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, that's quite condemning for MOUZ, to be honest.
But I want to see if they can keep this streak alive of, even in losses, keeping series competitive.
Right. Well, they map one, you know, I mean, the desk, I understand that it, you know, it was a round that Vitality will probably never lose again.
Sure, but that stat line dating back to September means they have to win a map, right? So not just get close. He's got some best of one losses in there, sure, but we all know how we feel about those.
Oh, they're going for a walk. Here comes the commit. And Robs remains composed. We'll just spray them down. 4 kills in the single mag. Mezzi wants 1.
I think if Robs was in this same form during the group stage, and we know he was unwell.
Yes.
Then maybe he could be in the conversation for the MVP, but unfortunately it's ZywOo and then Flamesy. And I say unfortunately, ZywOo is hogging him.
Yeah,
I'd like
right?
to see him start sharing him with his teammates a little bit.
Well, you set up a player to succeed with this much talent. He's going to do that.
All right, first rifle round. Let's see if it's going to be something fast from PARIVISION. Got a couple of long spawns to work with. We know that they've been going for a lot of these B pomps as well. This one looking just like the default spread is carrying down the hatches towards long. Vitality, they get the control.
Smoke break's not going to achieve much. Mezzi realizes that.
Go straight into a mid to B here. Sway's got that smoke lined up, and they're trundled down mid quickly. They didn't actually go through a lower. They didn't want to be disrupted by that, but there's a nade. Well placed. Still finds damage. Zella going to be feeling hard done by. Hold up, I palmed a different way. I've still copped a HE.
I think Belchanok's still thinking about those HEs on overpass. So, mild pressure applied on the A side of the map. It forces out the smoke short side.
That's way mid to B smoke in play.
Yeah, and they'll go. Looks like a commitment here. Scuttle the smoke, commit to the site. They're testing Robs' bomb. What? Like, what has Apex done there? He sprays 2 straight through the smoke. Mezzi and Robs haven't had to lift a finger yet, and now anticipating that late arrival from Zwei. Oh, and Belchanok caught out by ZywOo with the MP9 as well. Your plan has been ripped to shreds. Oh, you wanted to go mid to B? You won't even see the bomb site. Their corpses litter mid. Vitality pick them apart, and I can't quite believe how Apex has managed to find his 2 contributions.
Well, they caught them there, right? Apex is the rotating rifler, wasn't ready, right? They were still in a bit more of an asymmetric setup. Sway, do you have anything else? 20 seconds left, have to make a play, and you can't. ZywOo will take him. Great stuff there from Apex.
It's not how you wanted your first gun to go.
Not at all. Didn't even get a chance to fight back, so losing 2 opening kills in that fashion. It's a sign of things to come. Here it is, look. He's not in CT.
The jump. Nota just jumping around the corner is a little, just a tadpole of information.
That one is going to leave a mark as Dustin will take a tactical timeout in the early stages, and this man has been well aware of expectation setting, but when you've played 3 tournaments to start 2026 and you've been in the grand final of 2, I think those expectations might start to change. You're fortunate in this final, you're going up against the best to do it, Vitality. So we'll give you a pass, and it'll get to a point where we had the Astralis era. People just wanted them to lose because the expectation was they're going to win. Just add a bit of variety into the mix. Well, I think we should enjoy the greatness while it's on the screen before it becomes the law of legends.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we are watching pages in the Counter-Strike history book being written in real time.
This is a team who's very clear on their goal setting. They're enjoying the moments as they happen. That's something that Astralis, by their own admission, didn't do.
And I think what also Vitality bring is this constant innovation. Across the course of the season, it's very easy, I'm sure, to fall into similar habits, but it always feels like there's something new. I think Apex plays a big part in that, and that's a beautiful start to the round for Mezzi.
Give him a chance, boys. Just this partial buy, and you're taking him out of the round like that.
Yeah, Nota, just what can you do? Shrug your shoulders at that one.
The idea is to segregate this long fight. As long as you're playing on the corner, I think you'll give it up. Or flash through, so teamwork always on display, the U2.
Could be blue pin, claims he relays. Belchenok starting to apply pressure from the long smoke.
What's the timing for Zywo here?
He's going first. Short. There's a lot of bodies. Zywo takes the fight, dips away, doesn't find the immediate frag. Flash on Flames, he gets his vision and now starts to unload. 2 down, it's all collapsing for PARIVISION. Constellation frag for Jame, but he's already accepted defeat.
Even when it looks sketchy, they get away with it. So just Jame to deal with now, and then the AWP can come out into the next. There you have it, Rops will finish it off. And I think the fact they are enjoying the moments, they are understanding what they're creating for their legacy, means that they will continue to innovate, as you were touching upon, right? They're aware of just how good they've got it. Nobody in this team will take it for granted, at least not yet. Here's the opener. Nota. Holding under frustrations, not a whole lot you can do about that. James Orp in the mix, Zywo's as well. Here we go.
Gonna connect. Safe passage assured.
And the default in place for PARIVISION. Combo of Sway and Cielo in the tunnels. Nota to do the scaling cap. Belchenok to be that long relay of information. And an aid. Dodged. Aim to oversee business. Now, once they can establish lower tunnels and push back short, when they go to hit the site, Jame likely to stay mid-doors and control the rotations with the AWP. We've seen it plenty of times before.
Ooh, that's a lot of information off the flash. There's
another one over. Yeah, we've seen this before.
Belchenok's ready for you.
And that's going to be screaming, hey boys, they probed all the way out. Smoke lands on B, exchange of util from Mezzi, but it's up short that they at least want to apply a little bit of pressure. Have to keep Vitality guessing as they start to set up for what is likely going to be this B play. Mezzi playing close to the lurk smoke, drops over towards Car. The rotation point miles away. You just need to look at the radar to see Apex is Goose, Zywo ramp, and Flamesy long, ready to activate quickly. Belchenok knew he was close. Now Flamesy goes.
It's going to be quick behind them. Zywo throwing shot through the smoke, not going to be as successful as Apex was. Now it's a test for Rops on that site. Down immediately, then Mezzi makes up the difference, a double kill. Belchenok running at him, hiding out behind the big box. Oh! Providing cover and fire! Oh! Merriman! Quad kill on the B site! Doesn't need Robs to deny PARIVISION. Outstanding hold, he is untouchable in round 5.
Good for work from the other side of Anchor. Smile on his face for the Brit, that is a thing of beauty. Robs goes down, no problem, and that is class Anchor work under so much pressure.
Just solid as a rock from Mezzi, quick to the transfer onto Sway, mantling up. That is lovely. Nota and Belchenok, they were just flustered.
Strong start this time. It was 4-0 up on overpass for PARIVISION before Vitality got working. Right now it's 5 straight in the undisputed world #1s, and now it's against another partial. So they'll lob in the doors and the Xbox smoke, make their scaling easier, so stops the jarring nature of having them popped open. I'm going to try a B pop again. We will have drilled for this. So backplat always strong. Here they come.
Oh, Rob's attempting for that multi-kill. Does provide it. Doesn't matter if he got smoked. Doesn't matter if he's blind. Mezzi and Robs announce that the B site is closed. Just Cielo with a constellation on the Tech 9, but the job is done. Another Vitality round 1. And this is running away from PARIVISION's grasp. Guns will come out.
Rapid 11 minutes into this one, and we're already 6-0 deep. Timeout taken from Dust on #2. It's going to be more of this from him. And we're talking about, okay, yeah, he's going to take them before the finances get broken. Well, the finances haven't even got started yet. Total kills right now is 8 in the 6 rounds have played, so you can see just how easy it is. And Mezzi, a little bit immortal at the moment, 10-0. That B bomb site knew they were going to have a test when going up against PARIVISION. If you're able to stop the mid to Bs and the B pops, you're going to really limit their options, and they might have to start playing with their spawns.
Yeah, I mean, that's something they so frequently will exploit in their Dust 2 gameplay. Once they get that bomb down, even in a number disadvantage, it's such a cruel retake. Often they manage to just get enough frags to ensure the bomb does go down. Then the cash is flowing. Then the rounds can start making their way in. But at this point, we're going to see a mix-up. Robs and Zywo with the Zoom banger.
Yeah, and still just going to go through the default by the looks of things. So just juggling the nades at the start of the round, PARIVISION. They're not using their spawns just yet. They don't want to turn it into a 50-50 fight. They want to play out the fundamentals, which is getting the map control and then looking for the finish together. The only way this gets real risky with the AWP B is if it's a lurk smoke timing on B with the B in play at the same moment as Schnock will smoke off mid doors. Sway is just his job to stand like a statue and hold this mid to B for when he's called upon. And that's not perfect, is it? That's going to have a gap over the top. Fortunately, no AWP searching behind it.
Ooh, that's a big nade. Cielo hamstrung.
Flamesy again. Jane behind the door. This is different.
Yeah, that is perhaps designed. Oh, the nade deaths versus Vitality are inevitable.
I'll start a tally. This is getting out of control. Noda has to take a risk and hello.
James lets him go. He's trying to make a play. Belchinok with the one tap.
I was not ready for this.
Surely not. This is beautiful from James, and it's going to lead to the backstab onto ZywOo.
Hold on, Apex now.
He plays Thinking Man's Counter-Strike, does James in the pit side. Apex got a hard fight on his hands, peeks on in, and Belchinok feasts. James has pulled PARIVISION out of the pits of despair and given them something to work with.
The beauty under pressure there, to calculate that, to say, Belchinok, you deal with this, I'm taking the gap. That is crazy to see. You're 6-1 down, you think, hey, guarantee that kill.
He's got grander plans.
Yeah, playing for the long game, isn't he? All right, PARIVISION on the board and masterful stuff.
Oh, James, I mean, Dust 2, back-to-back Dust 2s where James has done something we just don't see every day. You just don't see that.
They can't in the server, and that one calculated to the T. 300 IQ move indeed.
Yeah, I think this dude is a Counter-Strike savant.
I love it. Do get on the board, and not an easy way to replicate, I'll say that much.
I think it might perhaps put Flamesy back on a leash. You know, those long pushes, as crucial as they are, you're going to be a little bit more diligent about your clears.
Well, we'll see if that's enough, right? Because one of the big conversation points against the T side of PARIVISION is how can you be jarring to not allow them to go through the default? That's one way. The more standard is, right, lower pushes, short boosts. They can still turn to that. So the double AWPs still in play. PARIVISION, you've opened the account now. It's time to 1+1 to get yourself 2.
Quick maths.
Here's that boost, right? So this is how you can be jarring to the default.
They'll wait for that smoke, provide a little cover, and counter boost from James. Spots the toes, knows what's up now. How does he react to this? Peeks into it. That was brave. ZywOo punishes his arrogance.
Thought he had a window there to posture closer to catch ZywOo, but just peeking out on the timing he wasn't ready for. Another opener. This time Vitality need to make good on it. Didn't come through the nades with the bullets. James to Puppet Master from the grave.
You're not going to get the same output out of James. Round 8. His troops now operating without him. He can be the Puppet Master from the grave.
Have the respect of Vitality. ZywOo might start sweeping into clear short now.
I'm just looking at the amount of nades still available for Apex and Robs, and it is quite the bounty.
That's what double AWPs allows. That's that lurk smoke. So this is where it gets interesting. Can Noda find a slip on mid? It'll be the other 3 through upper tunnels as they're starting to piece this together. So Rob's drawn away from the angle. Noda lobs out the mid to B, and now it does get sketchy.
It is sketchy. I mean, you're going to have to count on Robs and Mezzy to once again find you impact. Sway is so good at opening up this bomb site. Pass in. There's Mezzy again. He's holding his sight down. Incredible! Oh! He's 2 for 2 on multis. You come knocking on his door, and he will kick you in the face.
Okay, I think he really wants to keep that death column at a 0.
Still immortal. Round 9 coming up. 13-0. Check it out.
141 ADR from Mezzy at the moment. Playing over towards B with Robs, and that one felt like it could have got a little bit sketchy. Not on his watch. This is class right now.
Yeah, anyone can have a pop-off. ZywOo versus James in the head-to-head. We just saw one in the previous.
ZywOo reconsidered going for the deep line, tucks in close and gets a chance if he backpedals.
Okay. Cielo throws out the protocol mid-util. Flash does catch ZywOo. He'll dip away.
You know exactly what Yellow's going to do. We've seen this so much. Played this map 6 times at Cluj alone. They have a pretty good record themselves, PARIVISION. 5-1 in a winning record.
Yeah, you just unfortunately, Vitality love Dust 2 too. So we'll see these two dance. PARIVISION's pick.
This is where the nades of Apex can be a problem.
ZywOo has missed one, gives Yellow a bit of room to stretch his legs into the side. Apex though, ooh, doesn't finish off the job. HE likely to do so. Big one, cartwheel out as Yellow, involuntary gymnastics. Flamesy goes, gets across towards the ramp side. He's tucked, he's good. Mezzy finally felled. James Molotov does the dirty work. Still Flamesy kept humble. Zwei has managed to pull them into an advantage with just a scrap of health left, and James was anticipating this, but now Rob's again catching that timing. Gets his back turned, doesn't overcommit. Zwei's gonna be forced to relocate, forced forward into the fight, and Rob's does what he does best. Belchenok, Galil, ZywOo rerouting. Belchenok's trying to isolate this duel, and he's got the one taps, this kid. On the big stage for the first time in a grand final, but overlooking ZywOo. His teammates have told him, long.
But also his thought process the entire time. He's crouching, right, trying to stay under the AWP line, knowing that ZywOo's long. In fact, he hits that banger, sure, but not being able to piece it together quick enough. ZywOo fast in the rotation and not ready for a second. 8-1, a massive gap. Sure, Mezzy goes down. It gets close. No cigar.
That's what happens when ZywOo misses a shot. It gets a bit close.
Yeah, Bomb does good. This is a great double from Robson. Also, he's just surging and wanting to fight. Not in the sight yet. Bomb hasn't gone down. This is a huge shot on the Galil, sure, but look how easy this is for ZywOo. Around the world and back again. Second wave, Belchenok will be able to make it out to the blue bin.
Okay, bit of a hero play.
Giving over the control.
It's a nice piece of territory for PARIVISION to work with.
But actually not using this staging area. The bomb's rotating back over towards B. So maybe they're expecting an upper tunnels push as a response.
When it is coming, Robs is going to be trying to clear his way ready. The perfect position to deal with this. Mezzy's going to be responsible for this side of the fight as Rob sweeps through. Comes the head-to-head, and it's Sway's bullet versus Mezzy's. Oh, double
Apex
kill.
is here.
B-side's open, but Apex just in time. Gets onto the bomb site, ready to unload hell. He's sprays down too. Bomb was seen, Flamesy's here now, and it just keep on coming.
He gets away, Belchenok's in A, and there's a chance.
Oh wait, ZywOo. This off angle may be good for Belchenok here. He drops off. Now gets the info, but it nearly cost him his life. Doesn't quite finish off the job. Dribbles out of smoke, Flamesy's got the angle. Caught on the jump up, still finds it, stabilizes. There are threatening moments. You can see there's opportunities for PARIVISION. Zwei gave it his best shot there.
Everyone having their moment in the spotlight now for Vitality. Apex, beautiful double on response, right ahead of the rotation, reading the play. These players are pushing under upper tunnels. He's the contingency, gets there in time and delivers the kills that confirm it.
Yeah, Apex sure, and then Flamesy's arrives immediately as well. Vitality's response time. You know, we heard the devs talking about how Zai was always in the right place. It feels like majority of Vitality as a product of their communication.
Well, their confidence builds confidence, right? The fact that they're never scared to take a fight. They know that they have these maps that they're undefeated on in such long periods of time. The last time they lost Dust 2 was back in Hong Kong last year. And so,
come on now.
And as I touched upon, they have single-digit victories, bar one in the 11-in-a-row sprint. Only one game got close. Everything else has been 13-4s, 13-6s, 13-8s. As I think the faces of the PARIVISION players starting to show it all.
This is a feeling we're all familiar with. Anyone that plays Counter-Strike knows how this game can make you feel helpless. You're on your favorite map.
Look at this.
You're playing your favorite game, and still this team are just handing you misery.
He's pushed long doors. That's the T's job?
Inescapable misery. Everything you try, every opening, every move, a response from Vitality that proves too much to handle, too much to bear. The bomb is still in T-spawn, Chad.
This is domination on display.
Oh, you see these guys, they can shoot, they are sharp. Nota shows us his mechanics. A double kill entering into the A site. With Apex gone, it's just Flamesy long. He's happy to take a fight. Robs flicks up, catches Sway's late arrival on the catwalk.
You get that bomb.
Both through mid, they know it's the B players. Bomb needs to be retrieved, and Ciello's done very well. Wins out versus Mezzi. Nota's hard work, not all for naught. 5-7 denied, Ciello closes it down. A triple out of Nota. These are names you want to be hearing more of, as they can only get 3.
The way that one started, it's surprising they even got that round, right? The fight coming immediately, and then they're able to claw it back. This double AWP apparently the game plan late for Vitality. We've seen it scattered throughout, and here it is for the final round of the first half, map number 2. Boost up to go for the pick for Jame, and there you have it.
This one feels necessary. So we're hoping to catch them on their mid progressions. He is playing with confidence. Oh, and it's rewarded. Ciello trying to solo take lower. A clawback found. Zaiwu dips. Flamesy tucked in closed doors as well. He's ready to report anything he learns. If they throw a molly, James positioned to punish him on his retreat. Nota's going to line it up. Backing away. He'll just stay on the line.
They know Rops is dead. One of the 2 B holders. James is going to control the rotation. They just have to deal with Mezzi. Mezzi's left the site.
Just one man here. Pre-extinguished, Flamesy gets away.
Mezzi's about to get a surprise.
Oh, yeah, and he eats the flashbang. He's still gotten away with his life, though. Access into the site. PARIVISION, an opportunity for that third. Surging forward, an opportunity to plant. A little boost over the smoke. Might be able to catch them as they burrow into bricks. Nota looking like he wants to search on the window side, maybe to catch Apex as he lines up his nades. Re-smoke doors, that's going to channel him in through window. This is a hard site to get back into, especially when you lose Apex like that. Nota so positionally sound here. They've got to give it a go, but there is almost no hope. That time ticks, smoke in your face. The PARIVISION will convert. A third. It's something to work with.
You said the word hope there, and it's good to see them not give it up, right? The fact that it was a real rough start to this, 6-1, before that Jame magic moment happened. They get the final 2 before this halftime break.
That's what it takes. That is what it takes.
Let's see if they can get themselves a pistol. Again, returning to just how tough it's been for them. See if they're able to work their way back into things. It's sounding like a broken record now, but it was always going to be tough.
You just have to come up with more magic moments if you want to be able to get more rounds versus Vitality.
You see the ones they did piece together. The thought process that was there as the clip goes in. And headphones will go back on. Freeze time, 10 seconds remaining. Sorry, swap of halves, and then we have the freeze time. So it's a little bit more to deal with before they get back in the server, and lock horns for this second half of Dust to Inferno, third and decider. If Vitality pick this one up.
They made a strong case in this half.
It was the desk sentiment that if PARIVISION don't win this, it's be all over Red Rover. Now, whether we do go the distance and potentially see maps 4 and 5, it's where we get in Mirage and then Anubis. It seems like a long time away from that. It's aggression early. Look at this, they're running up the guts.
Yeah, they just want to fight. This is their home turf and they want to prove it. Fake on the long side. Flamesy trying to sell already with that smoking.
Look at the rotation. Insane rotation.
They are putty in Vitality's hands. Flamesy spamming his Glock, eating flashes. 0 calories. Boost direct. He's already got so many bodies on the A side. The B side lost. They have sold this one.
You need to stay alive. The rotation's back over now. Can't be giving away your life frivolously here, Mezzi.
Yeah, look at this. Just this flowing tide of CTs returning to the lost bomb site with that man advantage.
Door smoke's in now. This gets a whole lot more difficult. Mezzi is miles away from this.
Have got the kit on's way. How do you play? Apex is going to be disruptive, trying to track them, pulls the crosshair. What? Gets one on the fullback. Fade away shots. Headshot from Zaiwu required.
Got a value.
Doing it all. trying to delay.
Mezzi's not here.
He's not there yet. Now you hear that defuse. It's a 5-second stick. Where's the covering fire? You got to run in. You're not going to check it. The defuse comes. Oh! Stealing it away from Vitality.
Get tricky with your fake. You can get that bomb down short. You can't get him off the bomb, and that right there will be one snatched in the face of Vitality.
You don't want to be a loser. You better buy that diffuser.
I loved it through the window, right? Apex still lucky to get something done right there, but Robson Zaiwu trying to stand and bang. Hard to value their life once they've lost the sight. You take them all with you. You get the bomb down. You get a pretty decent looking force buy. AK, Khalil, Scout, couple pistols. Apex aggressive. Veto and Jame might swing out short here.
Looks like they're posturing to do so. That's what Apex is hoping for as the rest of the team start to format themselves to test Belchinok's defenses.
It looks like they want to give a B-pop of their own a go. We saw how tough it was for PARIVISION against Mezzi. Belchinok, the supporters Yellow, will be the men to do it. Yellow right now towards mid doors, so support very limited for Belchinok.
Belchinok starts to feel the heat. Is Yellow ready to receive? Jumping up, nice spray, but there they go. The defenders collapse. First man on the scene is Nota. Necessary to reload, and already such a bleak outlook on getting back into this bomb site.
It's going to be the Jame time, isn't it?
Has to be.
No way back into that. So short-lived success. You get the pistol. That was the component to turn this game around, but you immediately lose the force. It now becomes the Jame Classic, right? The tug of war in the finances. Are you able to make these 3 M4s work into the next? It's better than nothing, but with only 1,400 for the other two, you're going to have to hope you find your players in the right places.
It's the luxury of having a player like Flamesy. He will go in first, he will pull the crosshairs, and he likely will get you one.
You see, they weren't playing for a B-pop, right? They were more focused towards middle. With the 2 players aggressive short, Yellow staying mid-doors, they were hoping to catch Vitality, trying to trundle down middle and trap them there. As Yellow gets to doors in time, but he's out of the sight, right? He's not able to commit, at least not easily.
Yeah, and their spacing's so good that when he does commit to that spray, you're only getting one, max.
We'll win this one, and the map likely goes with it, Vitality.
Okay, some damage on the cross from that Apex Scout. Negligible.
The same setup on short that they're adopting. Falcons use this against PARIVISION. Need to start the year. They're looking to deploy it against the Flamesy scale.
It's a potent flash. It is just a brilliant setup. Dismantled by a flashbang and a Flamesy.
That round's over already, isn't it?
Just like that. Just like that. Braving the flames as well. True to his name. Oh, he's on fire! This kid doesn't always get his MVPs and his flowers, but he is bringing the heat.
That's the confidence there in the U2. Your job is just to clear it out, kill the flashed opponents. The third one, a thing of beauty. Belchinok and Yellow, they're the players who brought in very little. So it was their full investment. The bank balance gone. They'd love to get something for their troubles. Yeah, here's another one.
Go on then. Messi fancies one. Gets set up for success. Beautifully executed.
There's nothing better than Team Counter-Strike, right? You love the clutches, the 1v3s, the massive moments, but seeing players set up, the team CS on display, and that's what Vitality are, the tippy top of that mountain. Astralis, they maybe made the blueprint. Vitality, they have refined it. This is why we're living in their era right now. This is just beautiful stuff. That shot again. Gotta love it. I can't get over just how well oiled they are. Force buying out the map, it seems. Just 2 more rounds for Vitality now. Sacking 4 towards A. Belchinok playing on B on his own. And I wonder if they let PARIVISION back in, similar to what happened on Overpass, dropping the ball in that 2v5. The game becoming a whole lot closer than I think Apex would have liked it to have been. This right now is a bit of a drubbing. Looking to add another single-digit victory on Dust 2 to make it 12 consecutive on this map.
And taking them a step closer to their 11th trophy.
Dust 2 record's just insane. It's 39-4.
That's why Vitality's wild, we're just living in it.
Well, Belchinok, good luck, my friend.
The solo Deagle hold versus Vitality. You get a flash in your face, you click your mouse, and your team's safe. Just flawless, absolutely flawless. The flashes where they need to be, the frags too. All falling into place. This grand scheme of Vitality's Dust 2, it is so hard to break. And to see the comparison. You gave me that list of teams that PARIVISION have beaten. You know, this Grim Reaper just knocking on all the doors of the top 10. And then you meet the Raid Boss. And then you meet Counter-Strike's current deity. And the contrast is apparent. Bada bing, bada boom.
Well, one final highlight for PARIVISION here is James saved his pennies to bring out the orb. So can they get something going off the back of this? He will get to don it here on the CT side for at least a round. This has come in, MP9 for Belchinok, and they want to go for another 4-1 gamble. You're going to need to do something outside of the box. You're equipped with the firepower. Jay wants to start his AWP over towards middle. They'll be ready for this, and if they aren't, does it even matter?
Heavy nade damage. That's gonna hurt. Pressure applied towards the B site. Flash catches James, they run at him, he's tucked in, he's committed to this. How far can the orb go? Gets his, dips away, B site under scrutiny. Cielo can't avoid the flashes, can't find anywhere to stand. They lose James in the process, the orb kept to 1, or excuse me, found a second on the smoke bank. But that B site's gone regardless. This is just a beauty of Counter-Strike master on display. There's nothing you can do. Swaying. He makes it clear what he thinks about Dust 2. It is done. It is cooked. And Vitality stride another step closer.
There's one map away now. The Dust 2 record becomes 40-4. But let's enjoy it while it's on the screens. This is greatness on display for another day.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Yes, welcome back to the grand finals of PGL Cluj-Napoca, and you just witnessed horror show scenes if you're a PARIVISION fan. Unfortunately, we set it up, Dust 2, their best opportunity to take a map off the juggernaut of Vitality, and it's like we're just in and out, man. I mean, I barely sat down.
Look, they were making up for the first one, trying to do a little bit of a speed run. I mean, look, it just shows you there's levels to this game, right? PARIVISION's a good Dust 2 team. They've beaten a lot of good teams. They put together a pretty good record with this 5, but Vitality's just different. And when you face off against an opponent like this one, it's just going to be a tough day at the office.
This Dust 2 has me missing MOUZ in this final. that's how one-sided.
Dare you!
That's how one-sided it was. No, I mean, it's just David versus Goliath, right? And Vitality on this map and just in general, I think it's not just Dust 2 and that Vitality is this much better than PARIVISION on Dust 2. It's the grand final aspect of it. It's the fact that Vitality is the final boss. They're the best team in the world, and it has a bit of an effect on the individuals from PARIVISION, right? I mean, that's just the benefit of being the best team in the world. You get the psychological advantage over your opponents as well.
I went over to the PARIVISION table after, and there were just puddles of what I think were ammonia beneath their seats. I couldn't tell. The smell was a little bit off. Either way, I mean, I don't know. I tried building this game up as a Zwei versus ZywOo game. I mean, I think this is kind of what you really get, the snap back to reality off of what was a great run from PARIVISION thus far. I mean, they played some eccentric Counter-Strike, sure, but I just, again, I mean, building it up perfectly before the match, there was just no answer for them. Everywhere they went, instead of finding bomb plants, they were just giving up highlights. It's like Apex got a highlight, Mezzi got a couple highlights, ZywOo of course got one, Rops had a highlight. I mean, it's like Oprah and everybody gets a highlight at the end of the day, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy that there just didn't seem to be anywhere they could go and not get mowed down by someone on the Vitality team, and you can see there for yourself. I mean, it's just this even kill distribution, but super high ratings. Meanwhile, you know, you look over, it's really James, the wily veteran IGL, that made some great individual plays, but not enough. You know, these young, inexperienced players learning the hard way what it means to play Vitality in a final.
Dude, I mean, Jane may have gotten 12 kills, but Mezzi got 13 before he even died. Like, I mean, it was unbelievable what he was doing over at the B-bomb site, and just spectacular stuff. And then, again, Apex so many times throughout the era that Vitality have established has showed up in grand finals matches. Like, he's able to go out there and frag with the best of them, and obviously having a pretty good one here today, too.
Dota fans will be having a field day with this graphic. If you know, you know. But yeah, I mean, look, Apex, just is such a well-rounded guy. I mean, a student of the game. And, you know, we saw this when we were looking at the stats before. They do so much damage with utility. Yeah. So much damage. Not just grenades. They Molotov you out. They can do it in creative ways. There's just nowhere to hide.
I'm pretty sure on Overpass there were about 7 flash assists between Apex and ZywOo as they were trying to take space, and to even do it on the defensive side too, to consistently throw out great support utility to set up his players like FlameZ to help out the B-side defenders when he's rotating in on over. It just made what was already an impossible to breach wall because of the actual sight anchors, then with the assistance of the flashes, you're running into a white screen and bullets. It's just, there's no winning at that point.
And one of the things you highlighted before we went into it, Dust, you were talking about that mid to B, you know, how it's an important tactic as a T side. You've got to get in there and exploit it, but Vitality were just able to shut it down.
Yeah, the foundation you have to have for a T side is to be able to control the cat stare and to be able to threaten mid B, and they just weren't able to do that. And now some of this is lucky spam kills, but it's also the timings of nading open smokes, you know, getting boosted positions like this one, as well as just your B bomb site players be able to deal with tough situations. And we saw Mezzi, this was probably the big round right here, where the mid to B was actually kind of working, but then Mezzi just hides big box, gets a double kill at tunnels, and then is able just to tee off and almost aces the round. And so you're basically seeing the full gambit from Vitality here, where they just deny so much space that PARIVISION are used to getting, and therefore there was no way for them to succeed.
Yeah. First gun round, Apex gets double spam through the smoke. Second gun round, Mezzi kills 4 as the B defender in the mid to B. You know, when those are your first 2 gun rounds, you don't really have too much to hope for. And something that Vitality is also excellent at is preparing for their opponents. And, you know, anti-stratting, when you say anti-strat, it sounds like you have a counter to this whole round that they have. In reality, what it is, it's small things during the round, during the default. You notice, all right, once this flash pops, that's when a guy moves into this position. So when you hear a flash, throw an HE, and you're going to do at least 30 damage. And that's what you see happen to PARIVISION players. You know, to some extent, they played some good teams, right, in MOUZ and Falcons, but Vitality has a way of taking it to the next level when it comes to abusing the individual tendencies of these players.
That's what I thought was going to happen to PARIVISION earlier at this tournament. That's what I thought a team like MOUZ would have been able to bring to the table, but now you're just against the full package. A Vitality team that is able to effectively anti-strat and execute, because I'm sure MOUZ in their prep work had similar ideas, similar reads, but putting it all together on a stage has been something that Vitality has just been the comprehensively strongest at. And so for PARIVISION now, I mean, it's already been such a tough battle, but now to see Dust2 fall in that fashion, it's going to be really tough for Jame, Doston to go back with these guys to try to bring any life into the third map.
But that's why I think for the first time, the Astralis comparisons are valid. You know, I've seen a lot of people talk about, oh, well, you know, we're just better in the future, you know, like we've got more ball knowledge, you know, so obviously we're going to be the better teams. Those old heads, you know, they were playing against plumbers, all of that nonsense, right? And it's like, actually, no, Astralis broke the game in a number of ways that was just absolute perfection. Utility damage being one of those, times flashed being one of those. And it's Vitality, the first team that just seem to have total and complete mastery. Not to mention that, obviously we know like they don't play Ancient, they'll ban that out, but I mean, the rest of the map still play them, and they're awesome on them. I mean, such a deep map pool. For me, we can have the conversation now about greatest of all time for sure.
The intangibles are where a lot of people keep Astralis ahead of Vitality, on top of the fact that they had more majors as well in their era, I would argue. I feel like the thing that also lifts Vitality above Astralis for further discussions as they continue to win more and extend this is that you have the world's #1 player. The fact that you have a ZywOo in tow, along with having well-drilled plans that are executed nearly flawlessly, shows that the firepower is there to also couple with incredible tactics. And I don't think we've really seen a team like that, because usually a team that's trying to put forward the best tactical plan is doing so because they know that they're shorthanded. They don't always have the best individual pieces, but now you've got a couple guys who are just topping the charts in terms of individual ability, and you're also probably putting together some of the best trading numbers, the best flash assist numbers, all of those in your favor too.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously you run out of superlatives for ZywOo, and he looks to be on course for another MVP unless something drastic can change. So I'll throw it out to you, Yanko. Can Inferno be this pivotal point? Because I feel like, once again, we're talking about another map that at one time in the not too distant past has been essentially Vitality's home.
Yeah, I think the problem is, let's say Vitality can get a little bit complacent considering how this final has been going. But I feel like PARIVISION is even more deflated by this point in the matchup, right? Like, you just went for your go-to map and you got absolutely crushed. Where is the confidence supposed to come from for guys like Nota, Belchanok, Zielo, and so on, right? Like, of course they still believe, Jame, of course they still believe in this team, but there's this thought that it's creeping up at the back of their head. Like, this is where it ends. You know, we did enough. Like, we had a great tournament. we're not supposed to beat these guys at this point in time, and unfortunately for them, that's probably true. This is probably where it ends, and Vitality end up with another trophy at the end of the day.
I mean, this will be 49 games played for Vitality. They've won 38 of them, right? And I mean, that's just an incredible record to have as a 5, and it's because they are just so good all across the map. Again, their B control is very good because not only do they have 2 main guys who are very good at it, Mezzi and Apex, but then you just add Zilo in with the rifle. That's just not something other teams have, and they're going up against Zilo and Noda, who, yes, are 2 confident, aggressive riflers, but how much confidence do you have now after what you've just witnessed these last 2 maps, and you're going up against that level of talent that have so many reps and experience dealing with such an important piece of real estate on Inferno, and I think that is really going to make them crumble, in my opinion. Not only that, though, we have Rops on the other side who just locks it down by himself, so it's like they can just spread out throughout the entire map and just suffocate you.
The only saving grace, I would say, for PARIVISION is the pairing that you mentioned in Zello and Nota. On CT side, pretty sure that they're the highest rated players this year on the map of Inferno, and so if they're able to just localize their defense, if they're able to just isolate it, you don't have to worry about what's going on the other side of the map. If you can actually just get a couple entries, maintain some space, maintain some position, at least you can make this one competitive. Vitality are clearly the better team today, but you can win at least one battle across the map.
And you need to get into their face a little bit more. I know that's not the natural style for PARIVISION, but Vitality, especially at this stage of the game, you can't give them space, right? Like, they're just going to be too good with that space. They're going to manipulate rotations. They're going to be able to find the gaps in your defense. So you need to be more disruptor, whether that's going to be fighting somewhat more for banana, or you're going to try to deny mid control, you're going to be aggressive in apps. Can be really anything. Take your pick. But you need to get into their face more. They just haven't really been pressured this game whatsoever.
I think the interesting thing I'm going to look out for is that PARIVISION do have a tendency on this map when they've been successful is to triple stack B early on the CT side with Belchanaut and just trust that Jane can kind of hold small passive angles on the A side, and that will be interesting whether or not they have those clashes with those 3 players to try to go up against Zulu and company, or if Vitality kind of understands that tendency from PARIVISION and decides to run some faster A plays to punish it. So that's another interaction that maybe could have a factor in this game, but likely so this is going to be a 3-0 for Vitality, another BO5 win.
Another one of my favorite aspects of PARIVISION's defense on this is how willing they are to commit to stacks. If they have an inkling of information, if James holding that top banana line from Carr with the AWP, he's going to send all 4 of the other guys towards the A bomb site to try to fend them off there. So he can be the ward to try to just at least give his underlings a little bit more information as to how they need to set up, because a lot of teams at tier 1, they kind of just are half in, half out of a setup. No, PARIVISION, when they have information, they fully commit, and that's exactly what you need to do to stack a bomb site against a Vitality team that is out shooting you, out nading you today, so at least get the right numbers on the right bomb sites.
And at least, Janko, we have seen PARIVISION change their tactics up on Inferno. We saw them go banana control heavy one time, we saw them play passive the next. It's like they can change it up, but it's what can you do against Vitality?
Yeah, absolutely, and also because their players are playing really well in terms of Flamesy, who's going to be the banana player. So you're going to have to find ways to deal with him, whether it's sending Jame over to kill him a few times, but yeah, going to be an uphill struggle either way.
All right then, so PARIVISION find themselves in hell, tortured by the demons of Vitality. Our virtual Virgils leading us out of this one, our Sponge and Machine.
Yeah, it does feel biblical, actually, Rich, and so I thought I'd say a little prayer before we get into this one, so if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Dear Lord Gaben, whose yacht is in the Caribbean, please protect PARIVISION on this 3rd and final map. May Inferno be entertaining. Vitality's kingdom comes. J-Men. Thank you very much, Cluj. Thank you. Yeah, let's get this one going, shall we?
Oh, we need something, don't we? A shot in the arm coming into map number 3.
There's got to be a little adrenaline.
It can't always be a formality. This isn't MOUZ.
A little energy.
Give us something.
Please. Or will it really just be another 3rd chapter in this rather quick grand final?
Apex said he wanted a PGL trophy in that cabinet. He's stacking them, and it would be the birthday present. Envious once upon a time. Vitality in the modern era. It's a career that still have an awful lot to give. Vitality's campaign, it started with Krakow. It looks to continue with Cluj. on the map where it feels you just have to talk what PARIVISION are up against. The only ones who can pull themselves into this, them and Belchinok. Great shot to kick things off. Flamesy goes down.
Okay, little one back.
The Snaze is welcome there, looking for more damage, but I think the conversation between maps is, boys, even if we lose, let's give it our all, let's take some risks, let's take some chances. Still the fundamentals in mind. 2 on beat, Nota and Ziello. From Slurking and found by Belchinok.
Done so well. Still though, you lose that B site, you need something out of Ziello. Maybe Nota, no, he's gonna back away, play for the retake. As he escorts the explosives in.
USP for Zywoo now. This is gonna be a hard fight, Coffin side.
Straight through. Flash was a perfect connection, and there's more where that came from. Was overlooking the Sway's position, but still gets away with it. Cruel from Mezzi, a twist of the knife.
Another one.
Not quite. Jane pulls them back into level pegging. Belchinok low though, already 2 kills deep, not able to find another one. You gotta get past Zywoo! Just spins on a dime, a little pirouette to secure pistol.
All right, Tansuan there on the way in, but beautiful work. Pick up another pistol, throwing that to their name, and again it's the util. Playing ahead of the smoke, playing through it. Into this double kill as we'll have a bit of a Belchinok highlight reel. Gets himself a whole lot of output, but all in all, it's this flash from Apex. Getting them the double, moving the pressure, and Belchinok even takes down Apex in that sequence.
He gave it his best go.
Yeah, an awful lot of output there. CT side force for PARIVISION, so they do want to try and contend for economic control, not just going to take the eco into this one. CT side. Just keep your eyes on the nades.
Right. I mean, typically it's the CT side of Inferno where the HE damage is done, but I wouldn't put Vitality Pathfinding a whole lot of it. Look at this, just the floor laden with flame, and Nota goes swinging to his demise. They smoke break perfectly. Flamesy looking comfortable.
They're in, bomb will go down, and PARIVISION will save. It's a pleasure to watch. It's a joy to consume. And I imagine the only better feeling is the players in the server having everything work so well.
I mean, that and going home and looking at the trophy count.
Continue to stack it.
Give them some polish.
And they give Apex the birthday present, right? Otherwise it would be a little bit tense. And I think when you have a leader of men like Apex is, the boys are going to dig even deeper. Let's say this was a hard game. It was back and forth with the maps and they were really struggling through it. I think the players would respond well to making sure they don't let him down on the day of days.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, also you heard Apex in that pre-match interview saying, you know, want to get a PGL one in the cabinet.
Well, for staying alive, another opportunity for PARIVISION with these upgrades to try again. I was very curious coming in today with no head-to-head, this new challenger entering the ring. The 13th grand final for Vitality. Only 2 teams have toppled them in best-of-5 finals, one being FURIA, one being G2. You look at the style of PARIVISION.
Right.
So obviously we have the inexperience.
I was very curious to see how these styles would match, you know?
We haven't really had a chance to have that glimpse, have we? Overpass, I think, was a taste.
Yeah, sure.
Saw a little bit of it, but us two completely outclassed. Inferno, the 3, and they do have their pieces in the right place for now.
A signature PARIVISION gamble. Again with this triple molly setup, it flushes out oranges and that fountain position, but actually James done very well. Okay. That's the stack. The PARIVISION boys have done it cleanly.
Played ahead, the extinguish there.
You found a solution.
It's 4 mollies coming in, and they're able to railroad them with that one. So there you go, a bit of resistance. CT side gets going early.
Good question. Good question.
Got to make sure it is on the F3 map, or otherwise.
Mulțumesc, PGL.
Oh, that's the only Romanian he knows. Someone taught you 6-7, didn't they?
Someone tried to teach me 6-7, but it's hard. Your numbers are hard. Shosashapta.
All right, that's the biggest reaction we've had from the crowd so far today. Well, win this one, PARIVISION. You're well on your way to making competitive first half out of this. The underdog story, one that everyone can relate to and get behind.
Oy.
Smart info there, made in.
Bit deep. No ahead. Contact up and full banana control. He wants more. Apex is just kind of contacting in, hoping to catch these rookies off guard, and it has worked. Clothesline onto Nota. Suddenly, Ziello is all alone. They show restraint. They throw out that smoke. A smoke break from Ziello in response. And there's a nice headshot as well on the smoke break. Mezzi puts him down, though. Apex gets the bomb.
Look at Robs.
Oh, he has he's doing what he does best.
Yeah, guaranteeing no rotation to come through banana. Might be able to take these away. Now, they won what was essentially a free round in the last with those carried over guns, so this isn't going to make too much of a dent in the finances, but he's on the prowl. So it's in the trash, and most compacted James there. Give an AK over, give them anything for free. They are going to be able to buy into that next round of play. Don't you worry about that. But Vitality immediately setting the record straight. Robs will take down Belchinok.
He wanted the AK. Felt like he had the fight there.
James coming in. It's way far enough on the MP7. It's a good moment from his way on that so far. 3-1, and James AWP in the server. So that's a nice little mix-up. Carry through and continue with those SMGs which have been dropped across. So that's why he keeps the MP7. But he gets the MP9. So away we go. Hardy giving over the banana control early. Don't want to fall foul to any nades as one. Well placed. Zywoo brought down to 65. One a little bit premature towards the half wall. Flames in Robs working on boiler and holes control. And now stalled out. That's come very quick, but guess who's here? James Orr.
Oh, and a chance for the MP9. Gets spots across in sandbags. Apex doesn't commit to the fight.
Want to quickly try and put some pressure on A. Flames in Robs with his
It's a good call.
Is able to surge up towards A in a moment's time. They still have a bunch of smokes for the finish.
I mean, you've only got the SMG, admittedly. Zway's MP7 does look pretty potent. He's been one of the players that have leaned fully into the upgraded and buffed SMG.
Notice here, and Zello, he's get here in time to library, so there's a real chance for PARIVISION in this one.
Yeah, Belchinok forced to make a decision. Ziello arrives on the site, so last time they had a stacked site, it was PARIVISION's first on this defense. Will this happen again? Will lightning strike twice for PARIVISION? Okay, he gets answers. That's what he was looking for, and he found them. Vitality still get that opening. And they are not rushing things. They are making that clock feel so long. 20 seconds. Flamesy down after one. Nice from Belchinok for a second, but then Mezzi just decides it's over. Runs on in, a double headshot entry, of course facilitated by the Apex flashes. And it all just falls into place.
And that smoke towards short, they just use it to play behind. Nota goes for info, thinking that it's awfully quiet across the map, and then, well, you get what you were looking for, sure, but they sweep in, they clean it out. Vitality, 4-1.
Does Jane leave with the AWP?
Well, Apex wants to remove it. He's already top banana, coming through live right now. Okay, hold on. James got a key.
Oh my God,
James got a key.
God, Cluj, don't ruin this. Shut your mouth, shut your mouth.
They can't get there.
He's
they
done
can't
it.
get there.
He's actually pulled it off! He's done it again, this master of his craft. He is winning rounds you don't see anywhere else by anyone else.
That doesn't put a smile on your face. I don't know what will.
Oh my God.
They think it's James. Of course he's saving the orb. There's absolutely no way he's giving this one a go.
Oh my God, I am in awe.
They were so far away, they couldn't have responded to that even if they wanted to. bask in that one. Enjoy that moment.
Oh my God.
Maybe Gabe is smiling down.
Yeah, I think my prayer's been answered.
And look at the smiles on the faces.
Hallelujah.
PARIVISION having fun with that. He's got the speed goggles out for this one. Oh, with that round, let's see if we get rowdy.
Yeah, I think we might have to. Does that one rock your confidence? You know, they talk about healthy confidence. I think everyone's going to be a little miffed about that one.
You watch the carryover force by loss, and then you lose a 4v1 to a defuse.
A 4v1 with just a defuse kit and a sniper on his back.
Well, you have to make good on that, don't you? How many of those opportunities are you going to get?
Done the impossible. Mildly toasted Nota. Ouch, Mezzi. Cops the brunt of the HE damage, now starting to try and forge a path towards Banana, but Nota will block.
Lose a couple more frustrating ones, and Vitality might start getting pissed off. Sure, 2 maps to the good in this best of 5.
Oh man, you know Apex is going to give them an earful.
He was the man who was on the hunt the quickest.
Yeah.
No information at all for the CT side. They've lost Brackets and Banana, but they're going for these gamble stats. And this type of round, if you go into the meat blender,
that would be it.
This is where the frustrations build. And
again, Jane read him like a book. He's in the right place. And so are his boys. Seems like a certainty he finds Mezzi on this long ramp. Back turned, easy pickings.
The short side again.
Sway's still in the pit side though. Molly will force him wide. Flamesy trying to partner up with Zywoo, trying to kick open the site. Jame again. Double kill on the sniper rifle. Then there's Sway. You run into the stack and you've got nothing. Absolutely nothing. 5 alive for PARIVISION. The crack's starting to show in Vitality's Inferno early.
And the crowd enjoying that, all right. We had a whole thing set up there. We only caught the first part. This one's already got some flavors of fun.
It certainly does.
We got B1 and B2, the Bananas in the house.
Agent K is right of making an appearance.
James had some moments so far. He had 2 really nice MP9 kills, then 2 kills in that round, and the Goblin defuse. This time starting with a little bit more staunch of an approach in Banana.
All right, you get past this one. You take the lead.
And the money goes with it. Lost bonus 2,400 into the next. That nade swallowed.
Solid.
So we dodged the first, the second. Not so lucky as James. He's here again.
The right place and not quite able to find the same result. Doesn't provide the opening on the first bullet. Heavy nade damage tracks him down first orange. So you force the block util. Belgian goes looking. Ready for a jaunt with a fight on Robs.
2 of them on notice on the CT side. Continuing to pivot. This defense extremely active. Last time round when they noted it was top Banana aggression, they rotated away. This time they're drawn to it. It's a nice nade, lands on 4, and util for the finish right now being juggled. We've got the smokes for CT and Coffins. A couple of mollies in the mix as well. Flashes, their backside. Rotation miles away.
Oh, perfect timing. Flamesy just the linchpin on these assaults, charges in. Now you get the info on the jump spot from Zywoo. Belchanok's already quite close on Banana. The bomb will go down. Smoke break does reveal one towards the new box.
I don't think they'll all be leaving the bomb this time round. Game pivots away, the rifles stay to kick up a fuss. Create a bit of a buffer. See who they can take with them. Hanging around fishing is, I think they're playing right now to deny. They're going to try and take these guns away. Punish Vitality in the financial department. A hit to the pocket.
Yeah, the call has been made by the accountant.
You have to exit.
Take as much as you can away from Vitality. Make this win hurt. Oh, and Sway's doing exactly that. Gets himself 2. Just Rops, all that remains as they come and swap into the next spawn. Crazy, actually crazy.
Okay, well, Robs could drop one, Flamesy could by himself, Zawi's already done the same, so they will be fine, but it's still a bit more touch and go. Robs a volleyball.
Same.
A little in the mix for Mezzy. You can have the nades. This one's already got a little bit more spice. James posting up mid. Flashed away, mollied off. Can't risk re-peeking that.
Again with these nades, they are chunking them. Mezzy left with a little to work with, but Zawu just goes strafing out to his demise. Important trade provided by Mezzy. But you've taken down Zawu. Nota, that's a big scalp to remove early from the Vitality's 8th round.
Actually left Flamesy. Pierre Boiler, he'll be flashed forward to get the control, and that's confirmed. James, what top mid? He might peek into this.
Yeah, he's sweeping through. Just as they're rounding that corner as well. Concerned
He's
about
taking some real risks.
Yeah, and it's working for him.
So much information. Belchenok and Yellow have to know something's coming their way. He's essentially, just by being so staunch in that position, has said top mid clear.
Belchenok just moved away, so those HEs aren't going to find him.
Yellow tucks into the smoke. He's on his own right now.
Okay, this time a gamble. Can Yellow pull this one off?
Belchenok's on the way back. He's got a HE to break and a flash to set up Yellow.
Would be helpful as well. Throws it in. Doesn't quite find the perfect timing. Now Flamesy looking for that player back sight. Yellow hides out, knows time is on his side. Flamesy finding Belchenok. Here's Yellow. Find himself the double. Mezzy pulls it back. James still middle, and Robs still lurking.
Zwei could run at Mezzy right now.
Could. Plant on first orange, there's still a smoke up, the throw and replenish an extra one, but now just going to hide out on the site. Smoke break reveals Zwei's intentions. Running forward, knows Mezzy's likely close by, starts to maneuver away. Mezzy's done very well, little disappearing act here. Zwei's going to try and go for a draw of the fire. Mezzy just knifing in the smoke, can't seem to find him. Zwei looking for the second, Robs isn't aware, playing around the smoke, get out of his way! We got a game! We got a game! Robs lost him. Spamming away. These are the frustrations that will accumulate.
There's definitely a change in the way that PARIVISION are approaching some of these situations. Yellow, perfect. Right, Robs is on the lurk. You take that one. At that moment, Zwei knows it's just Mezzy on the site. Mezzy drops the defensive smoke, which actually works against them. Right, he's having to pull out the knife to think of Zwei sitting that defuse, and it's already been so many frustrating rounds. Vitality financially are in the mud. They're brought down to Tech-9, to P250, the utils there. PARIVISION are making them sweat. You're not taking this for free. We've been talking about that record. Go back to September last year.
You got to work for this.
PARIVISION always put up a fight.
And they always take a man. No. The first bullet of his M4 finds Zawu behind the smoke. Does he just want to go with this?
There's 3 over towards B to defend. Belchenok and James.
Again in the right place.
This is where these reads are really coming home.
Oh no, Belchenok just went searching through the smoke, and still James holding on in the back of sight. Does that pull you away? Better now, he's found 2 in quick succession, and then Ziello does the same! B-site access revoked, PARIVISION in the lead once more.
And financially in a great spot too to grab their 6th. Vitality don't have a choice, they have to take the eco. So 6 at a minimum, looking very likely unless they fumble against this, and investments will have to be extremely limited with only 2,400 coming into the bank balance. Graham wants to see the underdog draw blood.
And they're taking all the right moves in order to do so.
But you look at how they've been able to convert these. It's entertaining. hard to replicate rounds when you're talking 1v4s, 1v2s, situations that are tough, but this one should be a guarantee. Like PARIVISION, be very good at the basics in dealing with Glocks that you've heard sound off.
There is an apt adage as well. Very Inferno-centric, but don't count your chickens.
Until they get turned into roasted chooks.
Yeah. Oh, what is that? ZywOo brings down Belchenok, then Jame misses a shot. The thing's spiraling here. Should be fine, right? Sway and Jame pull it off. Good covering fire from the mini pit. There's pressure from above, and Rops does connect with that P250 headshot. Jame is doing everything. He has saved his boys from red faces there. Could have been one of those ZywOo rounds people talk about. He does get the opening onto Belchenok, but he holds fast.
Well, good pressure there on the eco short. A major winner, Jame, showing that cool, calm, and collected nature.
And an arena chanting his name. You heard him in that pre-match. He loves it, playing in front of the crowd, and now, of course, with the support that Cluj have shown for PARIVISION as well, perhaps inspiring them a little into our third map of the series. Already the most competitive things have been.
Yeah, definitely not a showman in terms of the way that he's physically applying himself on the stage, but the way it is in the server.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're definitely entertained here today. Sure, Dust2 was only a couple of rounds, but one was a 300 IQ move by the man himself. It's Vitality, sure, they're the talk of the town. People want to see the best pushed. And right now, it's been a little bit too easy. He's playing from the front right now. PARIVISION 6-4, 2-round lead. Vitality bring back out the guns. How good can this half get? You've had your hijinks. Now let's see the polish. That's with the alley-oop. He sweeps in. Now working on the banana progressions. Apex with the flash of the ready. Mezzi with the volley for top car. They've allowed the clock to whittle itself down to 1:10.
Seeing more signs of comfort from PARIVISION, perhaps just acclimatizing to this grand final stage, a best of 5 environment up against Vitality. You know, that is going to take some getting used to. And on their third rep, PARIVISION appear to be playing their game their way.
Belchenok's got company.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to be cleared out here. Overlooked, lazy clear, Flamesy down, but ZywOo trading.
B-split.
Does look like it is going to be a classic. This is an Inferno specialty. ZywOo towards CT spawn, spots occupation of Nota.
Banana just got blocked.
They won't be able to join them immediately, but he has managed to close that gap already. Running them down, Nota forced to pivot away. Oh, he's caught the perfect timing. Nota just turned tail. Nice one from Ziano. Oh, he nearly gets all 3.
This round's still on, 2v2.
Yeah, but Rob's hiding out and James overlooked this possibility. He's still got his knife out. Robs will behead him in the CT square.
It's weighing another 1v2.
Can he get 2 in 1/2? Up against Mezzi and Robs. Walking through the smoke is a death sentence, and Robs is there to ensure it.
All right, lazy clear on long, goes traded, space taken, and they piece that one together. So looking to tie things up 6-6. What's left to work with for PARIVISION? They try and piece this by. Can get James Orb out. Great trade from ZywOo, even better. Nota just not ready for that quick halving.
Yeah, I mean, he closed the gap so quickly, so proficiently.
And then Robs, the closer, does it again.
Nota, 550 utility damage, so he is almost, you know, on his own. He's nading for 2 right now.
Been able to get that AWP out on Jame, and the rifles for the rest. There is a kit. This is the final round of the half. No matter what happens, they'll have to go for it. You two you're discussing become the weak point in these setups. You can see, just hoping to set up a bit of a stack right now to stall out Rops' Kroll, who is currently just playing very passive in second mid.
Staying active. He'll spam battle through that smoke, and a deep HE right on the nose. on the fade, James remains posted. Valuable intel gained upon every peak. And it does enable a 4-man stack towards the A site. Vitality have run into a couple of these.
And they've just blocked us, but I think the pack mentality is if we do run into these, we just need to efficiently trade.
Right. And you know who's going in first. Yellow. It's a well-timed smoke, you know. They have to go through that. No other option, otherwise you have 10 seconds left, so you can see the pivot. Last second adaptation. Flamesy confirms Yellow's location, but the spam battle being won out. The M4's done significant damage. Jamie's coming from behind, hiding out on the pit. They can't seem to find Cielo. 15 seconds. Now the pieces start to fall, tumbling into place, and PARIVISION will find themselves a 7th. They found their foot. They found their feet. Here on Inferno, map 3.
Yeah, well, you had that little prayer, and I think your wishes were granted, weren't they? A couple of miracle moments.
Our prayers have definitely been answered.
Well, let's see. Will this be the final half of play here? Back with the PGL special at this point. Cheers, Biggies.
Cheers, mate. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Cluj.
The French casters look like they want some as well. I don't know about Jaxie, he's locked in. They've got water.
Enjoy your water.
Yeah, they're on the
hydration's important.
On the clock.
Oh, well, they're looking after us. PGL definitely giving us the Cluj special.
Yeah, and this one, let's see if it goes the distance. What do you think, Cluj? Can they push it to a 4th map? That's what we want. Let's see if we're going to get it. 7-5. It's like the best opportunity yet.
Absolutely it does. I'm still absolutely terrified of the second half from Vitality, though. Time after time, you're reading off ridiculous utility numbers. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm sure PGL are on it.
And here we go. Could be the last half of the night. For the next 3 years, let's enjoy this one. The greatness on display.
And PARIVISION putting up a fight.
That's a very, very early incendiary there from Apex. It just shows a bit of fear factor here on B. 4-man A stack right now to play for this top mid control. So if it is B, expect them to pipe fast down middle behind Banana. Mezzi's got the smoke and he's got a kit. And so we're starting to search.
Okay, Belgium remains tagged. Move down and out. Woo! He's hitting every shot he takes. Oh, what is that? Outrageous!
Add another one to the tally right there. Belchinok.
I'm sorry?
They come knocking on the door, and he packs their bags for them. 8-5 now.
Insta onto Zywoo. Gets rumbled. Still multiple swinging him. He has done that so cleanly.
Well, that's going to inspire even more belief.
Oh, they've arrived.
And he's enjoying the crowd with that one, Belchinok.
They have arrived. Our prayers answered. Tag. Walking wonky for the rest of the round his way.
Mezzi on the scout. Not your Zywoo, not your Apex. So early damage could cause a whole lot of issues, especially with the HEs in the mix. Some flames to deal with B. Passive stance.
This will be a very well-timed HE. The whole squad are there. Chunky.
That's 2 now who are walking wounded against these pistols.
Yeah, he's got another one where that came from.
As he still has top mid control. That frees up the rotation of Zywoo.
Yeah, this could be brilliant. Another big HE. Oh, God, their ears are ringing and their legs are shaking. And another block smoke takes its place. Apex ready for number 3. Cowabunga! Nota's gone. Goes spamming on the smoke. It's a smoke battle. Somehow Apex comes out on top. Oh, not another nade. This is that Vitality game.
Talk about shell shock. You just win a pistol in stunning fashion with Belchinok. And now, You're locked in banana.
Oh, you are fully discombobulated.
25 seconds, Yellow to try and dig him out of this.
What can you do? He's been shooting hard. Making steps, trying to keep the boots planted.
And it's going to be a save.
Damn. Okay, well that's a victory in its own right, but they want to conserve. Captain Jane prefers his chances with these AKs into the next.
They win that, it's the eco, and they're really starting to sink their teeth into Inferno. It keeps Vitality right where they want to be. It's a 2-round game at this point. What they've roughly retained here, there were some AKs fired back. Becomes to get past, and you're working with 3 SMGs of your own. It is a tactical timeout. Second called from Dustin. This one was a little bit comfier. He didn't have to burn all 3 in the first half.
True.
So maybe playing with house money right now in that regard, but if they can continue to keep their force supply wars on with the lead that they have, they can really put themselves in a position to close this and take us to Mirage. So working with little in the flash department, being nada. We've got plenty of smokes, the mollies are there. Banks said, P is for patience. Let's see if that's the approach in this one. James straight up in. He's heard that.
A gap to work with. So, peek at your own risk. Belchinog's primed and ready. He's already done ridiculous things to start us off in the second half.
Look at this rotation. James doing this on his own. Bomb's still in banana.
Yeah, he's hearing all of this. He's relaying that information. Jay manages to get away from the flash push out of library. Mezzi getting himself back into sight.
Flames has got company.
Oh, he's got so much work to do. They're just going to commit. They're just going to run at him. MP9, he controls, he gets away. Awkward now. Cielo spamming smokes. It's going to cost him everything if he's not careful. He's got 5 points of health, and he's got that bomb. And Incendiary will limit his default plant options.
Too late.
Fumbled it. Doesn't catch him on the spread either, so Cielo lives on.
James still lurking on A. He's not going to be part of this.
It's essentially a 3-on-3, and now your bell rung. Is it the alarm bell? Belchinog needs help. James on that flank. Rob's not considering this. Could catch that perfect timing as James has. And will he continue to do? Already Cielo gone, making life difficult for James. He's taking his sweet time, and it's not planted for him. Gonna go for the immediate spray. Engages with his targets in combination with Belchinog, but that diffuse is coming through. They're going for the 10-second stick. James gonna run at you, forces off the bomb with his flags, and Belchinog closes it down!
Thought James had no say in that round. There was only one key in play. Not able to get it in their hands, not able to stick that diffuse. And we go back and forth to start this second half.
This is not a dream.
They are doing it right now, 9-6.
This is reality.
And this timing that they pipped right here, James just walks up, right? They are a little bit more liberated by the fact they are 0-2 down in the map department. They're taking more risks, and those risks are finding them ways in. Forced by, again, from Vitality, understandably so with the 1400. You tank this one.
Look human.
Finally some fight. This is what you want to see.
This is exactly what we want to see.
This time they will use patience as the key. So sitting back, defensive in second mid. Defensive T stairs as Noda. Finally takes a little bit of space over towards longs. Campbell set up from Vitality. It's their time to try their luck. 4 towards A Apex on B with the M4, the biggest weapon in the round. And in hands of the in-game leader who's been having a tougher go of things here. And Inferno.
Yeah, Rob's too.
If you're hoping to force them into this A play, you need to be a whole lot more convincing than this. 45 on the clock as a nade comes in.
Going to run at him. Forced out the block smoke with the sound cues. 40 seconds on the clock, and is that enough?
Well, this is where Jay makes the call. What does he believe is going to be this stack? Rob's clearing it out. They're rotating to B. It's bad info.
Just evacuated.
Rob's
Mezzi's going to be calling for help. Rob's too. swing. Oh, it is a crazy double out of Mezzi.
Still two on the side. They have to go away.
They are going to commit to this. Flames even for more output from this MP9, these little guns, but it could be a big round. Belchanok's holding on for them. It's only Zywoo here, a 5-7.
Oh, no.
He couldn't compose himself. Misses the necessary headshot. Belchanok 4 kills deep.
20-7. Belchanok is having its way, looking to take it all away. Apex darting for the hills. Get out of there, son.
It's slipping out of their grip.
This is double digits. Don't you worry about that.
Belchanok, a name we are going to remember. There's already Belchanok jerseys here in the Cluj crowd. And he is doing himself proud here in the grand final.
This is for the ace.
Go on. He's taken it all. 5 for Belchanok.
4 on the pistol. 5 to break the money. Now, Vitality will have to mount a comeback of their own. Cheers, Jaxie.
From the depths of Tier 3, Dastan and Jame have forged a contender.
No doubt about that now. Straight up banana, look at this.
Now they're making Vitality sweat.
Yeah, I love this.
Oh,
and the aggression,
yes.
the individuals putting their aim on display, just farming up the pistols. And they're gonna come easy as that, just drops.
These young talents carved into the exact team that Jame and Dastan need to impose his crystal clear vision for how Counter-Strike's game should be played.
If you thought the final was a formality, PARIVISION have different plans. This is 11. Now it's Vitality's turn to show they can bring things back. So 5 straight is going to be necessary to tie things up with the 11-6 scoreline about to greet us once this bomb goes off.
Listen to that.
I think this is a bit like that grand final win over Falcons in the sense that once they take a map, they start to believe it's possible. This is a young team. These are fresh faces. These are players who are knowing they're going up against a team who has an era, and a team in the conversation of the greatest of all time. You take a map off of them with what has been on the rise in 2026. Sure, they put themselves on the radar to end 2025, but Counter-Strike they're playing, the scouts they're taking, a conversation that they are putting themselves quickly into the elite category.
Yeah. I mean, it is just a long list.
Staz has taken a timeout in this one. There was a bit of extra cash on Mezzi. He's been able to facilitate the Zywoo AWP.
Okay, that can sometimes be one hell of a game changer.
But this is it. I think with the way that PARIVISION have been playing, that they've been taking more risks, and the game plan on the second half hasn't even been established yet.
Right.
You got the flow of rounds we've had, the force by nature back and forth, money gets broken, you get your 11th for essentially free. And now whatever you had planned for this map, that's what we'll finally get to see it manifest. But
your margin for error is small.
There's only 2,900 loss bonus into the next. It's
practically 0.
See now or never for this comeback.
Jame, he wants to try and ride out the incendiary, trying to catch an overextension from FlameZ, but too well drilled, doesn't give it up. We're responsible for middle, and it's just going to be the lurk of Belchanok having a game. Minimal on the HE. Jame goes for another sweep. He wants to catch an overstep from one of these B players.
You see the third piece of this, and they're contacting in.
Yeah, Natus just going to start searching. A test for FlameZ. Does he catch it? Nota does catch a whiff, knows where you are. Mezzi as well in the crossfire, now smoked off. Nice work though, FlameZ. Block smoke thrown, flash as well delays. They've got time and they've got a frag back. Hang on, Cielo onto Apex. Now they know the smoke. Quick from Flames, exceptional! How does he dip away? Finds himself 3, finds himself 4. Flamesy's bomb site, he makes that clear. Belchanok already had an ace. 21 frags deep, 4 kills on the pistol. He's done so much. And he's even gonna play for the clutch. Robs denies cleanly. So the first step back into Inferno. And it's off the back of Flamesy's hard work.
And that was tough, right? The fact that they're able to play contact in that situation. Like, this is sketchy on those jiggles.
This one.
You're doing it because you're meant to, not because you expected. And then the fact that he's able to pivot and just completely shut this down. Apex spams through the smoke. He gets caught. The money's name of the game is this one. Don't save anything. PARIVISION will be very idle as far as the threats are concerned, and the comeback can happen quickly. Opportunity to take things away from Vitality before they can really get started. Flamesy wants to fight this.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Malfunction on the Extinguish. He pays a way heavier price than he would have liked.
Same set up top mid to keep this information. It's a bit of a wonky smoke there, arch side. James to step into this.
Yeah, peeking in. Saiwu. Anti-flash on the pillar side enables him to just remove James, all-pin counterpart, and Saiwu once more. He's peeking into Cielo. Ooh, and it hits him. Square in the jaw. Saved by the wall.
This is tough. Apex is the only one on B. If he goes down.
Oh, Cielo. And goodbye to your hopes of mid.
They're in.
Nice from Nota. B-side's open. He'll throw out the CT smoke by winning that duel versus Apex. He's given his team a real shot at this.
Flamesy's low, remember.
Yeah, it could come back to haunt them.
No reason they can't win this 3v4.
Oh, hang on. Nearly found his way on an aggressive
3v3.
play. Now 3v3. Interaction in mid-side. Belchanok just gets away.
Now he can value his life.
He will. He'll play it. The bomb is ticking. Vitality up against the ropes here.
They'll fumble this one.
How are they supposed to get back in? Apex is watching through his fingers at this point. Solid nade, dunks onto Zway, opens up the way back in. Don't forget that low HP. Belchanok's managed to win the duel. Oh, low HP! No
Oh! Sublime from the divine! Saiwu snatches that one away from absolutely nowhere!
There was no way in, there was no way to win it!
Give us that one in slow motion!
Oh my God!
That is absolutely earth-shattering.
Oh,
that's instinct.
One more time. One more time. Look at the speed. Oh my
shit.
God.
Yeah, that's the only reaction for that.
Well, okay, we are in a game. Cluj, are you entertained?
Surely they have to give us on the map now.
Please.
We've finally just got going.
They are just 2 rounds away.
And they have put the money in the mud.
It's not pretty.
Will be the buy coming into the next with the 2400. Need a bit deep. Oh, never mind. Apex finds another through the smoke.
He's pissed. Pick up that Tech 9 walkthrough. He's going to be denied a third. Flamesy will pick up the pieces though. Far too comfortable on that M4, dips away as well. He's playing his life. He knows he's alone on the site, and so does Belchanok. Oh, peeks back in cleanly.
Couple of nice patches from Flamesy over towards B now.
Yeah, he's a solid piece on that B defense.
Apex going to be kicking himself a bit. Sure, only 6 kills, but 9 assists. So the man's been contributing with the damage, just not finishing off the frags. Well, they took that save, and now come the guns. James gets his orb. So snipers will be able to go toe-to-toe as far as searching for these fights concerned. And I always say how difficult it is on Inferno on the T side to manufacture these openings. Let's see if something comes his way.
Again, with these aggressive maneuvers, Flames has taken absolutely no prisoners. It's just hard pass in front of him.
Oh my God.
No to catch a whiff.
No way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, no to aware.
Okay.
Rips off Flamesy's head.
Entry for free. This one's a tough round now. Vitality trying to stop them getting to 12. You got to do it in a 4v5 disadvantage. They're regathering while they have this time. As he donate utils, I would bring the orb. I think they want to fight for this banana control. That puts all the pressure on Rops in the meantime.
That's a lot of pressure coming his way.
Rops is a specialist in this position, but what they're asking of him right now is nuts.
How on earth does he get past?
Well, they're going to scale
the
quick.
Entire squad, they're surely going to accelerate. Throws out his incendiary. Belginok confirms he's dipping in and out of the apartment.
They push banana, they know it has to be A. Zywoo's here in time.
Rops is going to be
he
on
needs to burrow in.
He's trying to get across to the site in time. Does just about do so. Zywoo from the library side, but here comes Rops around. He can step up. 7 frags so far, but he's about to find 2 more. A third available. Does deny Sway. Belginok in it to win it. Controls the spray. Removes the 2.
He's quick on this Apex. They're not going to be ready for him.
But he hasn't got the health. He has to play this to perfection.
20 seconds. Someone has to plan.
Both got orbs.
Safe side.
Jane in the pit. Apex just going to walk on out. Jane not aware. Drops in. Not going to hit the shot. Controls the spray. Apex 3 bullets. Takes his time for the reload. Belginok spotted out on the site. Can he do it again for PARIVISION? Can he keep the hopes of seeing another map of play? Hey! A heist! It's a clutch that could very well change the outcome.
Yeah, that's his birthday wish. Pick that one up and keep this alive, denying the fact of overtime is not there just yet. The bomb goes down. The loss bonus is here to justify some type of a purchase. We've got heaps of money for the CT buy. Don't you worry about that. They've been stacking cash with the 4 consecutive. The question for me is what is going to come out of James Camp. And the buys are taking shape. They don't want to concede and give them an 11th for free. They want to keep on fighting. If they can get in and get the bomb down again, that's going to give them another buy with the max loss bonus. This one's going to go the distance.
11-6, now 11-10. That advantage has dwindled.
Very forward setup on A. Rops with intermittent glances for Boiler and Halls. This informs the B setup. And look at Robs. Activating, he'll have Zello. Dead to rights.
Should do, yeah.
Dead to rights. The kid has to come back unless he's committing. He's just going to walk into this.
Oh my God! Now they're in B.
Sat on his ass. Flames at the back of the site. He's surely a dead man. He's booked. There's flames at his feet, surrounded by T's. PARIVISION's 12th looks set in stone. Apex flowing with that smoke. He's going to try something. Mezzi's already managed to find something. Hang on. Oh no! He unloads his mag, gets away with it. Removes Jame. Lets the bomb go down. Belginok punches in that coat. Spotted, executed, no bullets. Mezzi in support though. Vitality have that advantage. Zywoo in rotations. Hielo already hit a banger on Robs, but now his side is turned and Zywoo just beheads him with the sniper. That's overkill. And this one's impossible. He's in the flames. Finds a safe haven. Mezzi's there.
Touch and go throughout. You think Robs has that kill dead to rights every day of the week. That one kicks things off, and at that moment, the comms are chaos. B's overrun. And Cluj delivering.
Year after year and more to come.
Well, they get that bomb down, and with the max loss bonus, they can buy again. Check this out. I cannot believe he has won that out. And Mezzi,
what's this?
Someone's smiling at him as he peppers through. Apex, it's sketchy, but it's impact. As they claw this one back, and we have a tied game.
Wow. What's that now? 5 on the trot. Vitality pull us level.
Zywoo's AWP starts to be.
Head of the Molotov. Flamesy goes looking for the spot on logs. Also, not much in the way of support. It's just him.
They're up mid.
They're up mid.
So much pressure on Mezzi and Rops right now, unless they go long side. The rotation Zywoo and Apex are coming.
Yeah, they are going long side, so there will be a possibility for this French duo to lend a hand.
Apex, does he jiggle?
He is. Goes to swinging on in. The flash support is there. Vitality's team play on display, round 23. Sway for that clawback. Mezzi in limbo, gets caught. Drops to the back of the site. Zway's making a play here. Breaks the smoke. They've got plenty of time. Surrounded though. What's going on in the smoke? This is crazy from ZywOo. Outrageous. Pushes through the arch smoke. Removes one. And now they go swinging on in. Photo overlooked. Doesn't matter if Jane goes down. Flames quick to react to that. Belchinog falls. Zway down to Flames. Vitality just a round away.
That match and series point. Championship on the line.
After all of that fun and games, a clutch from Apex kept them in it to finish in regulation. Now they've got their one shot.
6 straight rounds. It was miracles required to give PARIVISION this, actually to take this the distance. The hijinks from everybody liberated by the fact they're 2 maps down. The young bucks, the rookies. PARIVISION are pushing Vitality on map number 3.
But we're seeing their pedigree when push comes to shove. And Coach Dastan gets his last 30 seconds, unless this one goes overtime. Such a quick rise to power from PARIVISION. Can they really take a map off of Vitality in the grand final?
This patch of rounds for PARIVISION has been a bit more erratic, a bit more grouped up, a bit more pounce, 4-1. It's had the same flavour coming into what could be the final round of the series. 3 starting B, vying for banana control. Do they want to shove all in? Mezzi and Flames, you want to fight?
Oh yeah, every decision you make, it could be your last on the stage. You're going to see understandable hesitancy. Half of the squad still in T-spawn.
I want to get picked apart one by one. Giving over this space early. With Smokes invested for this banana control. They're looking for and staying in this cluster. PARIVISION together strong. That's the name of the game to push this one into OT. Apex looking for more utility damage. At the moment, nobody even pressing the half wall. He's missed it. CT smoke denied. Unforced error. He even cops the nade. It's going from bad to worse right now for PARIVISION.
Yeah, the pressure is at its highest. It doesn't get higher. You are 1 round of Counter-Strike away from being
Apex, is he?
silver medalist. He has no idea. They're just going to play around the smoke. Apex is playing to disrupt this. He can run it on in. He gets traded out. Important from Nota. That's what PARIVISION do. They do not give up. And they push on into the site for the bomb plant. Flamesy last seen, goes swinging on in, disruptive.
Bomb's not down, they've got problems.
And now the flash goes in. He wants to keep playing. He wants to go for more. Now Zway extends play.
Rops is worried about a lurk right now. They're going to let these smokes fade.
It's a 4-on-3 here.
Everyone has a kit.
They double up on the dark position. Someone is going to have to be the hero, and that's going to be one hell of a nade. That's going to hurt. Time ticking in PARIVISION's favor. Overtime if they can just rebound the invaders. Another dunk nade is ringing. HP low. Zway goes swinging. Stays tucked. They know the clock is ticking. It's yellow tucked as well. That insurance policy could it assure victory? Maybe overtime if Zelo could just deny that defuse. ZywOo's got to do it. At Flames, he's on the low HP. He's the one that has to cover. Overtime! Overtime secured! It's not done! Cluj gets its wish! And we get extra rounds in this grand final!
They've clawed that one from absolutely nowhere. One man against the defuse, and he keeps his cool. There's so much pressure in this moment, the defuse so damn close. And Belchinog lets out a roar. We go again.
Now they get all their pennies, the bells, the whistles.
So on the roll, take your breath.
Oh, cool. Punished by the AWP. Started early outs, but that's going to be an activation. Slips her on the smoke. Nota could catch the nade.
I think Apex must have caught a whiff there. Nade was perfect.
Just a little. Flamesy's stubborn about this, and ZywOo's just posted on middle. An easy pickup. Cielo trying to take a risk. He rolls the dice, comes up Snake Eyes. Flamesy goes wide. Quick on that on the half wall. That's fallen into place perfectly.
Don't have to worry about the post plan here if you can just stall them out before they get there. It's in a 1v5 situation, and they know exactly where he is. This one, it's 13 for Vitality.
And it was clean.
Way in as drops to the jiggles. He's going to catch him, and there you go. Vitality back in time round number 1 and put themselves up to 13 first.
They stay composed. At no point during this Inferno has it looked like Vitality are spiraling, bickering. There's this air of just professional calm.
Timeout taken from Dustin. Finance is dwindling quickly in the PGL overtime rules set. I know it's this one where they have to try and hedge in with that bomb to give themselves something if they lose it. And this is tense, this is stressful.
Apex's wish when he blew out the candles today. Right on your screen.
Jim gets his all. But it may be the last unless we see some saves, and nobody wants to see that in overtime. Can we exchange blows early? That one came quick. Belchenok went down first, and then everything fell apart one by one as Vitality's good teamwork and Util played into setting up more. So we're playing very assertive with Romps in the apartments. They're going to lock this down and really remove the opportunity for Belchenok to default through Jame, prepared for some type of a push, but this means it's a slow round.
Flamesy always at home in that corner. Dips in and out of combat. Relays such valuable intel to the Vitality defense. Zywoo again with his disruptive forward position now. Belchenok went down in the previous. The crouch peek is all Zywoo wanted.
You have to erupt long, but Messi's here.
Yeah, if you do, you're running through a smoke into Mezzi.
But that's the call. Of course it's the call.
The call is the reaction. They're forced by Zywoo's positioning. He's got not the ammo. Forced on the dismount. And a headshot hit by Nota. Now the pivot through spawn. Apex is there to try and get the info safely and block. But he ain't safe. He's far from safe. A crack to his cranium from the Kalash.
Bomb coming back to A.
They know he's on B-bomb.
Yeah, but Bomb's coming back. Notice staying in limbo. Jame posted in mid. This might be completely unknown. Rops could walk into this. Jame on scopes. Now they're coming back to B. Time.
Flamesy versus Sway. Everything to play for here in OT. Doesn't get it. Oh, nice flank from Robs. Activates, removes Jame as he was heading to B. Now Flamesy's informed. They're coming your way, and he's ready. Elevated position. Sway was not anticipating that, and with 15 seconds, Nota resigns himself to an attempted clutch. The flash, of course there's a flash. They might even run at him. He's got to be planting. He's going to be vulnerable, and Flamesy's just pushed on through. He is done with this. A clean 2 to start for Vitality's overtime. Good lad.
Round of applause for that.
You got to say your thank yous. And without her, you wouldn't be witnessing this.
Well, there's going to be 2 Tech 9s and 3 AKs. As mentioned, the finances were going to play in as AWPs cost a pretty penny. Vitality, is it going to be a sweep to secure your trophy?
Or is there a twist and turn still? To map 3. Flamesy, this is what I'm talking about. He's just so consistently ready to take these fights. What is that? Supportive flash. He's not scared. He's not scared. There's 3 members there. Slow it down. Throw a smoke. You get your top banana control.
That's what it's all about, the pressure to force out that util, to force the rotations, to force the gambles. Well, Romps starting to peer down mid.
Oh no, there's a sitting duck. Romps doesn't quite control the spray well, and the punish from Cielo denied by the incendiary.
These are the only 2 on A, and both were long side, so they will need to burrow into the site somehow. The stack at the moment looks absolutely perfect in the gambler's man game. These side stacks, maybe, just maybe, Apex has called the right play.
Yeah, he'll throw out block smoke. There's more.
They're walking through.
They are going through it. Zywoo primed and ready at the back of the site. Racks up 2. looking to keep things perfect, looking to keep things spotless. ZywOo 2 kills deep, brought down by Ziello. James chips in, removing Apex, and the site now theirs.
Rotation is miles away. They were so focused on A. That long setup, they burrowed in. Now it's a 2v3 retake before we swap sides.
It's hard to see how Robs and Mezzy get back into this one. That flash has kind of got everything right.
Anymore.
Doesn't even matter. Robs brought down by the J-Morp at the back of sight. Seems like it's absolutely guaranteed. Ziello locks it in.
Even copped the pre-fight dig right there. And look, James can't buy an AWP. He'll take one off your corpse. ZywOo hit a couple of nice ones. Not enough to stop them. So something to work with. He's now on the defense. Now, it was tough for PARIVISION to come by rounds. You had a Zway 1v2. You had a James defuse 1v4. Here's the double. That Molotov spilling over, that is what caused the trouble. He had to peek out. Apex going down simultaneously. And he just pumped them in there, and that's a great shot to finish off the final round of that one.
Okay. Felt necessary to see PARIVISION to post something.
T-side AWP from ZywOo.
Do you really want to brave these early nades? Nota was connecting quite frequently in regulation.
Gonna boost him up. I give him a vantage point to catch anybody swinging back and forth from the mouth of Banana.
Solid nade.
There's another one.
Number 2. Apex 38. Well-timed block smoke. Nota passes the first test.
Had 4 up in Banana. Maybe they were hoping to snap into this, or maybe just play the trade game. Either way, you've still got Robs in Boiler.
He's got a nade for when you're lining up your nade.
If they secure brackets, Apex can identify they do not have map control. And that's what they've done. So right now, you know it has to be site-centric for PARIVISION, but it's just about the stack as James hustles over as quick as he can. A flash, a HE.
He's going to be in the right place.
He might have to play ahead of the smoke.
HE, just as he arrives, it lands square on his jaw. Block smoke from Ziello on the coffin side.
James is going to play through this, of course he is.
Of course they are. HE, little deep, does do some significant damage.
There's the flashes.
Here comes the commit. Flamesy trying to forge a pass, spots him out, denies Nota any output. Now James peeking through the smoke, can't get caught. Oh, what a flick! Comes on around. Pivots in, finds the head of Ziello, and enables a 3v3 in the post plant, but look at Vitality's health. They are susceptible, they are low. James, a couple of smoke spams do not connect.
They will be here, he's got this flash to work with. Smoke in their face, but that'll fade. Kids for the defuse.
James playing forward. Pick off the back of the site. Flamesy doing so much work for Vitality. Does win out of the war of attrition. It's all come down to a one-on-one. And Robs will close it out. So now 2 opportunities. They're 3rd in total.
You just see James having to play out of the box. Decisions that he doesn't want to have to make, but needs to. Pushing through the smoke on the CT side to grab one back. Taking chances, and that's what this has all been about on Inferno. That's how they have made this close. That's how they pushed Vitality to overtime here on map number 3. Vitality in a position again to close. It's not now or never. It very well could be now.
Ooh, James having none of that.
Apex coming for this. He's across.
He wants to fight. He wants it done now.
He's going to walk through this.
There's already rotation. Does he really want to make this play? Sans flash. Waits for the smoke. James hears the commitment. Looks like they're going to go for the boost. Will he be caught off by this? Orp boosted up. Oh, missed shot. Pulls it back. Mezzy and Apex combine.
Robs is still lurking out.
Belchenok knife out. You're not ready for this. Flamesy's taken you down.
The bomb's T-stairs.
Okay, doesn't matter though. If you get the frags, Robs doesn't though.
Flamesy took one to the grave with the molly. 2v2. 1 on B, 1 on A. The bomb needs to be picked up. 55 seconds. Plenty of time for this.
What is this? Nota can't explain it.
If he walks through, Apex has this.
He's known to do so. Oh, out, gets the info as well. Knows where the last player is. It's all up to Zway. Otherwise, Apex gets his birthday wish. Swings on out to secure it himself. Happy birthday, Apex. A trophy in the cabinet. Pushed to the absolute limit by PARIVISION.
The 3rd map delivered. PARIVISION are on the map, but this is Vitality's era. And another trophy to throw in that cabinet, make it number 11.
Under the same roof that he claimed his first major with Envious. Now a different man, now a leader of men. 11 years later, and there is still envy in Cluj. Envy from the teams left in Vitality's wake.
They had to work hard for that. They had to dig deep for that. PARIVISION played out of the box. They gave them a tough task ahead. But the scoreline will read 3-0. Another grand final for Vitality as Apex soaking this one in. This is a team who knows what they're achieving and they're living in the moment.
Their 11th trophy and an era extended. Putting on a show for Cluj. Your champions of PGL Cluj-Napoca 2026, Vitality!
To push the limits of everyone else around them. Vitality getting their first PGL trophy. 11 years later, and it's your birthday. You're doing it again in Cluj, Dan. What do you want to say?
I'm happy. That's the first final I play ever on my birthday. We had the chance to offer it to FlameZ in Austin for the major. I knew this final was during my birthday, before we started, so I was like, guys, it would be nice to win the trophy here. And yeah, 11 years after, guys, I was 22 years old back then, winning my first major in Cluj-Napoca, crazy and fragger. And now I'm a leader of an amazing team. That wasn't easy today. Props to these guys, props to Dustin and James. I mean, wherever they go, they succeed. And that's beautiful to see. They have 4 rookies giving their best. And for sure, that was not easy to play them today. So props to them and big applaud, please.
Rox, it's been a tough event for you, fighting through sickness. You seem to get better with each and every match. How hard was this for you?
It was hard. There was a chance I wasn't here, so I'll have the trophy.
It was worth coming.
Yes.
FlameZ, for you, this looked like you were putting up numbers to be one of your best events ever, full of confidence, flowing with it. Have we still got more greatness to see from you? Can you get even better, mate?
I'm sure I have.
And this motivation you have, this desire to be better and to play more like this, it still burns?
Still burns. You have Apex in the team. It doesn't stop reminding us how important it is. We have a great team. We have insane 5 players, good coaching. Everybody in the org is amazing. And the opportunity to win a lot of trophies, so we're going to maximize and do the best as we can.
Nice. Another trophy for the British player. You keep adding it to your resume in here. And you seem to be a player that steps up and performs in the grand finals. Is that where you're doing your best work again and again?
Yeah, I think so. It would be nice to show up before in the semi-finals as well, but no, it's fine. I think, yeah, I just try and find my impact in the finals, and yeah, I'm happy that I could find it today as well.
Good stuff, mate. ZywOo, another hugely positive performance, another MVP performance most likely for you. The wins keep going your way, but you changed a little bit from Krakow to here to what you're doing. How are you feeling with just going further, continuing to break records and to dominate the scene?
When you have such a great team around you, you just have to believe to win any tournament, to also better myself, like to just trust myself more and more to pick with Europe or anything like this. So it's always a great moment to play with these guys. So they push me even harder every day to play my game and to play as the best I am. So it's always good to play with that.
And it's always good to watch you, man. X-Taz, for you right now, this must just be a crazy feeling because you never know what's going to happen. Rob's could have been out of this, trying to work all that into it, to now stand here again with another trophy. What do you feel about just the team and how proud you are of everything they're able to accomplish?
I mean, I'm proud because we had so many issues just before the tournament. It was not easy at all, to be honest, but we still managed to win. It proved so much. We are still hungry. We are just focused now for the Grand Slam after PGL because we wanted at least one PGL. It's done.
It is done. And with that note, your PGL Cluj-Napoca 2026 champions. V is for victory. V is for vitality.
Yes, V is for victory indeed. Another one in the Vitality history books. They just keep on going, unstoppable, and it's got to be said, as we talked about it earlier, yeah, I think we are just looking at the greatest team of all time. No hyperbole. No matter what pressure is applied to them, they're able to pull something out. Individual brilliance, insane tactics, whatever it takes to get over the finish line. Worthy champions here in Cluj.
Yeah, just to set the table, this is their 12th best-of-5 grand final and their 10th win for a total of 11 titles and 19 events played. I mean, it's just crazy what this team has been able to piece together since Rops joined the team, and they've gone on to be the greatest team of all time, in my opinion.
It's history in the making. Every consecutive tournament where Vitality lifts the trophy, I would just say, take it in. Just make sure that you're present for these kinds of moments because it's not often you get a team of this gravity that is actually making a mark on history in this capacity. We're seeing one of the greatest captains every single time Apex graces the server. We're seeing arguably the greatest player of all time in ZywOo every time that he is able to grace our screens. There's so much to dig into, so much to dive into, but at the same time, I'm just happy to be here and to be witness to all of these moments with them.
And good things take time. You know, like it's been a while that the core of this team has been together. Vitality has made a lot of shrewd moves. After winning the major in Paris, they benched the winningest player of all time in Dupree, being flamesy for him on a free transfer. They bring Rops in on a free transfer as well, who
thanks, FaZe.
You can see what he does for teams. Mezzi, where people were like, why are you getting him? There's why. He showed it on Dust 2. He showed it so many times. And, you know, it doesn't happen overnight. You have to sort of put in the work, put in the hours, think about which type of players you're getting in and out of the server as well. And once it all comes together like it did for Vitality with the arrival of Rops, I mean, the results speak for themselves.
I mean, just to kind of link to what you were saying there, I mean, this is a squad where the core of this team's been together for a long time, and in 2024, outside of Na'Vi, they were the most consistent team. They were consistently placing top 4, but they only had that one title in the cabinet, and that was Cologne, a prestige event, but they weren't able to win majors. They weren't winning a whole lot of other events, but they were always up there. And then that one change, that movement of Rops into the roster, turned them into an era-defining team in the first season of 2025. They just keep continuing to have success.
And I think also just the staff around the team too. I mean,
it's an incredibly well-run org, it's got to be said.
Absolutely. Matt has been there as the assistant coach for ages. I mean, he's a legend from the 1.6 days, a world champion in his own right. The performance staff that they have around, everything that they do it the right way. And this success is not by accident.
Let's take a moment to show some respect to PARIVISION, though. I think it's worth pointing out once again just how far they've come from 84th in the world, relative unknowns, people laughing that James been cast out from Virtus Pro, haha, we'll never see him again. Just slowly climbing through the ranks, tier 3, tier 2, back to tier 1, winning a LAN, and then ultimately now in the final against Vitality, and on Inferno at least, pushing them all the way and very hard. It truly is an incredible accomplishment.
It started with a prayer from our resident priest Machine, also a commentator, and
the preacher man.
Indeed, it started with In Jane We Trust, who delivered the first miracle, the ninja defuse that kind of kicked them going, and they kept resetting Vitality's economy. They kept having big moments happen, and they did push Vitality to their limits. And so, yes, it was a very respectable performance in what a series that could have just been a total blowout. And while they do go 0-3, again, just a good showing of themselves here.
A valiant effort there on Inferno. Definitely outplayed on the former 2 maps, but one that, if it weren't for an incredible ZywOo 1v2 stray transfer of the year, easily, oh, look at that. Look at what he's showing off right there.
Yeah.
Oh, we like that. Oh, we like that. No question about it either that he should be the one lifting that.
I was saying, we were talking about, Flames, he had an incredible tournament, right? And he is pretty close to ZywOo, and he had an insane final, but it's still ZywOo. It's still ZywOo who's the MVP.
I just don't know, though. It must just be so hard. Like, Flames, if he played on any other team, in any other situation, in any other timeline, he's the MVP
if that's
of
happening,
this event.
And if there's no ZywOo, they might not be lifting the trophy, though,
Yeah,
Rich.
true. Yeah,
so
I
completely different conversation.
If it weren't for that spray transfer,
that
damn spray transfer.
It gets you every time.
They just gave it to him based off of a highlight, huh?
Yeah, I mean, look, ZywOo started off that game very cold, too. It must be said. I mean, look at the timeline right there. He only had, like, 6 kills through the entire first half, but throughout the tail end of regulation and through overtime, all of a sudden he catapulted himself back up the leaderboard, and it was the spray transfer, as you mentioned. It was a couple of clutch op shots and some big retake moments.
The MVP is not about the grand final last map.
Exactly.
Let's remind everybody about that, okay? It was just the fact that through the quarters, through the semis, he was dominating opposition. Group stage, he just wipes the floor with practically everybody. If you're not a super elite team at this point, ZywOo is going to carve you up with just record-breaking numbers almost every single time.
And unlike the NBA, Maui, there's no water fatigue here. We're giving it to the best player.
Correct, as it should be. I mean, look, obviously, it's just a list of superlatives, when you talk about this team. But, I mean, it really is something special that we're witnessing. I think one of the things I find a little bit frustrating, when you're in the middle of an era, everyone says, oh, it's boring. Why can't it be, a bit more competitive or whatever? But it's like you're in the presence of greatness. Like, Vitality are beating different teams, different finals, all over the world, different circumstances, overcoming different hurdles, different challenges. And it's like, when they're gone, when they are eventually toppled, you're going to miss them.
But flip it the other way, too. I mean, that's what was so exciting about FURIA towards the tail end of last year, because they did topple them. They did take them down in a best-of-5 final. They did find success against them. So anyone who does end up beating them and knocking them out of a tournament makes it that more impressive, right? Because of just how dominant they are. And especially if we talk about some grand finals down the line and whatnot. But hey, great for everyone else. They're making changes. They're getting better. So are these guys.
Yeah. I mean, really haven't took their foot off the pedal. It's crazy. And, see Mezzi there, he's like, look, I'm sorry I didn't turn up until the final. But when you did, you're winning maps for your team. And it's just, there's so much depth
There's no signs of slowing down.
No, I know.
That's the most exciting part about this Vitality. The way they comprehensively defeated PARIVISION, especially on the first 2 maps, with the right reads, the right executes, just targeting them with, the barrage of nades on overpass is something that Nota is going to have nightmares about for the next 10 times he plays the map. I feel like Vitality, they're not just doing it through star power, and they're also not just doing it through tactics. It's the whole effort of getting a well-prepped team combined with players that know when they need to step up to make a difference in a round that's going awry.
They're just the perfect roster, man. I mean, you have a situation where you have one of the best op hybrids in the world. You have one of the best leaders. You have Rops, who's one of the best, anchors and extremity riflers. You have Mezzi, who's just the glue guy. And you have Flames, who does bring that fiery passion to the team. And, total squad that can play any style of CS that's required to get a victory. Super massive map pool, consistent, sustained success. I mean, I have not seen a complete team like this since the Astralis era many years ago.
And will to win. I mean, that's the other key component here. Easy to forget. It looked like we were heading to Mirage. They were down, they were out. It just was like, okay, this is inevitable. Clawed their way back into that lead. Yes, we went into overtime, but as soon as we got to overtime, the mental reset. They were totally in control of that and ultimately got across the finish line in style.
Yeah, absolutely. There were a couple of... They even did their best to prolong this game. I mean, they gave up a bloody ninja defuse in the first half. There was another 2v4 that they lost. Usually it doesn't happen to Vitality. So they did it for the content, did it for the fans here, so they
Stream
get
team.
a little bit of excitement. Chad and Alex got a close map as well at the very end.
Them.
But
Chad even put on a tie.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so like just as well Vitality did.
For the funeral of PARIVISION.
Exactly. Do you want some final thoughts, guys? Let's wrap this up.
I mean, you know, just once again, great to come back to Cluj. There's been such an amazing crowd. It was cool to get to return to this city last year. Again, a city that's hosted a major and has rich history in the game, to come back, and now we're going to be back for another 3 years after this one and make this one of the, you know, trademark spots to see on the Counter-Strike calendar for some time to come. And, you know, as you already said, it's just nice to be able to be here to take part in history of this historical team, just continuing to pile on the trophies and showing us what greatness looks like.
Also, the fact that now that PGL making Cluj a repeatable event, or just the fact that it's going to be 5 years and marking it to practically go toe-to-toe with the prestige events of history. I'm glad that we're getting Vitality, who's etching their name onto the trophy of Cluj, so that we can finally see just the teams that we wanted last time around. You know, the MOUZ victory was special in its own regard, but to see all of the best teams filling this arena, giving us this spectacle, giving the fans of Romania this kind of fight before them, it's something that everybody's going to appreciate for years to come.
Just like Vitality's success, tradition and prestige doesn't happen overnight, right? Inclusion on the right track to be one of the staple events in the calendar, especially now with its place and how much it means for major qualification, VRS, all the things we talk about. So, yeah. Cheers, Cluj.
Yeah, actually, well, cheers to you boys as well. It's always a pleasure. Another event in the books. Slancia. And yes, to close out the show, I do want to say, obviously, look, we came here last year and we got outside and all the fans said, please come back. We said, okay, we will. All right, we did. Reddit didn't like you guys. Fuck Reddit, right? I'm going to say that straight up. I thought you were a great crowd. You buy a ticket, you're entitled to boo. And now PGL have a commitment. We're going to be coming back for 3 years. And I hope we're going to see all of you for the next 3 years here in Cluj-Napoca. That's it from us, guys. Thanks so much for coming out. Thanks to everyone at home as well for watching. We'll see you next time. Take care.